Oh man,
This is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
this is D. What's going on, man? What's going on? Back at you with another program, man. Another program. Getting it in. Let's go ahead and hit that date, man. We got a whole lot to talk about, and let's get this
Yeah.
thing started. Can you hear me? Okay? Do I have an echo? Sound like it's an echo
Nah,
somewhere.
nah, I can hear you.
All right.
It's Wednesday, May 10th, 2023.
Wednesday, May 10th, 2023. Yep. So we've been told. Shout out to Gus T. Renegade. Context of white supremacy. Still going strong after all these years. Salute to that brother, man. Salute to that brother. Very informative information. If you want to kind of get your um, information straight, no chaser, as far as about how the system operates from that perspective. Very, very informative. I check in from time to time, so still salute. So what's going on, man? What's going on? What you got going? Probably want to turn
Shit.
down the TV a little bit, man, in the background. Okay, it's kind of like it's kind of loud a little bit.
Can you hear it now?
No, that's much better. That's much better.
Yeah, that was just my headphones
Oh wow. Okay.
bleeding into the mic.
Them headphones pretty decent. You got some Apple joints or something?
Nah, I don't buy that. Nah, I got Bose.
The
I need headphones that can last forever.
those are the ones where the smaller ones with the kind of
Nope,
like they look like AirPods, iPad ear. Um,
nope.
what kind of bowls do you have?
These are QC Quiet Storms or whatever.
Oh, okay.
QC 90s. These are from like 7 years ago.
Okay.
7, 8 years old. Well, Bose stuff lasts forever. So
Cool. So man, we got plenty to talk about. Trump just got held liable for sexual assault uh, for a civil case, um, found liable for what took place in 1996, if I'm not mistaken. 96,
yep.
way back in the day. My goodness, man, the 90s. We're like 23, 24 years clear of the 90s, man. That is crazy. Like, I don't even remember the year 1996 for real. That's one of those years where I just kind of like, it's a blur for me. And
Mhm.
so I have to really focus on what took place during that year, let alone if if we're talking about a certain event, it has to be something that I have to really focus on to really remember what took place, let alone facts and
Mhm.
you know testifying what happened and things of that nature. It's kind of hard to do. The more time that you move away from a type of situation, things change, your point of view change, your outlook on life changes, and shit, mainstream culture has changed, and we talked about it. What behind the scenes, like a couple of weeks ago, about how in this culture, because things have changed so fast as far as the sexual component or the way that men and women, and this goes across racial classifications, of course, in the modern or Western civilization, pretty much European culture, how the politically correctness as far as how to engage women have significantly changed. I don't even think they even show certain movies because of it now, because of how insensitive it would appear in the current context now, as far as how women are treated. It would be deemed as harassment or sexually sexually explicit on a level where, or sexually violent towards women, basically. And that's why these movies don't be shown anymore. But it's just interesting how it's flipped now. Like this something that probably perfectly normal during that time period is now deemed to be sexual assault now. You know what I mean? And he, but we normalized it, or it was normal during that time. So it's just interesting how things have changed as far as the relations, as far as black, I'm sorry, men and women are concerned. You were about to say something?
No, I think I missed what you said. You said that they have changed. Uh, you said that they have changed the styles of movies.
No, like the movies that like how you have movies back in the day where they were still kind of like, because of the time that they were in, women were
Uh,
treated a certain way. Those movies are
and
not
you mean as
shown.
far as employment or as far as the actual movies itself?
The movies itself.
The movies itself.
Yeah,
Hmm.
old school movies. Some old school movies I think are not shown because of how they may have treated women during that time period, especially like in the
You
mid
think
'80s,
so?
the '90s. Yeah, man. Some movies I think they're still shown, but I think that
Um,
maybe I could be wrong, but I haven't seen, like a lot of the especially like some of the action movies of the '80s and the '90s, like how they used to just discard women, or what would be considered to be women kind of being in a role where they're playing in a subservient type of role, um,
uh-huh.
more of a sexual role. It's not as prevalent in the eyes of
Hmm.
people, on an equal basis how it is now.
Hmm. It's
Yeah, I think
interesting.
it's hold on, let me take a look, because I was reading um an article the other day where they were talking about how insensitive movies from the '80s and the '90s were when it came down to women that played in these movies. How it's just
Oh, I thought
regulated.
it was insensitive to everybody.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, but what I'm saying is the idea of the treatment of women was focused on, not just everybody else, of course, because of
But
how
what movies? Oh, yeah, I'm lost on that one.
you never.
You mean as far as like leading roles,
Yeah, it's more of an
like
observation.
gender? You mean like gender reverse? What is it? Not gender reversal. What is it
Yeah,
called? Gender swapping.
I'm not saying that is, true or not true. I'm just saying that it's more of an observation. Like, I don't notice a lot of classic movies or macho movies from the '80s and the '90s being shown as much, and I think that that's attributed to the treatment of women in those particular movies.
That's a, oh, so not the gender swapping movies, the ones that were white male dominant,
Yeah,
white
like
straight male dominant.
white male dominant action pictures in particular, like say like Commando with Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, Sylvester Stallone, the way that they portrayed themselves in movies,
Yeah.
um, that type of deal. Yeah,
You mean there's
some horror flicks.
less of those or more of the? Because I mean, back then you would get zero movies where women would be leading. Well, yeah, pretty much everything, right? Yeah, I think everything.
Yeah,
Versus, you probably had maybe one or two movies. I'd probably say 1% maybe. Yeah, and then I guess nowadays you probably would say there's more movies and then have women leading roles. Yeah,
yeah. Women are more kind of like to
yeah,
the
it's like a lot
forefront.
of gender swapping. I will say that. I don't know if Hollywood has changed that much.
Because even think about the action pictures now, all the women tend to play very significant roles outside of the sexual component. Back then, it was like either they got killed or it was about sex. It was like the woman was cast to scream or do certain things. It wasn't like she was part of the
I guess
movie per se.
like in the past you would have Rambo or whatever. You have I don't know what is it, I don't know, 7 or 8 genres of movies
Hmm.
that were all white male dominated. I guess, or all the genres, I guess, for the most part, were all white men dominated. And then I guess you could say, what, 50-50 or 60-40 over time?
Yeah, yeah,
I guess maybe. I don't know what the percentages are.
yeah.
Because
I wish I tell you that all the cup was just
I was
faded
just
in.
watching a movie, literally just watching the movie 5 seconds ago, where I started laughing because the opening scene was a white man stabbing a blonde, big tit, skinny white girl in the first two
Right,
minutes and killed her off. So I mean,
right,
that's 1980s right there. So that movie just came out a month ago. That's why when you said it, I got lost. I was like, what? I just saw that. What he's talking. I just
right.
saw leading.
It's not to say that it doesn't exist. I'm just saying like more. I guess there's more balance of having women in leading roles or being so-called the
Yeah,
head
the main character. Yeah,
protagonists. Yeah,
gender swapping roles. So
yeah.
yeah,
So you can still have that as a pejorative as far as like having movies that still kind of tickle that fancy, but it's
yeah.
still
Well, they
even
figured out
even
a
in the
way to
slash.
introduce that and then bring in a woman leading
Have you
person.
noticed, like, even in the slashing movies, they still
Yeah.
tend to have like a woman surviving at the end and not the men?
Now that's what I'm saying is that the movie that I'm talking about, it's where you would have a man that stabs a woman to death, but the leading role isn't that person. He might be the villain,
Right.
but the leading person is a female.
Like, think about it. Are you talking about Scream by any chance?
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
So perfect example, right? Scream is nothing but women in that movie. So it's like
Right.
five leading women that are being chased, but the protagonist, the one that's going to end up being the rulers or the killers of the so-called guy that's doing the killing, is going to be women at the end of the day. They're gonna actually foil him. It's not going to be another man that's going to
No,
save the day. It's gonna be
the
women.
white woman kills uh, the white woman kills the white man.
Right, right. So that's what I mean. Yeah. So like but
Later on in the movie, spoiler alerts.
but that's not a
But
spoiler alert though. That's just
oh, I don't know. I don't know if people seen the movie. Just ain't that old, so I don't
I
let people
think it's
know.
common.
They
I
might have
think it's
missed it.
commonplace now that in these movies, even like the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre, woman protagonists
Mm.
end up, of course, you still get the feel of the woman getting, you got to have that pound of flesh. I think it's something about that still has to kind of put the victim narrative out there. But then also you have the hero protagonist that is not male centered anymore, is more of female centered. What they call it?
I just
Uh,
thought it was gender swapping.
yeah, you can call it that too, or it may actually be called that. But is it Proud Mary or it's something where they say Susie Q?
I'm about to say that was a good movie,
It's
a
a
good show.
term. It's a
Kill
term
Mary.
that they.
What's it called? Kill Mary or Mary Kill? I forget
It's
what
a,
the name of
it's a
that shit.
term
Good
that
though.
they use for like the female protagonist that is like kind of like she can't do no wrong. She know all the kung fu. She can
Uh
she
huh.
has all the moves. She can defeat 10 men at one time. The Kill Bill narrative. Like it started like she could destroy the 33rd Yakuza Japan,
Right.
cut all their heads off. And then at the top of that pyramid, who did she end up fighting at the end of that? It was
Mm.
another woman, right?
In what Kill Bill?
Kill Bill, at the head of
I don't
the
remember the end.
the end of it was killing the old head, the man at the end, the white man, like you said, David Carradine. But the head of the most dangerous people in that gang were the women. In fact, it
Yeah.
was third. Um, it was four women, one
Yeah,
guy, and
I
then the
love that
head guy.
movie.
Yeah, so even that,
What
even
about
that
Kill Bill?
narrative, yeah, even
Yeah.
that narrative, was Vivica Fox character,
Uh,
the other Asian chick. These are the most dangerous
uh,
women, by the dangerous people in his gang were the women.
I mean, sexy.
Yeah, the other Daryl Hannah was the other one that was mad about. She
Mm.
wanted to
They
replace
had
him.
Vivica and they had did they have Lucy? Was it Lucy Liu?
Lucy Liu, that's her. Yeah, I forgot her name. Lucy Liu was in that joint.
Is that who it was? I don't
Yeah,
remember.
yeah, 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 yeah,
I
yeah,
gotta look it up.
yeah, yeah. So what I'm saying is, going back to Trump's case, I think that something that would be, like you said,
Yep,
a
Lucy
nothing
Liu.
burger back there in in the 90s, or commonplace, so commonplace. It's just like the Bill Cosby situation, so commonplace that now would
Right.
be deemed to be, oh, that's teetering,
Yeah, back then, up until then, it was easy to rape women, sexually harass women, squeeze their tits, stick your finger in their between their legs. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
you talking crazy, man.
It was much easier. It was even easier before that,
You were talking
especially
crazy.
as a white male. I mean, niggas couldn't do it, but yeah, white men for sure.
We always regulated, right? Like it's like
But
the
when you don't, once you
but you
get money,
saw,
you're not
you
black no more. So
saw,
like
yeah,
Bill Cosby isn't a black person, so he doesn't. He would be applied.
no,
He would be a white man
oh, that's
in this
fun,
conversation.
yeah. So that's what I.
Because for some reason, the reality gets suspended as a black person. Once you get money, you become white. So it's a strange American phenomenon, but you know, it is a thing. So yeah, all the white males, and I guess maybe even in the black world, the Asian and Hispanic world, as far as their women are concerned, in the past you could do whatever you wanted to them, and no one cares.
Hmm.
But I guess that's changing, maybe more now than on some level than back then. I haven't heard of any Latinos getting in trouble or Asians getting in trouble for some reason, though. I guess they're not maybe prominent enough in the society to be used as an example. You know, 'Cause I know Jackie Chan done stuck his fingers in something. You've heard nothing from him. He's no trouble from the Asians. Yeah. They do got that Chinese protection. What is it? They said, what does that dude say? Complexion for the protection for how does that old 70s saying go?
um,
You
the
know, like,
complexion, the complexion,
protection
protection, or the
for
protection for
protection.
the, yeah, I
I
forget.
forget how it go, but it's
It's
like
one.
the Chinese.
It's one of those ways that it goes. Yeah.
It's like the Chinese protection now, though. You get the Chinese protection
Yeah.
for the complexion or some shit. I need that Chinese backing. You
Yeah.
know, I tell you, the rise of power, boy. Man, it's just amazing how you have to get checked, how things get checked once you get a couple of nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
It's
It's
crazy. These Asians are feeling themselves. Crazy to me. Crazy. But yeah, it just
it's
seems like we're the ones that's getting hit.
say what now?
It's just funny that it's like 80 million Latinos in the country, but I haven't heard not one of them get in trouble. One of the men get in trouble for anything. I don't even hear them get talked about as men or as anything. It seems like it's weird because the ones that pass as white obviously just fall into the white situation, but the other ones, outside of maybe Trump calling them rapists, you don't hear much about them though.
Nah.
It's not balanced out. At least you can spread this stuff around. It'll take some heat off of black men, but I'm feeling like it's just us and white folks. It's weird.
Hmm.
I mean, no Indians. I mean, nobody. No Arabs. You think like the prominent people in the culture. You got an Indian running for president, so you would think that you can get some kind of something on them, right?
Well, I think
Nothing.
that
They get nothing. Clean as a whistle. It's weird. Can't be possible. It got to be dirty. Cheat on your wife. Something. Give me something to work with.
I think it happens, but it doesn't.
Why is
It
it so
doesn't hit the
quiet though?
same.
It doesn't. It doesn't hit.
Yeah, it doesn't hit the same. It's not the feminism or the feminine rhetoric in those countries or in that culture per se
Dude, they
doesn't
trying to make them change.
doesn't
They're
hit the
trying to
same.
make them change their language. You know that, right? You heard about that?
Yeah,
Isn't that crazy?
very much
They're
so.
trying
Because
to figure out a way to take the feminine and masculine,
yeah,
and trying to replace it
yeah, replace the words. Yeah, to more fluidity in sexuality and stuff like that. Yeah.
Language is built off of gender. It's I
Mhm.
love it though because I don't know is it the only language like that? That's direct
No, there's a lot of African languages that are the same way, where it
that
doesn't
has two
translate.
for each. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, it doesn't translate the same. Yeah,
Yeah.
they have to use a combination of different words. I know in Zulu it's like that. Yeah,
Yeah, but I think they cause I forgot how I don't know if we got any Spanish speakers on. Cause I know you can say amiga, amigo, and then I think they or them would be amigas, something
yeah,
like that.
yeah,
You know, so they know they got. It's funny because it's just funny. 'Cause it didn't even click in my brain that like, oh right, they worried about his gender nonsense, and it's like there's a language in this
yeah,
country that's a big
yeah,
population of people that it's
yeah,
like their whole language is built off of masculine and feminine.
yeah,
Every word, damn near shit. It's just kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy.
yeah. And when you speak about both, it's more like we or them. It's like, but it's we and them as if family, and then others is them. You know, like
Yeah.
outside of
So
family.
you
So it's
can't
not
do this
right,
bullshit nonsense that
right.
we're doing.
So that's why when you do the a them they, yeah, that that's too
It'll disrupt their
just
whole system of
yeah.
everything. It would
So
break down everything.
they gotta form a almost like a sentence to kind of make it make sense in that
Yeah.
way. Yeah,
Yeah. It's
yeah.
such a distraction too, bro. And I keep
Um
trying to figure out, is it a distraction? Is it like if you had to measure some of this stuff, how would you think you would measure it though? Like how much of a distraction is it, or is it important? Is if it was a DEF CON number, like how low would it be versus like, nuclear war or famine, you know what I mean? Or whatever. You know what I'm saying? All the issues that we got so many of them. It just seems like this is like a surface level thing, but at the same time, it could be, destructive. Like
what
a
it
light virus that becomes, like the sniffles becomes a pneumonia almost. Like, yeah, it seems,
it
man, we should be focused on like, water treatment, make sure we get water and make sure food resource, like other things, like, trying to make sure we have enough, you know, things for people and resource, just
so
big issues. It's like, I don't, should we, is this them distracting us from the bigger things that are going on in the world, or is it critical?
as some
Because
of
you're
our
breaking things down.
Native American brethren used to say, um, back in the early 1600s and 1700s, white men speak in forked tongues. Your words have dual meanings. Like we don't have words for deceit, lies. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody that speaks true. You just speak candidly, straight up. Certain languages doesn't even have that kind of um, texture as far as language, as far as being able to manipulate words and language, and as far as like being able to kind of weave a story or narrative to get something that may not be something that you should have. Even negotiating certain terms where they would have Native Americans giving up land and they didn't even know that they was giving it up because they didn't think of land the same way that white people did. It's very interesting the way the language is. Oh, well, you just kind of gave us this territory. Well, how do we give them territory when it belongs to the earth? Like it doesn't compute the same way as far as the cultures are concerned. So you can't sign over something that is basically attribute out the ground. It doesn't make sense in the sense of how they viewed the world or viewed their culture, how they viewed the world or whatever. So it's interesting, man. Very interesting how they've been able to kind of terraform languages and kind of conform people into being a part of the larger, um, I guess, the way they define things to kind of give it a meaning in English. So I guess this will work with the translation in English. Like when you try to translate the language, when you use these terms in that
Hmm.
way, that
Hmm.
they want to have a certain word for it, you know, in their language. Like make up a word, like you write, change the language to a degree.
And that's what they're trying to do now.
Yeah, to make room for it. And then
Yeah,
you'll
the
get
language is very this language is very flexible, which is probably a good thing when you're trying
yeah,
to negotiate things or upgrade your nation or change it all the time or keep it changing. It gives you that flexibility. You're not restricted.
yeah. They
You
change this
know.
all the time. Definitions in the dictionary even changes.
Yeah.
You
Well, they're
know?
changing all of the not all of them. I forget. There are some of them they're changing. They're rewriting a lot of things. I'm trying to think. Man, it was something that was big that they've changed the definition of some stuff. I just can't remember right now. Man, I should have wrote it down when I saw it. But yeah, you're right. They are rewriting a lot of definitions. Matter of
Like I
fact,
remember,
I think they rewrote the either rewrote or added a definition to what's a woman, but I didn't look it up to confirm. I was just hearing somebody talk about it.
yeah.
I think I'm right about that. I'm gonna check it. I never actually looked to see did they really change it or was somebody just talking crazy.
And
Maybe they haven't changed it.
I think what's hard for people to understand is that it doesn't matter how you want to hold on to things as long
Mhm.
as your children get it. So when your children come up and they start saying these words and they
Mhm.
start kind of like getting used to that language become a part of their lexicon, then that's how it sticks. That's how it becomes a part of whatever, even if it was in your culture at that particular time, what you end up doing. So that's the reason why it's so dangerous because everything is so um open, especially with the web, internet, things of that nature. The culture gets to kind of spread a lot faster than it used to. Not unless you restrict certain channels and things of that nature as far as keeping your culture on lockdown, but it's still very, very difficult to do. Man, I'm hearing the echo. It's kind of bothering me a little bit.
Where?
It's on. I think it's on my end. I may have to drop down and go back, come back on. You don't hear it at all? Let me
Nope.
let me check the chat and see if they can hear it.
I
Hey, do you
don't hear
guys
an
hear?
echo.
Do you guys hear any echo on my? Let me see. On my end, anybody in the chat? Because I can hear the echo. This is
Well, Webster didn't change the definite. They didn't add anything to what is a woman, so that's good. No female, adult.
yeah.
Oh, dope. But Cambridge did the Cambridge dictionary. So
Thanks,
some of these
BJ.
dictionaries have changed it.
Let me drop down and I'm gonna come back up. You hear me?
Yeah, I'll wait for you.
All right.
Female. Let me see. What is this? Cambridge. I think they may have changed something. Adult, female, partner, woman in general. Could have sworn it just said anyone who identifies as a woman or a person who identifies herself as a woman. Oh, you back up
Yeah.
when they little. Huh?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, you was fine before on my side. I'm not listening to the
No,
show.
no, that was an echo.
Which your
I mean,
phrase for
I
transport
heard
and
the echo, so that's the reason why I was saying that. Let's see. Uh,
maybe it's me.
hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's back. Hello. Hello. Mm.
What's back? Let me turn this off.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't hear no echo when you say anything, but on my end, I can hear myself have an echo.
I
Huh.
turned everything off to make sure I'm.
I don't have any open screens here. Huh.
You said what now?
I don't have any open. Uh,
Windows. Or,
Most of them kind of closed, but
mm, mm, mm.
Man, that white woman is hit, man. God dang.
That what?
Woo. This whoever this white woman is, maybe this is the attorney. I don't know. Like the white Jean Carroll, the woman that
The
alleged
woman that he fingered.
yeah, in the dressing room or whatever. Where he probably don't even remember that shit.
Of course he don't. Of course he don't
Literally,
remember.
literally probably don't
He
even.
been through. He been a smash. He done smashed hundreds and hundreds of women.
He
Shit, if not
probably was
thousands.
a cocaine stupor man. Got up in there and just be like, "Come here, get over here." You know what I'm saying? Get your ass over here to me. Give me
Yeah,
that
she was
pussy.
with it.
Give me that
You
pussy.
know, you know, you know what's so crazy? The biggest hoes in this country are white women, right? They give it up easier than
No
anybody.
doubt.
I mean,
No doubt.
they the money shot at the end of the day, right? I love it, right? It's like it's easy breezy all day, every day. They are the most liberal by far, not even close in my opinion. And so I be like, how are all these white women coming out? Y'all give it up. Like, what are you talking about? You have no rules, you know, no
You
rules.
you said
It doesn't.
money.
It doesn't even make sense. Like if you know them, like I can't even process it. To be honest with you, I can't even process it.
Oh, I can
I
process it.
mean, they give it up. And this go. I don't even know when it started. Maybe it's always been like that since
Yeah.
we was kids. Since we was kids, I mean, it's money. I mean, it's all about having as much sex as possible. I mean, it's just the norm, like you said. It's just the norm. So it's so strange um,
In
for
1990,
people. And this is I'm talking about people at the bottom. The people at the
Mhm.
at the top, it's even more crazy, obviously. So I mean,
So yeah, that's around the time that the Monica Lewinsky scandal and all that shit started. So it started to take a turn around that time period anyway. 96 is 96, 97. The late 90s is when it really the sexual um what I would call the sexual kind of political correctness flip took place, the to try to correct the imbalance or whatever they deemed to be the imbalance between
what
men men and women were during that time period. You know, the Liberation Ellen came out.
you mean the gay stuff?
Not just the gay stuff, but it's just all of it. You know,
I
everything
thought
that's
the sexual
pertaining.
stuff was older than that.
It is
Being able
older.
to just
It
be a
is older.
whore.
I'm talking about the
Uh,
sexual harassment, the sexual
oh yeah,
abuse.
okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, not the free for all. That yeah, that's way back in the 50s and 60s, even before then,
Uh,
in the 20s where they got it in like that. You know, the little flick shows and
Because it
shit.
was really a right. It's really a rite of passage to be having sex in middle school and high school. That's 80s,
Yeah, in the
90s,
back of the
all
cars,
day, every day.
the back of the cars in the 50s and
Right.
shit with grease. You know,
Right.
they got
Like
it
I said,
in.
that's why I still get confused about these weirdo conversations because I'm like, I mean, it was just on like bones.
Yeah, it's all just context, man. It's just contextual conversation to get a little bit too loosey goosey, and people just kind of goes with what the narrative is more
Man, you
really.
go to any
Oh,
of the parties back then. I mean, they say it's even crazy. I've heard it's even crazy. I've been talking to some young folks. They said it's even crazier now.
I believe that
But the
too.
parties in the 80s and 90s, oh man, especially in the beach towns,
Yeah, no fear, no fear repercussions.
everybody getting it in. Man,
I mean, you would see
my
dudes just
goodness.
pull girls' shorts down, man. Daisy Dukes, you niggas just pull them shits down, be running and
Yeah,
running,
pull
running
yours
somewhere.
down.
That's what I'm
Shit, what are you
saying.
talking
It
about?
it it goes
I'm
both
about, I'm
ways,
talking
no
about them
doubt.
getting you.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, no
Like
doubt,
forget
no doubt. Yeah,
forget the
true,
opposite way.
true.
You just need to put yourself in. You just need to put yourself, in the spots. And I mean, it is
Yeah,
just it's
yeah.
raining. I mean, it's crazy.
So let me
I mean, you talking about man. It's unbelievable. You know what I'm saying? You talking about even in more conservative places, like even in the Northeast. I mean, where it's more conservative. I mean, it's out of control.
let's see. I think I have
You know
that.
what? I'm trying to think what space, because I mean all college campuses out of control. What spaces, especially the party schools, right? What spaces where you think that wasn't happening in the 80s and 90s? Do you think there was a space where? Because I knew people in churches. I mean, it was a freak show.
Yeah.
Do you know what spaces there that existed where you did not see men and women or boys and girls for that matter just going bug wild? Because I don't remember any safe havens. I mean, everybody could get it everywhere.
I would say more
Jail,
rural. I
under the
would
under
say
the
more
bleachers
rural
in
towns,
school, in the closets at church. I mean, everywhere.
but I don't know how true that is because
How
it
true?
seems to
What is
be.
what I'm saying? Or what are you
No, no, I'm
talking
talking.
about?
I'm
How
talking
true
about.
that is?
I'm you asking if whether like any safe
Right.
uh
Was there like a space
safe
you could move
places.
if you would have went to like maybe like an all boys military school or something? You didn't have access to anything, or all boys Christian
Yeah,
college or something. Maybe you couldn't
those all
unless
boys
you.
schools were like, yeah, they
Well, there probably
clearly
was a bed of homosexuality going on, a
right.
hotbed of homosexuality happening. But I mean, as far
Yeah.
as just having access to women, I was just trying to think of
I
what
was thinking
space could you
more.
have been to where it's like, yeah, nothing's going on here.
I was thinking more of rural areas.
Oh
But
hell no!
but that's what I'm
That's
saying.
all
Like
they do
I
is have
don't.
sex in rural area. If you live in a
Not,
small town and you listen to this call, you know everybody having sex. Y'all having sex with everybody. There is no
right.
rules in small towns, so
Right.
it's more rules in cities than it is in small
Right.
towns.
That's what I'm saying.
And I'm
So
dead serious about that. That is an absolute.
clearly
It is out
that's
of
not
control in small towns.
clearly that's not accurate. So I'm
Oh
saying if I
hell no!
in
I
my
don't know who
first
said no
mind, that's what I
nonsense
would
like
think.
that. Hell no.
That's what I would think.
Hell nah. No, no, no. Maybe in Mormon towns,
I
maybe
mean,
in Amish country, but
let me
not in
ask
no
you this.
regular American towns. That's all everybody's trying to do is have sex. It ain't nothing else to do but get drunk and have sex, but get high. Shoot. At least in the cities, you can be distracted by, other things you can get into. You know what I'm saying?
Do
You
you
have
have
things to
like
do in the cities, at least.
hey, thanks, BGS. Do you have like your echo cancellation on? I
Yeah,
can't
yeah, yeah,
respond.
yeah. That's all. That's always on. Yeah, it's on.
Okay, all right. Well, we can get into this article I wanted to read real quick. I think it's informative. Kind of goes over the case a little bit and kind of goes over some of his troubles and some of his future troubles, basically. Uh, and kind of there's a video within the article that I think is probably a
I say
little
well no.
bit informative um, about some of the things that he may have to go through as far as
And it's crazy because in his world, it's all sex, real estate, New York City. Everybody smashing everybody. You know what I mean? Like,
you know
and
who
I
he
think I
is.
think he has like 35 or 25 sexual. I mean, man, come
Yeah,
on, y'all. This is insane.
you know who Donald Trump is, man.
The
He's
regular everyday American man
no, he's not
who
regular.
happens to have money. Yeah,
That
he
we
is.
dis
Yeah, he regular.
me we
He
disagree on
regular.
that. Okay.
What's
Uh
not regular about Trump? Loud, crazy, boisterous, arrogant. He's a typical dude that
nah
gets
man.
chicks.
Nah, he's far from
So
typical.
what? So what is he then? So what are you going to deify him?
He
So tell me what he is.
I'm not
Since
deifying
he since he's some special
I'm not
person or
deifying
something.
him. I don't want to get into no argument this early in the conversation. But
Why not? Turn it up.
you're not gonna drag
Turn
me
it
into
up.
that about him being just any other regular smuggler white dude. He doesn't even his
I don't even care about
whole
his race. I'm talking about as an American. He's very American. That's all I'm saying. He's a very American person.
nah man.
Hypersexual, loves lavish things. I mean, what's more American than that? I
It's
mean, he's not a
it's
cattle
not
rancher American, obviously,
it's
but a
not
typical,
the
especially a city person. I mean, that's what y'all do. Shiny, loud. What are you talking about? I mean, for real, should I just drive anywhere? Big loud cars, names on everything. I mean, what I'm. Come on, man. That's not what that is.
can I respond?
Oh yeah, because he's not like a Bill Gates. Now Bill Gates, I wouldn't consider a typical American, and he's a multi-billionaire, obviously.
Trump is the antidote to cancel culture. So he has the audacity to do these things without fear. he's so opposite of what you're talking about because a lot of these guys
What?
they
He's the
hide in
opposite of what I'm
plain
talking
sight.
about.
Yeah, he hides in plain. They hide in plain sight. They do the same things that he do. Of course, they do this. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, his actions are very typical. What I'm saying is
Right.
the way he
He's
carries
like a
it.
street dude. He's loud.
But that's what I'm saying. And
No,
not only that,
don't put the shiny rims on your car. You're gonna get attention. Trump, I'm gonna put the shiny rims on the car. I got this. That's what it's the same. I look at it as the same thing. I can't see any difference. I don't see any difference. He's a loud American. You don't think that that's not typical in America? That we're loud.
nah, man, he's so different. It's you know how you can tell that he's different than the rest of them
Nope. No.
is when he gets on stage and they talking with each other and they do their whole deal as far as like letting loose, as far as these kind of debates and things of that nature. How he leans into the debauchery is totally different than what a lot of white people do.
So we're talking about. I didn't know I didn't know what you meant. So you mean like when he was going against the other 16 Republicans? You talking about in that context?
It's just not that. It's even against the media, the way he does interviews, the way he talks to people, the way he acts. Period. The reason why people gravitate towards
I
him is
mean,
the audacity.
a lot of shock jocks act like that back in the
Yeah,
day. It kind of reminds me
sometimes
of like 80s, 90s shock jocks.
that
Those guys got huge ratings. People gravitated towards those guys though. It's very. I just said it was. I just thought it was very American.
this is
You're
all
saying
I'm
that it's,
saying.
but you're saying that it's not that. You're saying that it's something else because you're comparing him to more conservative people in America.
No, no, no.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
I'm
It's the reason
comparing
why
I'm
It's the
comparing
reason why
him
he's popular. It's the reason why.
I'm comparing him to his contemporaries, people that are in his same spaces. He does things totally different than what a lot of people do. That's why a lot of people like him. That's why people he reveals truth without actually trying to reveal truth because of how freely he moves around in his actions, so to speak. Did you see
Right,
that? Did you see that?
but
Did
is
you see
his
that speech?
behavior and his actions
Hold on,
familiar or foreign?
hold on. It's familiar.
Then
The
what are
way
we
he
talking
the
about?
way the way he broadcasted is foreign. It's presentation. So there's a way you present.
Him being himself and not being a program like Ron DeSantis.
Exactly. That's
So
exactly it.
again, I don't understand. He's relating
It's
to people because
present.
he's just being himself.
Okay. And
No,
being yourself is
or being a
almost
turned up version of
anti.
himself.
Hold on. Just let me finish this out, bro. I want to finish out what I'm trying to say so it's not misunderstood, okay? He's being himself, his most authentic self. And what I'm saying is that is so different. The reason why the media has an issue with him in the programming is because he's a publicist's nightmare. Anytime that he comes on, you talk about it all the time. He just talks off the cuff, just says what he wants to say. I think he's going to go on CNN if I'm not mistaken. That's a
Yep.
mistake. That's a mistake in my estimation because what they're going to end up doing is ask him a couple of questions. They're going to Colonel Jessup him, and he's going to go in there. You goddamn right, I did. He's going to do that shit. he, he's going to
Yeah,
lean
but
in.
the media is fake
Hold,
news.
hold
All
on,
that
hold
stuff's
on,
fake though.
hold on, my
Everything you're
man.
talking about is fake stuff though. All
Hold,
that stuff's
but
fake. Who cares
that's
about
what I'm trying.
CNN, MSNBC, and
That's what I'm trying to
that
tell
stuff's
you.
old.
You're not listening.
That's propaganda stuff. That's
You're
not real.
not
That's not even
listening,
news.
man. You're not listening, brother.
Yeah,
What,
but
what I'm trying to
don't
tell
kind
you.
of juxtapose or like create this thing between the so-called media. What media? What are you talking about? What is that? Nobody looks at that stuff.
Nobody looks it up.
They get like 100,000 views. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you even?
Nobody looks
I
at
don't
what.
understand the media part. When you say media, who are you talking about? So CNN and Fox News, MSNBC is propaganda stuff. Like that's no news. That's not even media.
So
I don't
so
even
what?
that's entertainment or something. I don't know what
So
that
so
is.
what do you consider not to be propaganda? You tell me, Paris.
I don't know at this point, but I don't
Think
even know
about
when
it.
you say
No, no,
media. I
no.
don't even
Let's
know what
let's
that means at this
let's
point.
go. Let's go there. You want to go
So
there? What do you think? Hold on. No, 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 no,
using
no.
that as
Let's
an
go there
example
real
is not
quick.
working for me.
No, no. It doesn't matter if it works for you or not. What do you consider to be
It doesn't work
propaganda?
for anybody. They're companies. Those
What do you
companies are going
consider to be
bankrupt. What are you talking about?
propaganda? I'm asking you. What do you consider to be propaganda? Period. What
I
do you
just said
consider?
it. CNN,
Anything
Fox
that's
News,
on
MSNBC.
TV, anything that's on this internet, anything that is broadcast is basically
I'm not
manipulated. Hold
propagandist.
on, hold on,
I'm
hold
not a
on,
propagandist.
hold on,
What are you
hold
talking
on,
about?
hold on. anything that's on news, anything that is presented, anything that is talked about in meetings is a form of propaganda, mind manipulation information. That is what we live
Is
in.
that
That
what
is
you're
the
doing?
world we live in. No, 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 no. I'm not talking about me. I'm not talking about you. I'm asking you very specifically
I literally
anything.
just said
Hold on.
CNN, Fox
It's
News, and
that is
MSNBC.
that
And
goes
when you
without
say
being
the
said. You're
media,
not
and
saying
when you say
anything.
Trump
You're
is
not
going on
saying
the
anything
media,
when you say that though. When you say that, you are like you making up some kind of grandiose type of idea about what is basically being
well, hell,
manipulative.
everything I
People
say
know
is
that they're being
grandiose. So
manipulated.
that's just what it is.
But
I
I'm
can't help that. I'm
asking
built. That's how
you,
I'm built.
I'm asking you very specifically anything that you listen to. If you listen to anybody on these so-called airways that have any kind of so-called what I would call push or influence or people working for them or whatever the case may be, that is a form of propaganda. There is a message that is trying to get out. Now, one thing that you can do, you could check
Yeah,
the
but
so-called. Hold on, hold
if
on,
you're trying to
hold
push out
on,
messages,
hold on, brother, hold on. Because see, I want to be clear because I understand what you're trying to say. You know what I mean? And I think there's merit to what you're trying to say. But everything that you listen to should be combed through. You should look for the facts first. You should
they're
not
not giving
hold
you
on,
facts on CNN,
hold on.
MSNBC, and Fox.
I'm not.
It's propaganda. It's
If they're
government
asking this,
controlled
I'm not talking
nonsense.
about an
So when
interview.
you
They're
say
asking.
Trump,
Hold on,
it
hold on, hold
doesn't
on, hold on.
matter. They're
Stop it,
trying to get the
stop.
ratings up, man. Them
Stop.
companies are
Of
failing. Them
course,
businesses are over with.
ratings first. Hold on,
So
of
give
course,
me
ratings
another
first.
example of media. Go find me some
Hold on.
other media. Don't use them. Those are not good examples no more. Those
So,
things are
so,
dead
so,
now.
so,
Find
who's
some you
legitimate?
go
Who's
give me
legitimate
a
in your
different.
eyes?
I don't know.
Hold on.
Find me somebody
You
that's
give me a news source.
successful.
You tell me what's
Find
legitimate.
me
Then.
just
You
use
tell me who you should speak to.
sources
Who's
that
going
are
to give
really
up the
getting
real?
clicks and views and getting
Hold
hits.
on, hold on.
Hell,
We just
use
talked about
his.
how he is, right?
Use his machine. Use Truth Social. Use his
Man,
machine. Go with
bullshit,
that one.
bullshit, man. Come on now. Truth
Yeah.
Social, his platform.
He's giving CNN a breath of life. He's giving them a ratings bump. Those shows are trash, bro. Nobody's gonna
Why is
watch
he
that
going on there
nonsense.
then? Why is he going on there, man? If what you
But
say is true, why is he going on
he's
there?
a media whore though. He loves the
Why is he
attention. He
going
loves
on
the
there?
attention.
Paradox. You think Donald Trump is stupid? Do you think he's stupid?
What do you mean?
Do you think he's stupid?
I mean, what do you
Why
mean
is
by
he
that?
going on there? Why is he going on there then? They don't have no pull. It's all propaganda. He knows it's a trap. Why you walking into it?
No, it's
Why?
not. No, it's not a trap. They're desperate.
Okay. So they're desperate. So what is his benefit? What is it? Who is it benefiting the
Oh,
most?
my
Is it
phone keep
benefiting the
going out.
channel or is it benefiting him?
What do you mean, CNN? The
Yeah.
interview?
Yeah.
Um, I would say since they hate him so much and they've been attacking him for so long, and he knows that they're failing, it could be something as simple as I want to keep punishing you. I want to keep beating up on you. I want to keep banging against you. I want to continue to destroy your network. Could be something simple as that.
Right.
That network is failing. Matter of fact, the new guy that's taking over the network is trying to transition the entire business structure. That's one reason why he's actually even going on there, by the way, because they were pretty much getting ready to go into bankruptcy. The only thing that's holding them together is their little cable network deals. No one watches that stuff. But if they decide to start to lean more to the right and transition out of what they've been doing for the last 7 or 8 years, Trump could be the beginning of that, depending on how they're going to treat him and how they're going to cover it.
Does that make them more legitimate in your eyes if they do that?
If they stop doing what they've been doing for the last several years, I would start back watching it. I can't even watch it. I don't know what they're doing. I have no idea what they're talking about. I consume
Unless
a tremendous amount of media, and so when they start
that's what
just,
I'm saying. Hold on.
I don't know what they're doing. I watch and read all type of stuff
Uh-huh.
that's giving out good information. That's just information. I don't know what them three networks are doing the last, I don't know, 7 or 8 years, man.
So
It's
so
disgusting,
CNN, hold on,
actually.
CNN, MSNBC, which is so-called liberal media, which is not even
I
half.
don't
Hold
know
on,
what that
hold on,
stuff is.
hold on, hold
You
on.
keep
Listen what
calling
I'm
them
saying.
media. I don't
Listen
know
what I'm
what it
saying.
is.
You just said that. That's what you said.
No, I didn't say that. I said I don't know what they are. I don't know. I've been watching them for
Okay,
years,
no,
but I'm
no,
trying
no.
to
Let me
understand what
ask
it
you
is.
then. Let me
So
ask
it
you.
has to be propaganda. It has to be some
Let
sort
me
of
ask you. What is
government
your
machine that's running them networks now. Something took them over. I don't know what they're doing. It doesn't make any sense.
so of course, right?
And you can't lose
We
me. I
don't
love watching this stuff. And they lost me, so I know
we
it's
don't
bad.
disagree. There is a form of propaganda. My
Well,
whole argument was that he shouldn't go on there. He shouldn't give it
well,
life.
I don't, but I don't know who's called him and said, "Hey, we're changing now. We're sorry. Come on our network." I don't know if that conversation happened or not, because
I'm
like I
pretty
just
sure
told you,
I'm pretty
that
sure it's
company is
changed.
failing as a
Hold
business,
on.
and they're starting to transition out of what they've been doing because it has failed. That's all I'm saying.
I'm pretty sure that call probably happened. They probably begged
No.
this man to come on, and his ego. That's what I'm trying to say. We're talking about him as a pejorative. I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose track on him. He's
Well,
going
you
to
the
say
one that
whatever
jumped
he
on the
has to say.
CNN conversation. I mean, it
No,
is
no,
a
you did
failed
that.
business.
You did that. I said that
Yeah,
he's
and
going
it's
to go on there.
propaganda. It's
Hold on.
nonsense. They're
I
just
said
stealing.
he's going
It's
to.
like they're wasting your time watching it.
It
They're
doesn't
not even
diminish what
saying
he's going
anything.
to
Is
say
my
on
whole
there.
point. It's nothing's
If he
happening.
goes on, hold on. If he goes on there and destroys CNN, then that's all for the better,
No,
right?
he's not going. He's not going to do that. So they probably already had a conversation about what they're trying to do as a business,
Of course.
and so he probably said, "Fine, now come on,
Okay.
treat me nice."
Okay.
And if they don't treat him nice, then he'll start beating them down again.
Okay. So whatever happens, happens, right? What I'm saying is, to me, he shouldn't give it life. If he's going to be totally against the so-called network, he think this is all fake news. Why go on there and give it life? Because you're going to feed into that to a degree. So to
Well,
me,
Trump is
it's a
not going
negative on
to.
his part.
He's not going to necessarily control it either way. You know what I'm saying? He's going to plug in, do what he do, and it's going to be up to CNN as a corporation to figure out what they should do next and how they should handle themselves going forward to maintain their business structure.
So is Fox
That
bigger?
that's going to be more on that particular company.
So let me ask you a question: is Fox bigger than both CNN and MSNBC?
Yeah,
Do they have more? Do they have more eyes on them more so than both of
yeah,
those networks combined?
yeah.
So
They're a monster.
Is Fox left leaning?
No,
Are they a far right engine of propaganda?
uh, yeah, I'm gonna go. I wouldn't say far right, but they have all of it. They have conservative, far right, super far right,
Uh huh.
mega far right,
Uh
ultra
huh.
far right,
Uh huh.
ultra. What is it called? What's the
So
rightest of the right?
so how
Libertarian, all that stuff. Yeah.
so how do the so-called cowboys of the media get to say that everybody else is not really everybody else is making money except for them, everybody else is getting the eyes except for them when they lead in ratings and they lead in everything else? And they're the number one each year when it comes down to media. It doesn't make sense to talk that way when you basically are making all the money and you got all the eyes on you. That it's the contradictions for me, dog. That's what I'm saying to you.
As far as what? As
Well,
far
well,
as Fox
well.
News being popular, what are we talking about?
What I'm saying is they lead in media.
Yeah,
They lead in media when it comes down to the so-called news apparatus.
yeah, but it's still
So they
nonsense.
hold on,
Doesn't change. It doesn't change that. It's still
hold on.
propaganda. It's still
I'm what, I, what I'm
they're
trying.
still bending. They're still
I
bending and pushing a lot of government propaganda. That's all I'm saying.
exactly. I'm trying to lead
You
to a
know.
bigger point, right? The hypocrisy of it all. Because if that's the case, right, why would you still come on there acting like you really care about so-called conservative and family values, and the country seems to still be leaning far over to the weaker networks? Like, see, you just said it, CNN damn near going bankrupt, right? They don't have no
Yeah.
power. MSNBC
Uh,
going bankrupt. They don't have no power. We remember when it used to be what called
they're
Liberal
being
One. What's it called? Liberal One at first, when it was just strictly in this region, in this area, where it was just like,
yeah.
was it Radio One and Liberal? It was something. It was
Radio
called,
One, probably. I don't know. No, it's not Radio
it was
One. I
something.
don't remember.
It was something. It was called something when it was just racial matter. It was just real weak, very, 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 very timid at that point. No
Yeah.
shows, hardly any bra. I mean, Fox been running the gambit since the 90s. You know this. Been whipping that trick for the night since the 90s all out into the 2000s. You want to go to radio? We talking about propaganda, right? Let's go to radio. Radio, right?
Well,
Rush
they rule
Limbaugh.
the radio.
Hold on. Rush Limbaugh. What's the other guy that's on the Christian used to be on Bill O'Reilly's, I mean, the list goes on. Mark Levin. I mean, they
Yeah,
crushed
but
local radio.
the moment a
Oprah.
lot of those guys start speaking more the truth, though, they get kicked off
Oh,
their
it
networks, like Tucker
doesn't.
Carlson, like
It
Bill
doesn't.
O'Reilly,
Yeah, but
like
Tucker Carlson is going to get. He's going to get. Guess what? He's going to
what's
get.
my guy's name?
Guess what? Tucker Carlson's going to get.
Glenn Beck, and on and on.
Yeah, Glenn Beck is another one. Guess what?
Even on the left, they've lost a lot of people because
Who
I don't, like
makes
I told you, I don't know what they're doing with those
who
three
makes more
networks and who
money?
controls them. I don't know if it's the FBI that's in charge. Like, I don't know what they're
It's
doing on those
deeper than
things, but
that.
it's
You know
something
that.
else
Chris,
weird going on with them
who makes
things,
more
man.
money? Chris Como, Don Lemon, or the Rush Limbaughs of the world, or not even the Rush
Well,
Limbaughs of the world.
Rush
Bill
Limbaugh
O'Reilly.
clearly is like he probably was the biggest
I mean,
outside of
it's so many of those guys
the lefty Jew
that we don't
dude.
even really talk about on a regular basis. That talking about anti-culture, the anti-left, and the large media apparatus, and it's just like, dude,
But
it's
all
like,
those guys on the
hold
right
on,
bang
hold
against
on.
Fox News and bang against corporate
I
media.
I know they bang against each other as far as who can be the most conservative, who's going to be the most whatever. But what I'm trying to say is they get a lot of funding, they get a lot of ears, they get a lot of eyes, they get a lot of money pushing them. They have a very robust support system. They're not out here just floundering. It's not the opposite. You would think that it's the opposite. And then they complain like it's basically the opposite that's happening. Like CNN and MSNBC are the big guys, but you just said it. These are the weak guys. They're the weak. They're the weak.
I
They're the
don't.
weak
Yeah,
sauce.
but I don't know what position are you taking.
Well,
I don't understand
what I'm trying
who
to
are you
say,
talking for. I
no,
don't get it.
I'm not trying. I'm not trying to talk for anybody. I'm just trying to give an observation.
Who said that? Who
I'm giving
said
an
that the
observation.
conservative radio
I'm giving an
and Fox News
observation.
isn't powerful? I don't understand. What's the point? Who are you arguing
I'm
against?
giving an observation against basically the narrative that's being pushed out there, like the
Who's
left,
pushing the
like
narrative?
the
What are you
left,
talking about?
like the left runs the media, and
I
it's
have
not
my
true.
own mind. I'm telling you what I think it is. I don't know who you're talking to when you're
I'm
saying what you're
talking.
saying right
I'm
now.
talking to you.
Yeah, but it
I'm talking
sounds
to
like
you.
you saying that I'm pushing propaganda. That's what it sounds like you saying.
No,
That I'm
man.
trying to say that
No,
I literally said, seeing
no.
I'm talking about three corporate media. I'm not talking about the New York Times, the New York Post, the LA Times. I'm not talking about the Washington Post. We can get into all that. That's a whole other thing that's going on. But I was just focusing on the three cable news channels that tend to have a lot of influence over the years, more so than everybody talks about everybody, of course, constantly. Of course, everybody's getting fed from similar places, of course, when they start doing headlines. But it's the a lot of the conversations that those three networks have been having over the last 7 or 8 years, to me, that just have seemed unusual. And like they're not really covering news. That's all I was talking about. So getting into Rush Limbaugh and
And
conservative radio and
and
who has
and
most power,
Fox
I'm not even talking about that. That
and
doesn't even
Fox
that's
News
irrelevant.
and all of them, they do cover news. They cover the real news. What difference? What's the difference between those two? Is there a difference for you, or are they the same? Did you drop off? Hello, Paradox. Paradox. Can you hear me? Maybe it's me. Hold on. Chat. Can you guys still hear me? Just just drop a yes in the chat. Oh, okay. So he fell off. So all right, so we we kind of veered off into the whole propaganda piece, but um, I I think that is very interesting, just from my point of view, on how this has always been kind of played up as far as like uh, it seems to be real popular now, especially with the way that people view media. That media is automatically left leaning, and I push back against that because um, the most popular media, especially when it comes down to news, And that type of news is clearly Fox News. Clearly. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Paradox, you back? So that's my synopsis of it all. I get
Oh, can you hear me? My bad.
yeah, I can hear you now.
Where did I drop off at?
I was asking you whether you thought that MSNBC,
How long did I drop
CNN,
off for?
I didn't when I asked you that question, it was a silence.
Stop lying, bro.
I'm serious. It's like I
Oh
it's like
my
I it's like I checkmated you, like boom. And you was quiet for a long time. I'm like, I got him. It's like, got him,
God.
coach.
I've been talking for that long to myself.
Oh, so you didn't hear what I was saying? Hey,
God
can't hear you.
damn.
I knew you weren't gonna let that go. Right when I asked that question, you was
You
silent.
telling me I've been
Nobody
talking
said
for that
nothing.
long?
Nobody heard anything after that question, bro. I'm trying to tell you, man. So what did you say? Go ahead.
I don't even know. I was feel like I've been talking for 10 minutes. How long was I? How long was I gone?
Yeah,
How long was I off for? How long was I silent for? Was it like 30 seconds or was it like 5 minutes? Because
it
it felt
wasn't
like I've
that
been talking for
long.
like 10 minutes, it seemed
It
like.
wasn't that long. Maybe like two
Oh, okay.
minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, dang, that's kind of funny. I don't even know what the last thing I said. We can just go to something. I don't know. I don't, man, I'm mad about that. Shoot.
I don't know why you mad.
I can't repeat what I just said. It was good too. Stream of consciousness, man. I'm just
But
going. I
whenever
think I
you
got
get
this
it,
power saver thing on. That's what keeps going. My phone never done that. That's this power saving thing.
whenever you get it back, man. Whenever you get it back,
So
you
what was that question?
well, what it was asking was that
I didn't say anything about the Fox News thing. You didn't hear me say anything about that at all.
it was silent. I just told you it was silent after
Jesus
that.
Christ.
I told you it was just like it was like a it was quiet for a second. I thought you was just pausing to think about what you was going to say. And then I'm like, nah, I know this dude. I know this nigga ain't gonna be quiet like this. I know you got something to say. And that was when I asked, like, Paradox, are you there? And you
What
wasn't
was
saying
what was
nothing.
the last question?
The question that I asked that you fell off on was do you think that Fox News, MSNBC, or CNN, do you think that they're actually the same when it comes down to the so-called propaganda that disturbs you, or do you think that it's different? I didn't actually say it like
You
that.
mean? Oh, you mean are they all giving out different information? You mean like that in that
Not
kind of
different
way, or they
information.
all?
Do you think
Uh,
they're all problematic the same way? Is basically what I'm asking.
Oh, yes, absolutely,
Okay.
1000%.
So what were you saying though?
Have
What were
you
you saying?
heard Judge Janine or Chris Hayes or um Don, well, not Don Lemon no more. I was gonna say Don Lemon, but
Yeah, I don't
Anderson
even know.
Cooper or
I don't
whatever. I
even know
mean,
who are the people that are even left
I
at CNN.
I'm
Like
out.
they clear
I'm
all
out.
of them out of there.
Yeah,
They're
I'm
out of
out.
there.
I mean,
Uh,
I'm cleared out, so I don't even know who's there. And really, to be honest, I mean, it's just nonsense.
I think it's
It's just
Sarah Snyder
nonsense
is probably
happening.
going to be. She's going to probably get
Yeah,
a show. That other white lady, I don't know who that. I don't forget her name. Just kind of like she does the little prompt. I mean, I don't watch CNN
I
as I
can't
used to
watch it.
either. But
Yeah,
I think
I
that
tried to hold on to like a couple of shows, and they just, like I said, man, it's just a waste of time watching. You might well just read the articles and just look up stuff. It's just nothing. You can't. I can't even play this white noise no more. You should just have it on, just
yeah,
on, and I can't
articles
even do that no more because it's just so ridiculous.
articles because of the editorial type of writing that needs to take place to kind of get a foundation, even for an opinion piece, are
Yeah,
way more informative than watching it on TV. Somebody talk about it. It's
yeah.
way more informative because if
They
you look
spent
at it, the
4 years
facts.
talking about one subject.
You talking about Trump?
Yeah, like literally every
Yeah, but
day,
he's the
24/7 with all the things going on in the world. Like, what is happening?
yeah. That's a deeper discussion that needs to be had on that.
Well, you
I
brought up
think
Trump.
that Yeah, we've
You're
been
you
talking
telling me
about it.
that it ain't strange that a news organization, supposedly a supposed media company,
Do you remember
literally for
Cleveland?
5.5 years, well now it's more than that, but at the time, for 5.5 years, two networks specifically, MSNBC uh, MSNBC and CNN, triple quadrupled down on talking about one subject. It has to be something's not right here. Like this is not, you know what I mean? Like something's not right. There's just something's not right with that. I don't know how to understand. I don't really know how to understand it, but that's something that you should not be doing. It's just too much going on in the world that you should be spending time on. Be it everything, man. I don't even have to list out the stuff. Just everything you should be focused on and highlighting and bringing to the forefront for people to have debates about, discussions about, or whatever. And they did not do that. They shouldn't even have been. I don't. Even, I guess it's their company; they can do whatever they want to do, obviously. But it's just like I said, to do. I don't know how I don't know if you would. I don't. I hate trying to involve the government in everything, but do you maybe something that should have been done back then about that? And to target an individual person like that, just something just don't seem right about it. And you may think differently. I don't know.
No, I think it's the same fascination that they had with Trump was the same fascination that Fox News had with Obama when he was in office. Would you agree?
No,
Wow.
no, no,
Really?
no. If Trump was the second black president, he would have been considered. I would consider it more racist than to Obama. If he was a black person, I would have said they're more racist to the second president, the black president, than the first black president.
I understand with the news coverage and everything that
I
you're talking about.
watch and read everything. That's all I do all day long. I'm
Right.
telling you, what they have done to this one individual human being doesn't seem. If you cannot see that something is not right, I don't know what to say.
I'm
Why is
going to
my
ask
phone keep
you,
doing
I'm
that?
going to ask you one more time, okay? And I really want you to think about it. I'm not saying that they didn't have more. There may be more stories about.
If you do not understand what they are doing, you need to reevaluate what you're talking about. If you cannot
Yeah,
understand what they have been doing,
we fundamentally
it's
disagree. If you
we
don't
shouldn't
see
be
it,
disagreeing. It
but
should
that's what I'm
just
saying.
be. It's right
It,
in your face. I mean, like, what
how?
else is
How
there
is it
to
different than
say?
how is it different than the
Do you
fascination
remember
that Fox
Obama? Do you
News?
remember that?
Yes,
I don't think you
yes,
do.
yes. And I was listening to, that I was listening to a lot of conservative news at that
Of
particular time
course.
frame. That's
Yes.
all. I was focused on it, sort of like how you're focused on so-called
I
CNN.
was focused
And
on
at
Obama.
least,
I was locked in.
hold on. And at least when I was listening to them, their network was skyrocketing at that time. You had these people basically running news, all kinds of so-called news about Obama, the birtherism, all kinds of stuff, man. All kinds of stories about him and how he was raised and is he an American citizen? Come on, bro. Nah, man. Michelle Obama going into her and talking about her constantly, bagging on who she was and how she presents as a first lady. I mean, dude, it was every day. It was nonstop. Same shit, man.
No,
Different
no.
channels.
If you can't, if
Different
you can't
channels.
see, if
Different
you can't
channels.
see, you said different what? Different
Different
channel.
channels. The reason
Dude,
why,
I watch more Fox News
let me
than
say this.
CNN
Let me say
and
this.
MSNBC when Obama
Let me
was in
let me
office,
say
just to
this.
see the contrast.
Let me say
And
this.
when you compare,
Donald Trump has done more so-called things out in public, and he has more of a braggadocious type of attitude, which leans into the media apparatus way
right,
more than Obama does,
right,
which basically feeds the beast when it comes down to the
yes,
so-called machine. I give
yes,
you that, but that's
yes.
part of the reason why
This
that
is we on
happened.
a whole other
You're not
level here,
talking.
man.
You're not
What you're
talking
saying is
about
what
somebody
you're
that
saying.
you're not talking about somebody that falls back. He leans in. Obama is passive aggressive. Trump is aggressive. He's
Obama is
narcissistic
a
kind of
typical
aggressive.
president, bro. He's 101 president, man. Typical. Nothing to
All
see
right,
there.
man. All
Typical.
right, we getting into the weeds.
Trump on the other hand, is literally like fire. Like he's like a storm that just doesn't stop.
Right.
I don't even on that even on how you're describing him and
You
his
don't think
interaction
he
with the
feeds
media
into it? You don't think he
tells you
feeds
that
into it?
it's way more we're on a
We're
way
talking
different,
about
we're on a
cases.
whole nother
We're talking
wave.
about do President Obama, did
Man,
President Obama have
I
these
watched
kind of
Fox
so-called
News
legal
bend to
issues
Obama.
before he
I
became
watched
president?
Fox News
Hold
and
on.
conservative media bend to Obama. One that I'm gonna put it this way. I'm gonna put it this way. If Obama was
Unbelievable.
if Obama was 1% of Trump, they would have killed him. Obama is a typical regular middle of the road Democrat. He did he they
Say that, say that, say that
I
one more
watch.
time. Say that one more time, what you just said. No,
He's
no,
a
no, no, no.
typical middle of the
Before
road Democrat
before you said that, because I think people may miss that. Say what you said before you said that. If he was
I don't
1% of
remember
who?
of
If he
Donald
was
Trump
1% of who?
of Donald Trump,
They
a
would have
white
what?
man, Donald Trump. They would have killed him
Okay.
for sure.
All right. So
And
I don't need to say
he's
anything else.
half white.
I don't we don't have to say anything else. I'm ready to move on, man. If you're ready to move on, we can move on, bro.
But what I said isn't true.
No, that's where we concur right there. Other stuff, I don't know what the fascination with Trump is. I don't know what
But
it is.
you just said it when he's leaning into things, he's creating it.
Yeah,
So
but
I don't
I
even know how
don't.
you can compare it to Obama. Obama is a regular president who
Yeah,
happened to
but
be black. So he may have
besides
got
that,
more attention. He may have got more attention, but that was just
besides that part,
more of the
besides
that
that
was
part,
politics stuff right there. That
besides
Fox
that
News
part,
covered all type of topics back then.
besides that
They did
part,
not bet their whole network. MSNBC and CNN has they bet their network on Trump. I've never seen anything like that before.
hey, guess what he
I watch
guess
all
what
this
he keeps
stuff,
doing
bro.
though.
I
Guess what
watch
he
Fox News
keeps doing
way
though.
more than you watch Fox News.
But guess
Not even Fox News,
I
Fox
I
News,
agree
Fox
one
Business.
thousand
I watch
percent.
all that stuff. And I'm
I
gonna tell you
agree one
something.
thousand
As
percent.
much as they focused on Obama, the problem was Obama is a constitutionalist. He followed all the damn rules. He did everything. They couldn't do
Exactly.
anything. It was nothing to talk about.
Exactly.
He
But
didn't
they
make the
still
news.
talked about him though. That's my point,
Well, he's the
Paradise. They
president.
still
They're gonna
talk
no. He's the president. They're gonna talk
that
about him.
it's not regular to
What
have
I'm
the
saying
no,
is
you
this:
know what I mean. They try to get
because
salacious with him. They try to
they
do
couldn't do
the
it though. It didn't do it.
I
It didn't
know.
happen.
I
It was
know.
boring.
But
Nothing
they still
happened. It was
tried.
boring,
They
especially the
still
second term.
created narrative. They still did what you're talking about. It was the same thing. They still try
Yeah,
to
but it was
create
much.
something out
It
of
was
nothing, right? They
look,
still try to
look.
create something out of nothing. But the problem with
No,
Trump is there's
Fox,
something with that nothing. There's something
MS,
with that nothing.
MS,
Trump has
MSNBC,
did things. Would you agree?
MSNBC
Trump has
targeted.
did things.
Hold
Would
up,
you agree?
hold up.
Would you agree?
I'm gonna answer it in a second.
Okay.
MSNBC targeted Bush. It ain't like the Trump thing, bro. They was calling Bush Antichrist. He's a monster. He's a war criminal. Cheney's a monster. What's the guy's name? Uh, Condoleezza Rice is a monster. They stole the election from Al Gore.
Yep.
Oh God, what is the vice president's name? Why not vice president? What is the main
Sure.
warhead? The war guy. Oh man, Romney. Not Romney.
Not
God
Romney. You
dang,
talking
what is
about
his
either
name?
Dick Cheney or you talking about Dick Cheney?
No, my guy. No, not Dick Cheney. It's my guy. He was the Secretary of Defense. Oh man, I'm just mad. I can't think of his name right now.
Secretary
But
of
anyway,
Defense. That during what administration?
Bush. I was just talking about how really MSNBC, CNN was I
You
would
was
say
talking
was
about
still
Colin Powell wasn't. What's Colin Powell? Colin Powell wasn't.
Rumsey. I
Oh,
can't say
William
his name.
Rumsfeld. William
State,
Rumsfeld.
not necessarily defense. That may have been. I think Powell. What did Colin Powell have?
He served under his
He had
father.
defense, right?
Yeah, he served under his father that role, but he wasn't.
No,
I
he
think you're
got a
talking
good.
about.
He got a job at under. Didn't he get a job under?
Yeah, he had a job under the administration, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't the
I
same
gotta look it
role.
up. Right. I'm just
You
trying to
talking
think. It was
about? I think
Secretary
you're
of
talking
Defense
about
and
Williams. I
Secretary
think
of
you're talking about
State.
Williams Runsfeld, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
Rumsfeld. There we go.
Yeah,
Rumsfeld.
that's
Rummy.
what I was just
Yeah,
saying. Yeah,
Rummy.
William
My bad.
Runsfeld. Yeah,
Yeah, Rummy. Oh, Rummy.
right.
But
Yeah, he was a
anyway, my
he was a maniac, bro. Yeah, straight killer. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, we got a
no
long
chaser.
discussion about him. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I love it. But you take guys like that, and MSNBC was hitting them pretty hard. But what the Trump thing, I just thought it was. I just don't see how you cannot see that this is a whole different thing. I'm not even saying trying to destroy him per se, just his interaction with them and their interaction with him. To me, I've never seen before. I just haven't seen it on at this level and spent that much time because I feel they would have got off Trump after maybe the first 18 months or so, but to just stay in it and just nonstop is I just thought it was you know a lot. You know that's all. Because around campaign season and before somebody runs, you say whatever throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. Don't care.
Donald Rumsfeld. My bad. Donald Rumsfeld.
Donald, there
My
we go.
word.
Donald
Don.
Rumsfeld, yeah,
Don.
yeah, Donald, yeah, Donald,
The
yeah, yeah,
Don.
yeah. Bush's brain,
Straight man.
all of them, yeah,
And then the other guy with the glasses, I forget his name. The
yeah.
Carl.
Bush's brain, Karl
Carl
Rove,
Rowe. Carl Rowe.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. The media came out to them. It was crazy, but it still had. They still talked about other stories, and they stayed on Bush, bro. They stayed on him being stupid. I mean, it was just nonstop. MSNBC was just relentless
Well,
on George Bush.
remember on
They tried to make
Saturday
him
Night
the
Live,
Antichrist, bro. It was
they had
crazy.
Carl Rowe having like some kind of puppet machine behind him.
Yeah,
Talking
for sure, all the time. This is Dick Cheney's White House. I mean, it was
about.
just nonstop.
Yeah, man.
And they're manipulating him, giving him bad information, not telling him all the intel. Convinced him to go into Iraq. I mean, it was just all. I mean, it was just endless amount of attacks that he got from MSNBC and other left wing newspapers and stuff. But if you can, I don't know if you can think back that far, but if you remember that, and you remember Obama, and when they got to Trump, it started out regular. They was hitting him, with allegations. And he said this and said that, and that was fine, in my opinion. Before he got ran for office, right? Turn it up on him and put the pressure on all of not just him, but Chris Christie with the whole issue with the that he had with the bridge thing up in New Jersey, Fort Lee area, and all that type of stuff. He was messing around with whatever he was doing over there, and and other people's issues that they were doing. Turn it up on him as much as possible. That's politics. I'm fine with that. And then, but once he wins and becomes president, okay, you're gonna keep hitting him. Okay, fine, hit him for another year or so. But to just keep going, I just thought it was unusual, and I'm surprised you didn't think it was unusual, just because at
No,
the
it is
at the
unusual, but I
the
know
amount of
he's
energy that they put into it, it's unprecedented. I don't, you can't.
he's a
That's nothing to do with
media.
my political leanings. I'm just saying it's insane.
Trump was way popular way before actually became president. He wasn't a general
They're telling you that look,
politician. He did
Bill
things
O'Reilly,
before he became a president. Also, he did things.
Bill,
Things. I'm not going to even
look,
talk about the accusations.
look,
Things
top
he did.
stories on my feed
Things.
right now is Trump found liable for sexual abuse and defamation, and victim awarded five. That is on my timeline today. When was Trump? Trump became president in what year? 08, 12,
2016,
16. We are in what? 2023, and
2023.
I'm looking at a headline on my on
2023.
my on my Google top stories line. It's the first story is Trump found. I'm
Absolutely.
just saying, you don't think
I got an article about him right now.
that.
Right now that I'm
You
about to
don't
read.
think.
I'm
You
about to make
don't
you.
think.
I'm about to make you real hot. I'm about to
Right.
make, and I want you to point out the inaccuracies. You point them out to me. Since it's
I'm just saying
propaganda
you
and it's
don't. You
bullshit,
don't.
you
But you
point
don't.
them
You
out to
don't
me.
think. You don't think that this is just a little unusual. That's all I'm saying.
With it,
Because you
no,
know what. You know what it is.
no, with
Joe
it, no.
Joe Rogan, right?
But hold on,
Joe
hold on,
Rogan.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. And this feeds into what we originally started this argument on. He
Yeah.
is so
Oh, we're not
different.
really
The
arguing, but
way,
I got
yeah,
you.
we are. His
We are.
energy,
Oh,
his
oh, we are.
energy, yeah, we are.
Oh, okay.
His energy, and the way he presents is
Uh,
totally different than most politicians. The reason why you could use him and have an actual machine where you can create a whole narrative and build a whole channel off him. You could build a whole. Hold
CNN
on.
has tried to do it.
YouTube people on YouTube channels, David Parkman and all them, they feed
Pac-Man.
into it. TYT, they got popular off Trump. You notice they skyrocketed off what he kept giving. They didn't have shit to
Yeah.
talk about, not really.
No,
so
no.
so they used him
News is
to
supposed to be boring
catapult themselves. They
and informative.
catapulted themselves off of how he presents to the world things that he has done that other white men in power that has done before him.
All
That what
white
makes
men
him
do what he
different.
does. Yeah, that's what he does.
That's
That's what
what
they
makes
do.
him different. But that was my
Right.
point. That was my initial point. That's it. That's all. Nothing else, nothing more needs to be said about what I was trying to say. You can have all the rest of the whole MSNBC, CNN, that's bullshit propaganda, blah, 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 blah. If you
But
asking
this
me,
is
hold on,
about Trump.
hold
This
on.
is
If you're
about
asking
Trump.
me,
When I
if you
talk about
really,
CNN, MSNBC, and Fox, I'm talking about Trump.
I got you. But if
It's
you're
all
asking
connected.
me, who does more legitimate news, Fox News or for CNN, MSNBC.
That's
MSNBC is
not
bullshit.
news.
MSNBC
That's
is
not
bullshit.
news.
MSNBC is bullshit.
I don't know what the hell I'm watching.
I think if you're comparing CNN and Fox News, if you want to say who has more true facts here, who has more true
Forget
facts
no,
there,
no, no,
hold
no,
on.
no, no, no,
That's how
no,
you got to
no,
gauge it.
no. Sean Hannity
That's
is
how
one
we
of the
gauge
big.
it.
Sean Hannity is one of the biggest news people in the
Yeah.
world.
I'm a
Sean
leader, bro.
Hannity had to come on TV
I'm
and
a
say
leader.
what? What did he have to say?
I
What
don't
did he
view
have to
things
say?
that way. I don't
What
view
did he
things
have
that
to
way.
say?
I don't.
Sean Hannity had to say what? We're
That
not news.
hold on.
We're
One
entertainment.
channel, one
Are you
channel.
serious right now? What are you
Okay.
talking about?
So
They
but
know that it's not
what's
news
the
no
name of the
more.
channel?
They know
What's the
that
name of the
they're not
channel?
media no
What's
more.
the name of the
Do I
channel?
have to pull that out there?
What's the
Do I
name
have
of
to
the
say
channel?
that? What are you
What's
talking
the name of the
about?
channel? I don't care.
I'm
What's the name
not
of the channel?
saying this. This is what
What's the
this
name
is
of the
what they're
channel?
telling people.
What's the name of the channel?
What do you mean? Fox News. What are you talking
Okay then. Okay then. Okay then. And they still got their ass sued for what? For
about?
what?
Getting sued again for fake news, for propaganda.
Okay then. And
Like I
if
said
I
at the
was
beginning, that
weighing,
you're disputing me and telling
hold
me
on.
something
If
totally
I
different. I'm like,
was
what are you talking
weighing
about?
the two, if I
I'm
was to
not
deal
giving my
with
opinion or judgment here. I'm
I
telling
am.
you what it is.
I am.
That's
You
why I
don't have
say
to
we're
give
not arguing.
anything.
I'm
This is
telling you what it
my
is.
opinion.
When your news people, when your so-called quote unquote news people come on their shows and literally say, "Oh yeah, that's right, we're not news, we're entertainment."
CNN is way
How are
more
you
legitimate.
arguing with that?
CNN is way more legitimate.
Rachel Maddow's entertainment. Anderson Cooper's these dudes
I'm not
are
talking about
on New Year's
MSNBC.
Eve.
MSNBC
On
is
New
something
Year's
else.
Eve, Don
It
Lemon
always
is
has
getting
been.
drunk at a bar on New Year's Eve on the
Absolutely.
news show.
Getting
You
fucked
got
up.
two faggots on the ball drop with Anderson Cooper and what's his face from
Absolutely.
whatever that
And
channel is.
and they probably boned right after. They probably boned right after that. They probably
They
had a big old orgy.
are pushing something else. And people think that it's news because their brains haven't,
No,
some of us have, but
I
their brains
said
haven't switched off because
I
we've
was
been
very
watching this stuff for
specific.
30 years. So it takes time to get everybody's brains to say, oh, snap, this ain't news. I know they're saying it and it's
I,
on the show, but I told people at my gym, I was like,
I,
please stop showing this stuff. I've been begging the owner of the gym, like, turn
I,
this stuff off. Put on the soap operas during the day. I don't even want to see this stuff while I'm
I
at the
was
gym working
very,
out.
I was very specific.
It's
I
not
said if I
news.
was
You're
weighing,
fighting me. You said Trump and media. This isn't
I
media.
was weighing. If I was
This
weighing,
is entertainment
who,
television. This is
absolutely,
WWE right now.
absolutely,
But
absolutely.
we're not
If
arguing
I
that
was
point. If you
weighing,
don't know that is, then what are we doing? That is.
if I was
You know how they
weighing,
say.
yeah,
That's a
I'm gonna
funny
get this out.
statement.
I'm gonna get this out. If I was weighing, who presents more factual information? Is it
Zero facts
CNN?
on them channels, bro. What are you talking about? It's not the news.
If it's
It's like
CNN,
you're talking about
if it's
WWE and that
CNN,
The Rock came
if
back
it
and won the belt last.
if
He's the
it's
worldwide
CNN or if
champion. I
it's
mean, what are you
Fox
talking about,
News,
man?
CNN got more facts that they present on a daily basis than Fox News.
Is it too early to take a shot of tequila? I'm gonna take me some tequila shot talking to your ass, bro. I just drink coffee instead. Heat up my coffee.
Oh man!
So what you should be saying is Donald Trump is going on Donald Trump is going on an entertainment show to talk about whatever he's going to talk about. That's how you should be phrasing it.
I mean, that's how you phrase it. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's
I
fine.
mean, you're telling me that I'm wrong. That's the weird part. I don't.
I'm
You.
not
I
telling
mean,
you that you're
you're in the
wrong.
underground world. You're in the outer rim. You should be
Yeah, absolutely.
on
But
my
I'm not
side.
telling you. I'm not telling you that you're wrong.
You
I'm
should be
just
leaning
saying
towards
that.
my
I'm just
side.
saying that I have I have a different counter view to where your view is. And I'm not saying that it's wrong or right. I'm just saying that if I
I'm
was
not
weighing,
trying to be
I
right
can
or wrong.
weigh.
I'm just
I
telling
can
you what
weigh.
it is. Do you
That's what I'm.
understand the difference in
I,
what I'm trying to? I'm telling you what
that's
it
what I'm
is.
saying. This is not one of those things. There are some
Fox
things.
News is
There's some things
almost.
that could be right and
I'm gonna
wrong,
tell
but
you
that's not.
something.
These
Their
are not one of those
channel,
things.
right? But their
But we
channel
can gauge. But we
almost.
can hold on. But we can gauge who's more accurate with the information and who's not. Right? Who's
I
presenting it?
don't. I don't think that they're. I don't. I think that. I think that. And again, now I'm just gonna project a little bit. I'm gonna push out a little bit more. I'm not totally sure if that's how we should be framing them anymore. Like, are they giving out information at this point? I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even know what it is.
Hmm.
That's all I'm trying to say. I'm still trying to understand it. I don't. I mean, I don't really know what's going on. Of course, I'm just
Hmm.
bloviating. I'm just saying I don't know. I don't. I can't. And I don't. I don't know what's happening. Is my whole point. Because I honestly thought that if our government wasn't so corrupt, it'd probably be a whole nother. They'd be getting handled
and
probably
that
very
and
differently. I
that
think.
and that and that's where we go
Right.
with it at the end of the day, because at the end of the day we know that it's covert at its core. It's
Pro-
covert. Well,
Probably
let me ask you
something's
this.
not
Let me ask you
like I
this.
said.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Do you think there are any
Yeah.
government people that work at CNN and MSNBC or Fox News? Do you think that the government actually work at these actual entities at all? Government officials?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So with that
Unfortunately,
being the
yeah.
case, we have people that do have facts that are actually there, that know what the
Yeah.
news that they're talking about, what is true and what's not true, right?
Yeah.
Right or wrong?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's I didn't want to go to that point because I didn't want it to be too convoluted what we was trying to say, but I want to
Nah,
stick to
I
what it
understand. I
basically
follow.
means.
I'm following you, and I'm not that smart,
Oh man, come on, man! Don't see.
so I know
You're
everybody else
not
can follow
gonna
you.
don't put your pawn back. Don't put your pawn back into defense. Don't do that. Don't do that. I want to take your pawn. I want to take them. I want the head. I want it off. Point conceded. But let's get into more news here and kind of get into this article. I want to read. It's not that long, but it's about what took place um, with the trial with Trump. So just kind of giving the ballistics of what the case is and what he has to kind of go into. But there's some opinion and analysis that's in it also. Did you put it up for me?
I'm about to.
Yeah.
Got me online defending a white man. Appreciate you.
No, no, you did that all on your own, brother. It wasn't me. And we just talked about black people. Well, we'll get into that later, but we'll get into that after this. In fact, that's something I think we both agree on. It's about how black people shouldn't be trying to sell the narrative that slavery was not that bad.
Yeah, that's gonna be a hard conversation for me. That is just
Yeah,
insanity.
yeah. And then to have somebody like Nicholas Joseph Fuentes play in your face talking about yeah, I'm not a mixed person when your mom is fucking Italian and your dad is a Mexican. Dude, if you don't get the whole fuck up out of here, bro, come on, man. For real. Are you how Dolomite used to say, are you for real? You telling me when these white people look at you, these so-called Nordic people, you how long you think Nick how what generation you think Nick Fuentes is? Honestly.
Second, I would call him first, but
Right.
yeah, it'd be second
Literally
as
first
far as
where,
how
where
it's
there's
supposed to
no
go.
connection, to the country, right? He still has
Yeah,
a little connection to the country, both Italy and Mexico, but I'm saying
yeah,
where there's no
yeah.
connection, where they don't go back and forth, this and that, other,
His
other, blah.
his his he's still eating lasagna
Exactly.
and burritos or
Exactly.
whatever they call
Exactly
them.
my point. You got people. You got people. See, you
Uh,
got people calling me and shit, man.
yeah.
What the hell going on here? See what you do, Paradox, man. You gonna get your boy in trouble, man. Nah, I'll hit him up later.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he's man. The internet makes these things happen. So
So you'll get all kinds of black people. Oh, oh, the defend. Oh, no, slavery wasn't that bad. We embellished slavery. There were all kinds of black slave holders, black slave masters. Black slave masters were running you niggas ragged, and it was nothing but a big old business. That's what it was. It was business. And if what I would tell people to do, don't listen to me. Don't listen to none of these people that are trying to sit up here and sell you some kind of narrative. It's not even about even doing the research. You can go to the website, the Library of Congress. I use this reference all the time. They have tapes back that they did in the early 60s and the late 50s, where they talked to people that were born slaves. That, like at that, for whatever reason, they had incredible genes. These people will live to like what, malnutrition, they will live up to 110 years old, great grandma and them, you know what I'm saying? From these areas, they live into their hundreds. A lot of these people had their same mind, telling stories about what it was on those plantations and how it was when they went into sharecropping right after slavery. Very detailed information. Talked about the treatment in a very practical way. Wasn't mad, wasn't braggadocious, talking about what took place on those particular plantations. And you tell me if it's basically being embellished. That's where I'm at with it. Because I don't need the so-called made up story, because like I said, it depends on what side of the argument you on, what you're going to basically try to defend. But anyway, we'll get into that a little bit later. But yeah, let's get into this article real quick and read about your boy. And if you want me to stop, man, and everything, you just let me know, okay? You got it up already?
Yes, up.
All right. So, a stunning result in Trump's sexual assault trial, a new first and a new low for the former president. And this article is from Politico. All right. Donald Trump's run turn in office produced several presidential firsts in our legal system. He was the first president to be impeached twice, the first president to have been charged with a crime, and now the first president to be deemed liable for sexual assault by a jury of his peers. On Tuesday afternoon, a jury in federal court in Manhattan rendered its verdict in a case brought late last year by the writer E. Jean Carroll, who alleged that Trump assaulted her in a dressing room in Bergdorf Goodman in the spring of 1996. The jury concluded within hours that Trump was liable on two civil claims brought by Carroll under New York law, one for battery and another for defamation, based on Trump's denial of Carroll's allegation in a post on Truth Social in October 2022. The jury awarded Carroll $5 million, a separate defamation lawsuit brought in 2019 based on Trump's denials of Carroll's claims while in office technically remains pending, thanks to the Justice Department ill-advised decision to intervene on Trump's behalf. Let's see here. Before we go further, it's important to recall at the outset the difference between the standards of proof in civil and criminal legal proceedings. In a civil case, the plaintiff typically has to establish that her claims are true under preponderance of the evidence standard, which essentially just means that it's more likely than not that the plaintiff's allegations are true. In a criminal case, the government has to establish that the defendant committed the alleged crimes beyond a reasonable doubt, a higher threshold. The centerpiece of Carroll's case was on an alleged crime, a sexual assault, but the criminal statute of limitations had long lapsed. So Carroll brought a civil suit, which was resolved under a much more forgiving legal standard than the one that applies in the actual criminal case. The verdict came, however, with an important qualification. The jury concluded that Carroll didn't prove that Trump had raped her, as Carroll had alleged, but that Trump had nevertheless sexually abused her. A finding of rape would have required the jury to conclude that Trump had engaged in non-consensual sexual intercourse with Carroll, but the jury apparently opted to conclude that something short of that, but nonetheless disturbing, illegal and sexually abusive had happened. Still, the jury's verdict in Curl's favor is a stunning result. Though for people who have been following the case closely, it was not particularly surprising. Curl had very capable lawyers who moved their case forward briskly and professionally and kept the pressure on Trump, who tried to dodge the case in pretty much every conceivable way. Disclosure: I used to work with Curl's lead attorney, Roberta Kaplan, remain friendly with her. Oh God. This is crazy. At the trial, according to reporting from journalists who watched the proceedings, Curl's lawyers presented an efficient, well constructed, and coherent case, including testimony from Curl herself, from the two witnesses who spoke with Curl shortly after her encounter with Trump, from a former Bergdorf Goodman employee who testified that the relevant area in the store at the time matched Curl's description, and from another employee of the store who testified that there were no security cameras in the area at the time. Other witnesses for Curl included Jessica Leeds and Natasha Stanoff, who testified that Trump had sexually assaulted them as well. In short, Curl's lawyers presented her account. They corroborated it with testimony from other witnesses close to Curl or who had had their own encounters with Trump, and they addressed head on some of Trump's lawyers' dubious claims in defense, which included questioning why there was no video available on an assault that occurred more than 25 years ago. For their part, Trump's lawyers struggled to put much of a defense. In the run-up to the trial, they made multiple long-shot efforts to get the trial adjourned, which the preceding judge, a long-serving, well-regarded judge in the district, repeatedly rejected. At trial, Trump's lawyers vigorously cross-examined Curl, though this clearly did not fully persuade the jurors and Trump's lawyers to put on no witnesses on their own. Trump did not testify in his own defense, even though nothing prevented him from doing so if he had a compelling response to offer to Curl's claims. Instead, Curl's lawyers played excerpts from Trump's deposition, which was a debacle, damn, that effectively made Trump a witness against himself. So let me see here. You want me to go ahead and play this disposition real quick? It shouldn't be that long. It's like a baby.
You got to play the video? Yeah.
Yeah.
You can play it. I'll let you keep DNCing Trump.
I'm just reading the article, bro. You let me know what you. You let me know what you got. Hold on. You let me know.
DNC done paid you off or something. You still live inside the Beltway, so I don't.
Hold on.
A lot of Trump attacks happening, but okay.
You are more familiarly connected than I am as far as family is concerned. Don't try it, bro. Don't do it. Come on now. You are Beltway certified for sure.
See, I don't know who. It's Marla.
You say Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla. Yeah, that's my wife.
Which woman are you pointing to? No.
Here.
Carol.
Oh, is that,
The person you just pointed to was
I
E. Jean
see.
Carroll.
Who is that? Who is this?
And the woman on the right is your then wife.
I don't know.
Ivana?
This was the picture.
Ivana.
I assume that's John Johnson. Is that
That's Carol.
Carol? Because it's very blurry. That she's not my type. Yeah, because it's not politically correct to say it, and I know that, but I'll say it anyway. She's accusing me of rape. A woman that I have no idea who she is. It came out of the blue. She's accusing me of rape, of raping her. The worst thing you can do, the worst charge. And you know it's not true too. You're a political operative also. You're a disgrace. But she's accusing me, and so are you, of rape, and it never took place. And I will tell you, I made that statement, and I said, well, it's politically incorrect. She's not my type, and that's 100% true. She's not my type.
I'm not gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie, man. When he gets in his mode, I kind of like it. I ain't gonna lie. It's something about it when he gets leaning over. He gets his head turned to the side. He gets to talking this shit, swallowing spit. Yeah, it's just something that he did not type. And you know what's so funny about it? You know what's so funny about him?
What?
when he calls somebody a thing that what they actually are, he know that those people are sent to kind of like, to come at him politically. I mean, it's all political. I mean, at the end of the day, but everybody knows this. But just to sit there, the way he has a disrespect for the whole process, I love it. That's what I mean. That right there, that's what I'm talking about. The way he carries it, you know what I mean? Like it's just like, you're a political operative yourself. How he disarms people is what I'm saying. Like he disarms people to where it's almost hard to kind of come back at him because he has the audacity to kind of speak to what you're there for. Like it's nothing polite about what you're doing to him. So he's just gonna be like, fucking, I got no rules. Like you said, you remember when you said he was acting normal on an interview? Remember you said that? Like he was just like, it was like he was just having a regular conversation, like when he wasn't feeling threatened. So he was just basically being, okay, I was like, y'all cool, okay, cool. I just talk regular, you know what I mean?
Yeah. If folks want to see a great interview, well, I'm not going to promote that podcast, but it's out there. Yeah.
Okay.
Great interviews when he's not in fighting mode.
So let's finish this up.
You'll see why he's so popular with regular folks. It's what's my whole point about that.
Right.
Is that I think that, I mean, things to get back to normal after he ages out or gets a term in office or whatever. It'll go back to a lot of norms.
You don't think that DeSantis is going to be like Trump light?
There's no such thing as that. That doesn't exist. That's all fake talk.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't. There is no such thing. I mean, Trump light will be his son, will be Don Jr. Specifically Don Jr. If you wanted like a Trump, if you wanted to be Trump light. But if you don't have, Trump is very charismatic. And unfortunately, and I follow his son on Rumble.
Yeah, Ron don't got it. Ron don't got it.
And that's what I told you. I was telling you this several months ago. I said, if you're talking about running for president is a very, very, in America specifically, is a very unique thing.
Yeah.
And what you have to, and circumstances will play a role. But it comes down to, like, we talk about in basketball, we talk about, or football, we talk about, it's really about the matchup more so than some of the other things that we can talk about. Mm-hmm. Because could Ron DeSantis win if he was going against X? Sure, maybe, probably, right? Regardless of how he is, that I could talk about all his deficiencies, he could win against a weaker candidate, right? Obviously. Because of his pedigree. His pedigree is phenomenal, right? But fundamentally, America runs on a certain stream that is very difficult, I think, to break. I think. And generally speaking, charisma a lot of times can hypnotize America because we're media-driven humans. We're, if you got the right kind of voice, right, we fall in love with you, right? It doesn't really matter what you're saying. Mm-hmm. I was watching some stand-up last night, and a guy that came on, and he had a really great voice, so everybody was just hypnotized by his voice. He wasn't even really saying anything. Because that's how we sort of been programmed, I think, in America because of our interaction with entertainment. But anyway, so I think that Ron, he'll be a great senator for life. They need term limits.
Governor.
He'll be a great. What do you mean? Well, he is the governor. I'm just saying he could go and be a senator after he becomes. True. He could. True. He could be a senator for years in Florida. For years. Well, maybe. Florida. We'll see how politics change over time. But anyway, but he should be fine in Florida for a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think if you want to elevate to presidential level, and we can just go back and just go from Ronald Reagan, I guess you want to do Ronald, or even Clinton, and if you just learn from just look, you don't even got to go deep with it. If you just look at how they behave, how they move,
Hmm.
and how the country responds to them, you can tell who can win presidential presidencies and who can be vice presidents and who can be cabinet members and who can be
Yeah,
senators and go. I mean, this is all we do. So I mean, like you can kind
yeah.
of. I mean, it's almost in now. Now I'm gonna caveat my failure with the Trump because you picked Trump. Obviously, Dr. Welton picked Trump, and a few other people out there in the world obviously picked Trump. Who did I pick? I did not pick Trump. I didn't bang against you that hard against it though, but I just didn't. I
You
didn't
talking
see the
about
path.
2016, right?
I'm
2016.
talking 2000. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I will put. I won't pretend that I thought that he could win until
But
I
you
saw
did
him
you did pick
busting
Trump
up
during
people.
2000. You picked Trump during the 2020 election, right? Everybody thought I was
Yeah,
crazy. Remember? Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Everybody thought you was crazy. You said Biden got it right off the top. Like you didn't even really didn't wait for anything. I just thought you were just talking out your ass, really. But because she's like, we ain't even seen nothing yet. Sorry, this dude already talking about. Oh yeah, Biden got this. What are you talking about? Yeah, you know. But yeah, I knew. I figured Trump would go back to back, and I
Yeah.
figured that.
Most,
And
especially
I
early
thought,
on. Most of
who did
them.
he run against in? Who did he run against in 12? Hillary. So
Yeah.
Hillary should have won. So the problem I have with some of our how we talk about like because even when we talk about the governor, like the governor of Maryland and who's running, like, yo, he gonna
Yeah.
have this in the bag. Like you can sort of, there's just rhythms, and if you're living in certain places or you know about
You
certain places,
see it.
you can sort of figure it out.
You see
Because
it.
like I'm gonna
Yeah.
tell you, what's so funny,
Yeah.
this is totally off topic. To take a shot at California, or like I don't know how that person is there, but then that tells that I don't understand California, right?
It's
You
the
see what I'm
same.
saying? Like
It's
I'm
the
like,
same
well,
thing
clearly if
though,
you
right?
live in California, you probably know that Gavin, this is what they like there, for
Did
for
you see
whatever
did
reason.
you see Ron DeSantis glitch up when they asked him like a national question instead of a
Of course, of course. What are
he
you
just
talking
went
about? They're
his
not.
motherfucking
Yeah, he's
face
not.
just he
Of
turned into
course,
total recall.
man.
Like his
Yeah, of
face
course.
that nigga went into a glitch. I'm like, what the fuck is
I
wrong with this
I was
dude?
just waiting for it. I was just waiting for it to happen. Like y'all know that he ain't been he ain't really been on the thing yet, right? Like they ain't. Once they put him on here, it's gonna look bad because you can tell in his regular conversations it doesn't.
Oh my god.
So I'm gonna
Nothing
tell you what I'm
presidential
gonna tell you
about
what I
him,
mean
man.
about that. The guy in California, Gavin, he thinks that he can be president. He thinks he can be president,
Yeah.
and I'm like,
That's the nephew of
you
Pelosi, right?
could
If
right,
I'm
and
not mistaken.
oh,
Yeah.
I don't even know. He's the nephew of Nancy. That is hilarious.
Yeah, if I'm not
I think I
mistaken,
heard.
he
Is that
is.
wow?
Yeah.
But I don't really know Gavin, and I like Gavin. Now California is going through they getting hit a lot on the media's front, but I'm sure California just being another state and just doing what it does. But when I see him, I'm like, he thinks he can be. I saw this years ago. I said, I think this man
Yeah,
thinks he can be
he does
president.
think he can. Yeah, no doubt. He do.
That's
Yeah.
but that's a problem. But that's problematic.
It is
That's
problematic.
Unfortunately,
but he
I feel him though. I feel him. They gassing him up over the last how many ever years now. But I'm like, man, you would have worked great. You would have been fun to watch maybe 25 years ago, maybe
yeah.
35, maybe 45 years ago. He would have been fun to watch. But I'm like, who
Ooh,
told you to be
Gavin?
like this in this time frame?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
to
yeah,
me,
yeah,
he
yeah,
sort of
yeah.
has the 1950s and 1960s vibe going. But I feel like the world has changed so much. And again, people online, people who listen, obviously know him way more than I know him. But he just comes off, and I mean, it looked like he might have a little hippie-ish hippiness in him. I
Yeah.
don't know his personal history, or did he follow? Did he go on? Like, was he a deadhead or something? I don't know if he was, running around here following concerts when he was younger,
The
or
Walking
smoking crack
Dead,
or something. I don't fucking know.
like Bill Walton and them back in the
Yeah,
day.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know how old he is, but like, so I
He's
can't
not that
frame him
old,
right
I
now.
don't think. I think he's like in his 50s.
But when I first saw him, I liked him. But I'm like, bro, can you be real just a teeny bit? And so I seen him. He did an interview not to get on him too much, but he did an interview at a prison in California somewhere, at one of the closed prisons. He did about a 30-minute interview, and I was like, he got to get more real. That's all he needs to do, because they're hammering. And you know what? I wonder sometimes why they hitting California so hard because they don't want him to run for president. It's the people on the right, maybe. Because they're just hammering. California just been getting hit like nonstop, in my opinion, over the years. And it just seems like it's more so than it's ever been,
Yeah, they recalled him and he's still electing him to be
Yeah,
their
they
governor.
recall him. That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
That's what I'm saying. So
they tried to get him
So
up
you-
out the pain. It didn't work though.
So that's what I'm. Yeah, exactly my whole point. It's like if I take away what I'm told about California and I say, well, who are they electing? Nancy
Yeah.
Pelosi, Gavin Newsom,
Yep.
and what's the sister name? I can't
Which
think of her
one?
name right now.
There's
Oh,
two
yeah.
of them. There's Bass and then there's we just talked about her the other day. Golly, why did
I know.
And I got love for her. Everybody hates her for some reason, but I got love for her, man.
Yeah, the media can make you
look,
man. The media can make you hate anybody. These folks are just doing their job that they got elected for. If you don't like them, elect somebody else. This is stupid talk at the end of the day.
But that's my saying.
You don't get elected. You don't get elected for 40 years in a row. Oh, everybody hate her. What are you even talking about? That's like media chatter. You're not talking about nothing.
She's always active. She's like a kingmaker now. She's on the same status as Pelosi. She's just black. Oh,
right.
Shit.
Yeah, for sure. But I think
why
it's gonna come to
why
in a
this
second.
old lady not in our heads, man. We know who she is. Jesus. See Dolores Tucker's coming up in my head before her. That is crazy.
I know. I've been disengaged so much lately that honestly, that's one reason why I'm not catching it right now. I've just been sort of disengaged.
Man, I was around my cousin
some of that.
He was smoking some weed, some of that good.
Some of that good.
Zaza. Yeah, some of that Zaza. That shit crazy. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, let me think. Man, this is gonna drive me crazy.
It's bad we're not looking it up. I guess I could just pull it up on my tablet.
I don't even want to do that, man. Because I know this lady. I know this lady like the back of my hand, actually. Eleanor Holmes.
No, man, stop playing.
No, I'm saying I know that's our representative. I'm just saying.
No, I know you running through your names. I got you. I just laughed because you're always on the East Coast trying to get to the West Coast. It's funny. That's how I map it in my head. That's all.
Cause she's the one that came out, spoke about the cracker out in Los Angeles. Yeah, she's old school with it.
But you know what's so crazy? You would think that these people are here to fix problems sometime when it comes to some of that stuff, and I'd be thinking like, I'm not totally sure that's what they're being hired to do. But anyway,
I'm tripping.
Let's see.
Yeah, in the 80s.
So we got California folks on the phone. It's on the thing on the internet. On the
I know they didn't probably drop it. They didn't drop it in the chat already. Let me just see.
No one dropped it. Government officials. And where are they at? Sacramento? Isn't it their little home base? Is it Sacramento or the other one?
She's in LA, man. She's Los Angeles. She's in LA.
I thought it would list all the districts out to me. That's all. They're so diverse out there too, right? You got whites, you got Asians, Latinos. It's a whole different. California's probably my favorite state, though.
LA.
Yeah, definitely probably my favorite state.
You said California.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. Yeah.
Damn, I didn't even know about Karen. I know Karen Bass. She's out in California. They was trying to get her up out of there too. She made it. See Dolores Tucker, Karen Bass, Sheila Jackson.
You don't think California is probably the most fascinating state that we have in the union? I think it is.
It's one of them. Yeah.
I put it first. Maybe Florida second. I don't know.
Yeah, Florida.
California is a mother, man. It's a mother.
New York. They got old dude from the New York on. They got him up out of there. Is he?
Tariq Nasheed done made my headlines. The MSNBC News. That is funny.
Tariq Nasheed, boy.
That is funny. Shout out to Tariq. Give me my money, man. Keep working. I appreciate you.
You said what?
I ain't hating on nobody black. I love all black people. except for our enemies. I wouldn't put them in that category.
Nah, I wouldn't put him in that category. Well, no,
We're not totally sure what he is yet.
let
Still,
me,
we still he's in a question box.
let me, yeah, let me hold off on that for a second.
But you know what's so funny? They put him MSNBC NBCnews.com. Damn, they got him listed as NBC Black. That is funny how they got that title. That is hilarious right here. But anyway, argument in California. Maxine Waters. I got you. So you said the word Max. It came to me.
Maxine Waters.
Did they cite? They put his name in this thing? See, they just got a picture of him. I don't think they put his name on here.
What you mean?
Tariq, we know he was in he was at the he was at the hearing at the reparations hearing in Cali, in Oakland. Oh, they did. Yeah, they did cite his name. Yeah, they got him on. That's crazy. Oh yeah, been keeping up with the. I know you've been keeping up with that a little bit. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, been watching all the people on the internet freaking out. I absolutely love it. It's so much great content. So much great content. And you know what's so crazy is that is it worth? Is it? Do you think it's worth? I know I'm off topic just a bit, so give me back on topic in a second. But do you think it's worth what we have to give up to try to get anything, even if we don't get it? Do you think it's worth it?
Always,
Being a part of the minority group as it's classified.
yeah, it's always worth it. Yeah, it's always worth
Right.
it. Yeah, it needs to be studied thoroughly. It needs to be vetted out. It needs to be on historical record because it's too loose with it. It's one of those things where um, they have kept it in the so-called, like almost what I would call the American Vatican, which is the Library of Congress. We just talked about it earlier, the slave narratives and what that entailed, the Jim Crow laws. A lot of people are not very familiar with that. That is a part of American history, by the way. And I think that it speaks to some of the socialization that took place during those time frames and the reason why blacks left the so-called South at that particular time to kind of escape persecution and terrorism,
Yeah.
basically. And they went with scars. They went with those type of
Right.
patterns of behavior that they took to them to the northern cities and the western cities and
Right.
other larger cities in the South, where they kind of developed these pathologies that still run on autopilot to this day. And that
Right,
is
but you got goofy black people bringing on a dude who's anti-black, regardless of his nationality or race, who is talking to black people supposedly, and these black people don't realize that they don't even got to go back to slavery. Like they're that confused by this reality that you're having some immigrant foreigner, mixed breed monkey telling you what you are, who you are, what things were, giving you a history lesson is insanity. You know what I mean? Like the level of disrespect that it is to my person, to my family directly, it's there is no room for it. I told you that offline. You can't our level of can't have tolerance for it. Got to be way more codified than that. You can't have you cannot have tolerance for that for a lot of that stuff. It's silly talk. You're wasting a lot of time and energy. Having those countries like goofy. It's like psyop or something. Like, what are you wasting? I mean, I don't even know what this is. Like, why would you even bring in a virus like that into your system? But it does explain a lot if those things can exist. It shows the looseness, it shows the flexibility, the weakness, maybe even the vulnerability of our group trying to hold position, because even that language should bind us together more. It actually divides us, because if anyone can just come in and start saying things and you personally individually, your family, and can let that move, who are the people listening? Where are you from exactly? Are you really from? Are you from this country? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like who? Where's your family from? Because this is we're not in we're not 200 or 300 years away from we're not any time away from it. We're living it.
Right.
Our family was born during segregation. Are they stupid or something? Are people stupid or something?
I don't
That's
know,
a stupid. It
man.
doesn't even make sense. The
I don't.
conversation
I
doesn't make
don't
any
know.
sense.
I don't know
Now, if
if
now
it
don't get it
doesn't
twisted.
correlate to the
If this was
speaking.
year 3205, we was 1,000 years from now, then I would 800 years from now, whatever it is, the math on that. No, 900 years from now. Would you be yeah, then of course. I mean, what are we talking about at that point? You know? But we have family members who was born that are alive, who were born. And if we go back in our lifetime, as we were little children, there were people who were former slaves that were still alive. So I mean, care about I don't care about the relationships and negotiations and concessions that happened before the war and after war in the 1800s, right? I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like worrying about freed blacks and some blacks were allowed to walk around and all that stuff is irrelevant. You know what I'm saying? That's not even a conversation anyway. But it is, I think it is a way to manipulate people because like in this country it's very tricky because we have like 100 million refugees that live in this country, either first, second, or third generation. They're refugees. They're the bowels of their society. They're the rejects of their societies. So it's very easy to manipulate them. It's very easy to sell them on things. So I don't, it is what it is with them, right? Everyone got to pay. Everyone got to pay the cost. Everyone has to pay a fee. Everyone has to deal with the history. You don't get to obfuscate that. You can run away, but you're gonna be connected to it no matter. For example, people leave. Oh, we're gonna leave Japan. We're gonna leave China. We're gonna leave the Middle East. Oh, 9/11 happens. What happens to all the people in America who's from the Middle East? Y'all are terrorists now. Why? Because of the history, right? Because of how things are set up. So, like in times when you're not being targeted, in times when things aren't focused on you, you want to get on the internet or you want to get on the news and start talking crazy. But I swear to you right now, DC, if we get one terrorist attack, what's his name? Viveka Shishami, the Republican dude who's running, it's over. Them white folks that standing behind you will want to lynch you. One attack, it's over. Indians, Muslims, all of one. And what's so crazy, there's Muslims and Indians that was here doing 9/11, got mistreated. I mean, death threats. Some of them have gotten beat. Some of them was killed in Europe and in America and in Australia and in other parts of the world. They just conveniently forgot that. They're so well. You can tell me. I don't know the psychology. I'll let you do that part. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the mind is doing with that info. I don't know how they're processing that over time. You know what I'm saying? Like, are their parents saying, let's just forget about it? It's over with now. You know what I'm saying? I don't know because we're still bombing the Middle East and we're still bombing the Middle East. There's Arabs who live in this country who are Arabs and Persians for that matter, who still live in this country and try to suspend reality and act like we don't have a problem with them. We still have a problem with Islam. We still have a problem with Muslims. We still have a problem with North Africa and the Middle East. Am I wrong about that?
No,
they're still our enemy. Hard stop. We had to literally mass murder. We Americans had to mass murder people in the Middle East for decades. Still to this day, to this moment. And for at least forget if you're a Arab of a particular country but I mean, just killing your people in your religion, attacking your religion still. But just because that's not on Front Street right now, you want to come anyway. Like I said, it's just ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Just so many different angles here. But for Indians and Arabs and Persians and and people from North Africa and East Africa, some of the things that they be talking about, the ones that are British, the ones that have moved to Europe, the ones that have moved to America, the ones that be on the internet.
Yeah.
So I was trying to get you to listen to that. It was like about 9,000 people on that Twitter Spaces that I want you to listen to that was talking about this stuff. By the way, and when you're hearing foreigners talk, it was just shocking to hear some of their talking points. And I'm like, so then obviously we know that there's going to be Muslims and Arabs and Persians who are pro-America, pro-capitalist, pro-Western, right?
Yeah.
And then, and those are the ones that are talking. And then you obviously have the other ones. What they tend to forget conveniently when they're not being attacked is that they don't see you as separate. In my opinion, they don't care if you're an
Absolutely
ally
not.
with them. They will kill you. They will. I mean, I'm gonna tell you something. I'll tell you about the power of China. Technically speaking, if you are an Asian person in America right now, you should have been destroyed over the last 3 or 4 years. But the other powers that be, I think, in the West made a conscious decision to block it. Because historically speaking, it would not have happened. It's the Wuhan virus, it's the China virus. And if you look Asian in America or Canada or wherever you are in the world, you're going to be attacked. You're going to be mobbed. They're going to tell you to go back to your country. It's going to be uncomfortable. It don't matter if you've been here for 10 generations in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
And with social media, it was going to be at a fever pitch. And all the social media companies, all the news media companies, and everybody from the left spent a lot of capital calling everybody racist and started a hashtag Stop Asian Hate to counter everything that we're talking about, right? I mean, like you literally saw the machine go into action to say, we're not going to allow. Go ahead.
Who is Mitch McConnell married to?
An Asian woman.
Right.
I don't know if she's Chinese though.
But she's Asian though, clearly.
Yeah, she's Asian. I mean, as an American, we think everybody's Chinese. It doesn't really matter. We don't care.
I'm not good. You just be talking. You're like a mini Trump. You just said there.
No, so now I'm a black Trump, right? Let's see how far that dog hunts.
so no, seriously, I want to stay in this lane because the amount of anti-blackness, especially when you're dealing with black spaces and black men in particular, the reason why I lean into this is because the body of black males and the abuse that has been done over centuries, mutilations, the examinations, the fascination with.
She's Taiwanese, by the way. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. The fascination with the African body, African male body in particular, in the West, has been prodded, fetishized, abused, just different types of beliefs and narratives that have been built on wholesale creating you as this permanent villain of everybody that's basically good or so-called right and just in this particular country. Like it's anti-you, and your particular body. And you have to do all this stuff to kind of prove that you're not like these niggas over there. Like that is part of what happens to black people. And it's like, it creates this form of, like I said, this form of anti-blackness that we develop within ourselves to kind of go up against it. So you're here. And it's just like, you hear guys talking about slavery was embellished. What? I just, what proof of that? Where's your proof? Where are you getting it from? And then you're going to use the movie's Roots and The Color Purple as your reference points. One written by, I mean, come on, man. It's so much that is wrong with that. 2 fictional books, number one. And then both of those particular productions and movies were basically broadcast and basically filtered through a white lens of slavery. It doesn't even benefit or show slavery in its truest light. It's not even giving a real view of what took place at that particular time, based off the historical record of what took place during slavery.
No, if they show what slavery really was, reparations, that check would have been cut 100 years ago.
Exactly.
If you really showed a series of films, I mean, like a Scorsese, Scorsese. What's his name? Scorsese. I'm not even saying that right.
Exactly right.
One of those guys, like the guy who did George Lucas. They did some intense, heavy, emotional. Yeah, it would. You couldn't watch. Honestly, you probably
Yeah.
couldn't. You couldn't film it. You couldn't air it. You probably couldn't
So
even. They couldn't rate it. They couldn't. They wouldn't get a rating. Honestly, they would.
so
They would. In our system, you would have to water it down to even to show um to really show it because
yeah,
it's nothing sexy about it.
yeah. This
There's
is
nothing interesting. There's nothing interesting about the dynamics of it.
what the video I want to play is very short. I want to play this all the way through, and I want people to kind of understand what took place during slavery time and how people got killed during this particular time period, and how other blacks were used to fulfill these acts of violence against each other on these plantations, and actually fulfilled those particular needs of the so-called slave master, or during the culture during that particular time. The mentality that had to take place. And this is not supposedly supposed to put into your kind of emotional, you pull your emotional heartstrings. This is just basically to put it on record. This is what took place. These are the pictures. This is what is on historical record. If you got something that's going to basically counteract this particular facts, then provide your evidence. That's how I look at it. Just provide your evidence, and then display that and show your proof of what you're talking about. You cannot use false depictions of slavery to prove your narrative. Not talking about Kizzy or whoever, Kuta Kinte in Roots, and an embellished storyline that Alex Haley made up about his family and how they triumphed over slavery. And then you're dealing with an Alice Walker production that wrote about female liberation during slavery, during the end of slavery, in the Deep South, as far as the color purple is concerned. Both of those did not give accurate depictions about slavery. They gave some tenets of it, but it was not to the level of what people are talking about. Embellish would not be the word that I would use for it. I mean, not embellish, but as far as slavery as overall institution is not the word that I've used for as embellishment is concerned. There are a lot of false narratives about slavery that are out there on both sides. But let me show this, and then we can kind of go on the other side and kind of talk about it. And then if you want to kind of like drop the link and add some people up, man, we can do that, and then we can get up out of here. You ready?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
All right. Yep, I can hear you.
One, brutal whipping. Whipping is the main method of punishing slaves. The beatings and whippings are usually horrific. Pregnant women, the young and even the gray-haired were not exempted. Number of lashes depends on the seriousness of the offense. Slaves were whipped daily. Not necessarily on offenses, sometimes abuse was performed. A lot of times they were whipped without wrongdoing, to demoralize them and keep them bent to their work. A slave can receive up to 500 lashes. Many slaves died while being brutally whipped. 2. Severely limited space. Slaves were cramped up horribly in order to maximize the amount of slaves for more profits they could make. Slaves were chained and squeezed in a very limited space. They were unable to go to the toilet, they had to lie on their own excretion. Sickness spread quickly, which leads to deaths of many slaves. They were bunched up so tightly that position were hardly changed regardless of the pregnant, young, or old. Many slaves died as a consequence of their physical conditions. Some died while waiting for a ship to fill, which can take up to 3 to 6 months before the kidnapping and capturing is complete. When the ship is filled up, the journey could take as long as 3 months. During this journey, unwanted slaves will be thrown into the ocean alive along with the body of the dead slaves. 3. Suicides. Some slave refused to eat, they starved themselves to death. The preferred death to the horrific journey, that involved torture, rape and even murder. Some slaves managed to get hold of weapons from slave traders, which they didn't use against the crew but themselves in act of suicide. Some jumped overboard to drown themselves. Many jumped together holding hands, with their fingers grasped together till the end. Although, slaves traders always tried to prevent slaves from taking their own lives. Because each death of slave reduced the profit of the journey. Slaves died in high rate from suicides. 4. Amputation of limbs. The punishment for slaves who tried to escape, or had escaped, and been captured again, are mostly amputations. If caught once, masters severely torture and starve the slave for days in order to warn him. But if it so happened that after this sort of harsh punishment slave repeat the same sin, leg or arm will be cut off. Many slaves died due to the pain during the amputation. Some wounds were left untreated, which results to death of many slaves.
Follow the drinking gourd.
5. Appalling executions. Slaves were mostly executed by hanging. But there were more terrifying ways slaves were put to death, such as chaining slaves to 3 till they starved to death. They were also burnt and boiled alive. Slaves were sentenced to death on minor faults. Many slaves died through this horrific executions.
Follow the drinking gourd. Follow that drinking gourd. The old man's waiting there to carry you to freedom. Follow the drinking gourd.
Shout out to the ancestors. May their souls rest in peace.
May their souls rest in peace. This is not like I said, this is not to try to pull at the heartstrings of people, try to make people feel an emotional way about it. What took place is what took place. And there are sociological consequences for it. I mean, it happens after generation after generation after generation after generation after generations. Now we're talking about this happening up until from what the early 1500s into the 1800s in this particular part of the world, because slavery was here before 1619. Actually, you had the Spanish already here with slaves. You had basically the Portuguese already here in this on this landmass with slaves in the early 1500s, probably even in the 1400s when they actually got here. So there were already so-called black people here, and that's probably what they're referencing. But slave labor has always been a part of what the world has actually known. But this particular brand of slavery had a very unique sociological cost, a psychological cost to it. The separation of land, family, culture, language, religion, to take somebody apart from themselves, and the physical abuse that kind of followed that to terrorize people to get them to act a certain way also did tremendous damage. Tremendous damage.
Yeah.
Like you said, if the true representation of what took place during slavery is actually shown, I don't know. It's even hard to even think that how do you forgive that? How do you forgive that?
Oh, that's not. It's not. It's as a descendant, it's not forgivable at all.
That's what I'm saying.
I
That's what I
don't care
mean.
how anybody feels about it. I mean, I'm not even like you said. I'm not a person that even, just generally speaking, I don't do victimization stuff. First of all,
Right.
but reality is reality, and situations are what they are. And if people, you know what I mean, and if the machine is trying to clean up American history and colonization, it's really, I would almost want to say, should we be using the word slavery because slavery is kind of universal, or should we be focused on colonization and the systems that they use specifically to deal with us and in our situation? Because I feel like colonization is the real issue here. In slavery, it's within that system, right? Am I saying that right? Or
No,
if
you're
you
saying
if
you're
you keep
saying it right. I think that to create a whole new group of people, right? A group of people that became your labor force for generations on hand in the modern
Mhm.
era, as far as slavery is concerned, it's hard to kind of just call what happened to us just slavery because you had the effects of what took place to integrate us into society, which was a very painful process. And it's still a painful process as far as acceptance, as far as basically being due, reaching the due process of being looked upon as equal to white citizens or so-called white citizens in this particular country.
Well, I know that chattel slavery is interesting. I still would say the world has been horrific to people. People in
For sure.
power have been horrific. And I mean, you got places in Korea and Arabs and other people all over the world, and obviously Africans as well. I mean, you have people have been put in bondage and captured forever, been taken advantage of, exploited, mass murder,
Since the beginning, yeah,
all kind of
no doubt.
atrocities have happened. The weird thing is that I've noticed in this country lately, they have been putting that out there as if that has anything to do with this situation. You know what I'm saying? As if
They
you
use
get
it
to
to
tell
absolve
me,
themselves. That's what they do. Yeah, they do it
right?
to try to absolve
You get to
themselves.
tell us, well, yeah, the Koreans had 1,500 years of slavery. So because the world is built on, because I would argue that the world is built on slavery because you can't, we would all still be living in tribes probably if it wasn't for global slavery.
Right.
Colonial slavery allowed countries in Europe and America to live and eat very well over the last 400 or 500 years. I
Hmm.
mean, and we can just live in that space. Because it's always funny. To me, they've pretty much lost the conversation once you start talking about other places. We ain't talking about other places.
Right.
We're talking about people in this country and how their ancestors felt because they're the ones who made the offer because they had options. They had options to do things with our ancestors. They could have pushed everybody into the Caribbean, to Mexico, to Brazil, to West Africa. They could have did all type. They could have genocided, complete genocide if they wanted to. Right? They could have isolated us into one particular area and just left us there
But paradox.
as a non-state and just had us in some play. I mean, it could have went a lot of different ways, but because we was able to.
Hello.
Oh, can you hear me?
Oh, I thought you can. I be
No.
heard? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. That was just my
Okay.
phone.
Go
My
ahead.
bad. Where did I drop off at?
Um.
You don't remember.
Yeah.
But
No.
anyway,
You said. I think you were saying like everything. I think that's the last thing you said.
no, I was just saying that you can't. No matter how we got to where we are, that doesn't absolve anything from the past. It doesn't matter how many nations in the world was built on slavery. Doesn't have anything to do with this situation. But I just thought it was funny that they're telling white folks and black people who are anti-black, in my opinion, that oh yeah, they had slavery in Egypt and they had slavery. The Bible supported slavery. I'm like, again, what does that got to do with anything? So they're just throwing stuff, what I'm saying, into the conversation. It's like that doesn't mean anything. You know what I'm saying? We are the living family of people who were treated a certain way in colonialism, and you know, if we're asking for things or not asking for things, that's our prerogative. If a percentage of us feel a certain way, we feel a certain way. But
Yeah.
what we're not going to let you do, as far as I'm concerned, as far as how I talk to people online and in the world, is that you're not going to erase the history. If we're going to keep teaching the history, we're going to keep pushing for that. And
Absolutely.
I don't care if white folks is taking advantage of it. I don't care if white people in the Democratic Party is giving us more access, but by doing that, they're using us to platform their own agendas. Don't
Absolutely.
care.
No
Don't
doubt.
care. I don't like, this is me personally. I don't care who is getting educated. I don't care who's getting access. Don't care. I don't care, personally speaking, right? This country's going to do what it's going to do. But if there is a window or avenue for our group, number one, the biggest thing is to teach the history. The biggest thing is to stop the whitewashing of the history. You
Hmm.
know, that's even, and honestly, that's even outside of trying to get any kind of like a check or anything from the government. I'm just saying, like, the most important thing is to hold this country uh, to task, right? To keep it in context. Because I don't know what, and it's probably because of reparations. I'm going to make that argument. It's probably because of that, and because of how the left has what they're doing with our group. Um, it's probably why you're hearing about it probably more. I think that's probably why it's coming back up now, because it's being used as a political weapon. But and I hate that we're that plugged into the left or plugged into politics in that way at all. I wish we could orient ourselves a little bit differently. But look, it is what it is, right?
Hmm.
But like you said, we can't let them. We can't let anybody, especially black people, because black people want to erase the history too. In my opinion, they want to beautify, because at the end of the day, if you're an immigrant, white, Indian, African, or whatever, if you want to love America, if you want to play the game, good luck. Because I'm gonna tell you another thing. When America is no longer a superpower, it's gonna be very interesting about how we talk about America, right? Because see, right now, because it's a superpower, right now, you have to toe the line, because it's basically it's basically like you're working for a big corporation, right? Because
Hmm.
you notice how you can't criticize America. You know how the right will act like, we love America, we love the flag. They'll run their little narratives, and then the left will run their little narratives. But like,
Yeah, one
you
thousand.
really, but you really can't criticize America as an American. Have you noticed that? It
Oh
doesn't
no,
matter what
absolutely.
it doesn't
One
matter what
thousand
side
percent.
you're on. By the way,
Yeah, 1,000%.
you
Absolutely.
have to walk a fine line, because America is very close to North Korea and China and Russia. In my opinion, it's very close to
Hmm.
that, and it will rear its head if you really start to hammer.
Oh, if you
If you
push,
just
no doubt.
white, black doesn't really matter.
No.
It doesn't really matter,
Well, it's
because
it's
they're
it's threat. If you're a threat, then yeah, you get handled. That's just how
yeah.
it always been. Yeah, no
So
doubt.
some of it gets tricky, because you do, and again, this is my opinion. I honestly do feel like you have to be in a bit of it seems this way, that you kind of have to be in a submissive role. You also have to give something if you're trying to get something. It seems like, as far as like access to college, or like, for example, like you were just talking about at the beginning of the call. If you're trying to push women's rights, if you're trying to push LGBTQ, if you're trying to push globalization, we're trying to push what's it called, with all the different races, what do they call that, not integration, multiculturalism. If you're trying to push all these agendas that's coming from some think tank somewhere, or some millionaires and billionaires from the left, and they're trying to push global, utopianism, socialism, whatever you want to call it, right? All the, no borders, the whole, one global currency, all that talk. Those folks who's pushing those, like, they're pushing all those ideas on us. It puts us, we're in such a vulnerable position, right? Trying to get something from the past to try to solve the present, and then you can make a debate that does that solve the present. I don't think you can solve slavery. I don't think there's a solve for it. I don't think there is a fix for it,
Yeah,
right?
I said that a long
So
time ago. Yeah.
right. So it's so sure. If send me a $500,000, whatever, send give me a free house or something, whatever you're gonna.
Hello. You paradox.
Yeah, my bad, bro. My bad.
Okay.
I'm not paying attention to my system right here.
It said give me. You said give me, and that was the last thing you said.
No, I'm gonna just say it doesn't matter what they give us. Even if we get something from this system, they tend to take a lot of things away, obviously. But I feel like even like you were saying with the Nick Fuentes and all that type of stuff, is that a lot of that stuff is just pushing against giving us access or giving us more access. People in this country right now in America, they're very uncomfortable with well, they've always been uncomfortable with race, of course, but they seem to be more uncomfortable than not these days. Not because of just black, but all races and all non-white males, and them getting access to anything, right? And so, like you said, everything is being thrown against everything else, and it just to keep that storm going, right? So you got the gender wars, you have the sexual wars, you have the conservative versus the liberal wars, where like I was telling you before, though, how much of that, if blacks are trying to get access and trying to get maybe something to resolve the past, or even to make sure that that past isn't whitewashed, isn't forgotten about, it apparently requires these things that we're giving up right now to allow that to happen. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Like
absolutely.
1619 Project, what's really hiding behind that, right? Is it a feminist agenda that's hiding behind the 1619 Project? Probably, right? So sure, we're gonna push this. We're gonna try to, you know what I mean? Like, what do they call it? The school thing where they're teaching some gender stuff,
CRT.
right?
CRT.
But they're right,
Critical race
but
theory.
they're running it behind CRT. They're leveraging now. I would say, does that destroy our position? We've established some kind of position, over time. Is the Democrats and the left wing, are they destroying that position by using race or using affirmative action and which is really which is for everybody, obviously, but using those things to sort of bring their own agendas behind it, which then waters those things down, which ultimately will break up a lot of the things that we get access to. So we're getting something right now, but I don't know how much longer it can survive because of what they're using it for.
I think that to be honest with you, man, then this is just something that I think that the reason why there has been something that has been basically formulated now to the degree where there's anti left culture, right? Which means that left is also a term for so-called black people in the majority,
Yeah, yeah,
not everybody.
no,
So you have to kind of separate yourself from the so-called left term as a pejorative, as a negative term, to kind of say, well, no, I'm a free thinking black person, which means that I'm not like them over there. I mean, I'm serious, man.
that's code word for conservative.
It's not just conservative though. It could be a lot of
Okay,
different things.
well,
It could be a lot
libertarian,
of different, yeah. So
Republican,
it could be somebody that just say they want to be in the oppositional middle is what I call it.
yeah.
That political nihilism that comes up where people who are like,
Yeah, Joe
you know,
Rogan's a Republican and don't and pretend that he's not. He's pretending he's a hippie like his parents.
right, yeah, and it's just,
But his white male heterosexual behavior historically, genetically, has to express itself, and it is. Bill Bill
right.
Maher, Bill Maher, and the
Adam,
same
Adam,
way.
Adam 22, and these people around black people, what a lot of times,
Um,
Miss Pearly thing, it doesn't
Phil,
matter. Yeah, it doesn't
yeah,
matter.
Phil. What's his name? Phil, Oprah's dude. Phil.
Vlad TV, pretty much, he's probably the same way too.
What's the
Yeah,
guy's name? Oh yeah, Vlad for sure. Oh, for thousand percent. He's an immigrant too, for sure.
yeah.
What's the guy's name? Phil, the guy who was under Oprah, who got his own, the psychiatrist.
Oh, shit.
His name is Phil, Dr.
Doctor
Phil.
Doctor Phil. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what's name.
All those guys, and it's like I said, it's a whole it's just an endless amount of white males who are
Yeah,
supposedly
manifest
straight,
itself. Right.
who feel officially we're at war. It's official. I would declare. I mean, it wasn't it was felt like it was a kind of a little bit of a cold war in the past, but I think that I'm watching it transform. I'm watching it transform real time.
I'm
You
gonna
know,
tell you something, man. The 1619 project, I read
yeah,
through it.
yeah,
I read it a couple of times. It's pretty
yeah.
solid. It's pretty solid history, bro.
I
It's
know.
just
Yeah, I
it,
read.
yeah. It's not
But
even.
remember, we made an agreement with white people that we will leave it alone.
Who made
That's what
an
I'm hearing
agreement?
from white people. Somebody made an agreement. I don't know if whites with
No, they
blacks or
have
whites
they
and
have
whites, but
put
there
they
was an
have put
agreement that
they have
said
put
we're
black
not going to
faces.
really talk about this. We're going to kind of
But that's
leave
what
it,
I'm saying.
let it lay rest.
They have put black faces in the forefront. They think about it. 1776 for a 1776 project, you're gonna have a black old ass man that's damn near 90 years old
It's
lead this
genius.
movement.
it's,
Shit is insidious, dog.
it's genius. I mean,
To
this is the
have
game. This is
so
the game.
it is the game, but I'm
It
just
is the
saying
game.
for real.
Yeah,
Are you guys
it's
for
real.
real to
Yeah.
put this old head up here that had
Because
all
what they're
these anti-black, this anti-see, because he believed
right.
it's just culture. He believed that black people are culturally deficient. And if we
No,
believe in the
no,
same
no, it
things that we
doesn't. No,
believe,
it doesn't. No, it
no, but
doesn't.
I'm saying he presents that way is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's what he's presenting. That's his job.
Right.
Yeah,
But that's what
yeah.
I'm trying to say. So
Black people need to understand that, though.
he's
By
going to
the way,
sign us because we're way younger. We're in our 40s, right? Early 40s. So he's going to tell us you don't know what you're talking about because
that's
I was
ridiculous.
there. That's what he's going to say. He's going to be like, I was there. I seen him do it too many times. So his argument is going to pivot and be like, well, I know this is what took place back in my time. We had families and we was married to, like,
Hold on,
you hear
stay
this
right there. What
narrative.
was his
You'll
name?
hear it.
Do you know his name?
Robert Woodson. Yeah.
Okay,
I think it's Dr. Robert
okay.
Woodson, if I'm not
So
mistaken.
what you now? What is he now? Who is he?
I
Who
think
is?
that's his name. Yeah.
But that language is also coming from what's his name? Peterson. What's the black dude name?
Jordan Peterson, and
No,
then
no,
you
no, no,
got
not Peter, not Jordan. The black guy, the goofy dude, the goofy old dude.
Thomas
James,
Sawyer. Thomas Sawyer.
Jamie, he's put him on the list.
Uh-huh.
James, what's his name? Is it Peters? Peters.
It is Peterson. Yeah, that's his last name. I
No,
think it's
I'm not talking about the white dude from Canada. I'm talking about the
I'm not
black dude
talking
that
about the
talk
white guy
crazy.
from Canada either. I think that's his
Oh, you
name.
said Jordan. I thought you said Jordan Peterson just now.
Yeah.
No, that's the white guy from Canada.
I think both of them
Jamie,
names.
is it James or James Lee? What the hell is that man name, man?
People could put it. Maybe it's Jamie Lee Peterson. Is it?
I want to say Jamie Lee Peterson too.
That dude, he's out of control too, man.
You know what I'm talking about though, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's because he said what you just said. He said, "Well, I grew up on a plantation."
Yeah. Yeah.
The other guy, then the street dude says the same thing from Texas. What's the little skinny, small, little midget black dude that's been talking crazy on the internet over the last couple of years? That kind of got some heat. That just be going at everybody that's talking reckless. Kind of got a cock eye. You know what I'm talking about? Little bitty dude that just be just on the internet, just going, just saying the most outlandish things to all the rappers and stuff, and talking crazy. He basically talking crazy mostly about rappers, but he says he's an activist and he helps out people, and you know, dang, what is his name? Yeah, Jesse Lee Peterson.
Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse. There we go. Not James.
Why do
but
I
Jesse.
call this man Jordan? I do that a lot. Yeah, I get them confused. Yeah, it's Jesse Lee. Yeah, Jesse Lee. Lee.
Thanks to the chat room.
Thanks to the chat, man. Appreciate
What's the guy? And I was just saying the other guy is he's not that much younger, but he's more in the hip hop space, and he's talking about rappers and hoods and they don't care about the people and they're murdering people. He goes at Bootsy. He goes at the YSL guys in Atlanta. He goes at a lot of people. Charleston White, bam, perfect. Thank you.
Charleston White. Oh, I'm like, who are you talking about?
All right.
Yeah.
So he did a cause he normally just be talking crazy, right?
Yeah.
But he did an interview. I watched a couple of his interviews because I follow him. I watched a couple of his interviews, and he started talking more about his past and and I don't know what he is, who he is, or anything, or who he works for, or who's paying him, or whatever. But he literally has the same talking points as all of them. Yeah, he's right in line. I'm like, well, how? Because when he started talking, I'm like, what is this dude talking about?
He don't like black people, man. He don't like black people, black men in particular. He hate black people. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
he's anti-black. That's what I'm saying. And they think, and I think he knows what he is at this point. He gets paid for doing this, kind of like this political provocateur type of role that he's basically grifted on. He's a grifter too. He's strictly a grifter. I mean, he's it's what he's here for. He's not here to help. Pretty much, he's here to kind of like feed into the negative aspects of black male culture and to get it, to be the
Well, first,
so-called self celebrity black male snitch. Like he'll snitch on, like you say, yeah, he went up against Boosie. When you said Boosie, it should have clicked. Yeah, that's true. He's anti
I
Boosie,
think.
Ti, and all them. Yeah, that's true.
Tell me where I'm wrong at in this thought, and I could be very wrong. Even stuff like that, like when he's talking or in that space on the internet or not, I honestly just don't think those things have. Let me not say it that way. I'm gonna say it's stupid. I just don't feel like it has a level of impact on some level.
What do you mean?
Like it don't stop the show. It don't. It's not. It doesn't. It's not. It's not really necessarily doing anything per se. You see what I'm saying? Like
No. Culturally, the Big Show, no. The groundswell at the bottom. Yeah, you're right. At the top level, no, it doesn't affect it. But as far as the management side of the lower people, the people that are influenced by some of the culture that's out there, the media apparatus that's used. Oh yeah, it has an effect, man. Vlad has this
right,
effect.
How much temperature, how much heat is this stuff?
It just
So
gives it.
I get it. It's internet
It gives
spaces on
more.
some level.
But I'm saying it gives more room for that to be common. You remember when you was talking about we need an ADL, we need like a protection of
We're getting
down.
one. I'm working on it.
Where we don't have that.
Yes.
This is what that will be for, because
Right.
Jewish people don't allow this to happen.
No.
The kind of stuff that we do to each other, the kind of beyond unacceptable, bruh. Beyond unacceptable. And he's part of that. He's part of that apparatus that does that.
Yeah. I want to make Americans and people around the world uncomfortable.
Who gets paid for being anti-Jewish?
Nope.
There's no shade on them.
It doesn't.
There's no shade on them. You don't got millionaires that exist on the internet that does this for their group. Are you kidding me?
No.
Who?
Needs to be a check in place.
Who does it?
No.
And you clearly got black people. This is clearly what they do. They're clearly talking to the detriment of the group that they belong to.
Yeah. 1,000%.
And the only protections that they have in place is the financial gifts and the so-called security force of the police that surrounds these particular people.
It's
outside of their group, which should let you know.
My project is a different way of thinking, though, and that's going to be the challenge.
Yeah, you can go ahead and drop that link, man. Let's maybe give some people up here for like 30 minutes, 45 minutes to discuss some of the things we discussed, and then we can kind of move on from get up on out of here. I gotta make runs in a minute, deal with baby girl. She has a recital coming up, man. So
Well, yeah, we definitely have to dig into some of that a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that's how I think. I just, like you said, I think that's why it's so easy to create warfare within our group. I mean, I just didn't think I would not live to see it, but live
not to this level, man. I thought we dealt with
not in this way.
Yeah, because we used to have a little bit of a check in place, even in the 90s. Like, yo, nigga would be on your ass. Like, nigga, what?
We had checks in place. We had checks all over the place in place. And at the end of the day, you knew that, okay, if you're in a gang, and this is like you said, even historically, if you're in a gang, Jewish gang, Irish gang, any kind of mobs in Europe, any kind of mobs in Boston or something historically, or wherever you want to go in America historically, or even even in Europe. Right, you have mobs and you have the underworld and you have especially in these more advanced civilizations, right? These more complex civilizations. Apparently, they produce because the Chinese and the Japanese mobs, if I'm not mistaken, aren't they dumping fentanyl and drugs through Victoria,
Oh man,
Vancouver,
all over,
Seattle,
man. Yes,
Northern California? Don't the Chinese
absolutely.
gangs run all of that stuff?
The Yakuza. We
I
talk
need some
about the
West Coast people
Yakuza.
to
Oh
confirm
man,
that for me.
come on. The
Right,
Japanese gang lords are
right,
part of
right,
part of the underground of the
right.
samurai and all that. Come on, man.
Okay.
Nah, man, stop it.
Right. But
Extremely
guess what?
organized,
That
extremely
doesn't
organized
stream
criminals.
organized, and it doesn't change
Extremely.
because like me and you say from a capitalist perspective, we believe. I think me and you both believe that you got to have both. You
Yeah,
got to have three. You got to have three or four parts of
yeah.
capitalism, which is underground, slave labor,
Underground. Yeah,
compliance on the main level, compliance
yeah.
from the standard labor, and then the oligarchs or the government or whatever you want to. It's like four. We would me and you. I think we would consider maybe 4 or 5 levels, right? And that's sort of the basic.
Yeah.
In the main one, obviously, is going to be global positioning, strategic trade, military stuff. That's going to be I think it probably
See,
at your top level.
because see, this is the thing. The reasons why the police killings can keep happening and there's not that much of a pushback and things of the nature, when things like that do happen, man get choked out, you start to kind of question the criminal behavior, the criminal past. Like you don't look at
Being black is a
you don't look at
criminal. That's where we are.
that's what I'm saying. You don't look at the victimization that took
Nah.
place. He could have just been choked out and it could have been for nothing. I'm not saying here or there whether it was wrong or right. This not other. I'm just saying, like, even if it did happen, the fact that the man been arrested 20 to 30 times is irrelevant. But that comes up as part of the narrative on whether it was basically legal to take this person's life or not. That's how this is actually done now. Due process don't exist because of
No,
the
due
so-called
process
narrative.
never
Yeah,
existed for. That's the whole point, isn't it?
but
Is that
that's what I mean.
no matter how we no matter how we slice this turkey, it doesn't change. It doesn't not going to change anything
But that's
because
what I mean by the
ten,
negative
right,
reinforcement
right,
of what
right.
takes place in the media that is
Democrats
done
can't
by
protect
us.
you,
It's done by
right?
us to a degree. Yeah,
But
absolutely.
Democrats cannot protect black men.
No, nobody can.
Liberals, progressives can't protect black men.
Absolutely not.
Gay,
That is
straight,
a
or
fact.
trans. Doesn't
Gay,
really
straight,
matter.
or trans. It doesn't even matter.
You can't protect. We black men are and
Excommunicado.
has been. You can go through every decade of time. It clearly doesn't matter how you position the politics,
Right.
because I would have thought, because of Black Lives Matter, George Floyd, Trayvon Martin, even going back to what's the brother who got shot up in the '90s in New York, the Jamaican brother, I think he's from Jamaica or Africa.
Amalu Diallo.
Right.
Yeah, 30
You can
times.
even
Yeah.
go back to that's the decade now. You had him in the '90s, and you had the
Yeah.
brother in California,
Oscar Grant.
Rodney King. Yeah, Oscar. I mean, you can just keep going back, right? We can just keep going back decade to decade to where no matter how the politics are positioning, and even if you're thinking that you have some protection, quote unquote,
Right.
you have some protection, it doesn't solve for black men getting more prison time, getting locked up more, getting mistreated in the justice system, getting more time, getting the death penalty,
Mhm.
being treated as a non-human being.
Right.
It doesn't matter how it orients itself. And what I mean by that is this: you can have Jay-Z, former drug dealer, LeBron James, single mother. Um, right? How many ever ways what's my man name who played for Golden State? Steph Curry with two parents. Right, and one parent was a million. I think he was a millionaire when he played in the league, or close to probably being a millionaire. Right. No matter what we present to this system, right? Married, single mother, married parents, millionaire, billionaire. What's the brother who got investigated? Michael Smith.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter. You can live in Colorado and be around these people. It seems like it doesn't matter how black men orient themselves. We are, quote unquote, such a threat to Latino men who look like us, which is weird, to Asian men, to white men. I think it's just interesting that no matter how you want to slice it, it's relentless, And to have black men have some dirty white dude mixed whatever he is talking about anything about black people
Yeah.
is disgusting.
In front of black people, by the way. I'm not saying
It's
this
disgusting.
to
To
be in
let him
front of
talk,
black
to let him
people.
eat.
Oh man,
Let me tell you something.
this is it's
We don't get
bad,
to
bro.
debate. We don't debate. We're not debating. We're not talking.
It's
You're the
listen,
enemy.
trying
What?
to coalesce, trying to justify the treatment of your so-called ancestors. It is that is appalling to me. That's me just trying to actually describe. It is beyond. Beyond reprehensible. What took place on that platform? And yes, I'm talking about Obsidian Momia Ali's platform when he had Nikki Fuentes on that motherfucker talking all that shit about black slavery basically was an embellishment, and he stand 10 toes down on it. And he used George Washington. I think they used George Washington, him and Pearlie, they used George Washington as some kind of
Savage.
barometer of
Savage.
so-called slave
Savage.
benevolence.
Savage. We freed the slaves. I
What?
watched Pierce Morgan caping for the kings and queens of England. I'm like,
But
what
this
are we
but
doing
paradox
here?
but paradox, this only works if you can get that group
We
to
ended
acquiesce.
slavery.
If you
We
could
ended
get if
slavery
you
as the
could get
British
the
crowns.
if you could get the group to acquiesce to this and even support you fully and go against within internally the same group of men that is dealing with this and say they pushing back on it, that's going to create enough of a rift in that to where nothing has to be owed. That's where you can attack reparations is. You pay some of the
Well, a lot of
people.
black men want to be accepted as white. That's that's
There you
that's
go.
that's part number one.
Patriarch before the so-called racial deal. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. I
yeah.
agree. No
Yeah.
doubt.
So once you start to break, so once you start to see the crack, you will get a Nick Fuentes because at the end of the day, this ain't complicated. Power is power. We're not, there is no other world that we can live on. This is it. And so your behavior, in my opinion, is going to show itself when things like that happen. So if you're trying to get closer to whiteness, be it Candace Owens, be it the person whoever that person is you're talking about, whoever these people are, they're trying to figure out how do I become a white person? What does it mean to be the things that me and you've been talking about forever? I mean, it's just like it's just hilarious that
It's
we
amazing.
keep
It's
coming.
amazing how this
We're
keeps
not
coming
trying to
back,
be
right?
here, but this is where it's gonna be.
We tried to leave
I mean,
this
we know
conversation,
that.
what, 2 to 3 years ago?
Yeah. I'm still trying to leave it, by the way. But but
I'm like a tick. I'm locked in now. I know because it's
uh,
everywhere. It's nowhere where it don't exist. It's everywhere. It doesn't. It's the fabric.
right. But you don't. But like you said, you don't get to. I don't. Like you said, we're in a. It's interesting because a lot of these things we have always heard, right? I just feel like with at least if you're arguing from a social media perspective, it's allowed to collectively get a lot of people together, and they're using. Have you always noticed that too? Is that when whites are uncomfortable, or when America is uncomfortable, where they send that uncomfortability at to get comfortable?
Yeah.
Like you see how they shift. You're talking about all these things that are
It's
going on,
management. Yeah, it's
but you
management at the
have
end of
to
the day.
leverage black males. You have to
Yeah.
leverage us. And what black people don't understand is that is why we're being killed,
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion.
Exactly right.
Even so-called black on black crime, even
Yep.
so-called gang violence, everything
Yep.
that you're talking about, to me, it's all sort of wrapped around
It's way too easy, man.
their position, and then people connecting with them and saying, yeah, it wasn't this and wasn't that bad, and
Right.
as you start to deteriorate that's one reason why.
Right.
And I do not want to compare us to Jews. I don't want to do it, but there is a reason why them people have to keep showing those films
Yep.
to their own people.
Yep.
There is a reason. There is a weird sensational or
And guess
energy
what?
to.
And guess what? We get the message too. That's the point. That's the point that I don't think people understand. We get the message also. It's
Yeah,
not
for
just
sure.
them. We get it. So when
Yeah,
you
for
get these
sure.
people coming up talking about, oh man, slavery ain't that bad, man. It was dope.
Uh,
And we got
you just
black people
can't do
arguing.
it,
We're
man. You
arguing with
can't
each other.
do
So
it.
we're arguing about black men getting killed. We can't get past that. So politically, how can
But
we
it's
go forward with
connected.
how can we go forward with an agenda for black men when we got black men that are anti-black men?
I
When it's
know the
fit,
old
when it's
saying.
damn near
What
40
do
to
you,
when it's 40 to 45% of us that are like this, and they think that they're on the right side
I,
of it. No, don't call me a black
I
man.
hope
I'm
it's
an
not that
American,
high. I hope
bruh,
it's not that.
bruh. I'm trying. All right, man. All right.
I say I hope it's not that. I hope it's not
Shit.
that high, man. And I know it's easy to do. I know it feels good. It's comfortable. I want to do it too. I want to pretend that it didn't happen and nothing's going on and it's all good and we're all independent and individuals and the past don't matter. But the last time I checked, everything a country or a nation or institution does have to reach into the past to make it all make sense, to make your next move make sense. It's just that's why it's just an unusual. It's unusual when you think about it and how easy it is. Because it is. I think, like you said, I think it is uncomfortable and it's painful, and I think it's hard to hold that position over time. And you want to have, especially think about America, and we like to have, and we are in a nation, no matter how bad it is. In some ways, it's a lot of good. It's a lot of fun. Easy access to a lot of money to go out and do a lot of things and to be entertained and not to be serious. And I feel like the more you're able to get your society not to be serious, I think it does allow you to rewrite history a little bit easier, to clean it up a little bit, to glorify it a little bit more, because they really do want to glorify this country. They really do want to have us all united, um, and not so divided, and leveraging a lot of things that we're talking about to try to unite our country. I've noticed that a lot. Like you said, the 1776, loving the flag. I mean, just think about how Colin Kaepernick got attacked, and I'm not really even concerned about him. I'm fascinated that what he did was the way it was offensive and how people responded to it.
Mm, That's what happens when you let your oppressor teach your children.
Yep.
What do you expect? I mean, and what Nick Winters and what Pearl was saying is nothing I haven't heard from young black people. So what do you expect? That's why I didn't get upset, because I know how they're taught. And we
Well,
have
if
we
Yeah.
that
we
if
we
that if
have we
that
have
is
we have
your
we have we have millennials and Z's attacking boomers about civil rights. We didn't need civil rights. Okay.
yeah, and my stance on that is if that's what you believe in, then just stand 10 toes down on it, and then just be over there with them.
Yeah. Well,
Don't talk to black people. Why you talking to black people then? Why
I
you
say
in
the
black
same.
spaces? No,
I
I'm,
say
I'm
the
just
same
saying
thing
like
every day. Yeah.
that's where I'm standing on it now, because like you don't need to be here. Why are you even dealing with black people? Why are you even calling yourself black? You're just an American, right? Take your ass over there with them.
They
Deal
can't
with
do it
them.
though. It's not real.
Right. I know that's my point.
I've watched them try
Me,
it.
me, but
Hmm.
I've
that's
watched
my
them try it.
overall point. Yeah, you go over there. You
Hmm.
don't need to be over here. You don't need to be talking about so-called
I
black
want to
men
go over
issues.
there. I just know I can't. I've tried.
I've been over there. I've been over there. So I don't want to be over there.
Uh,
Yeah.
People ask me how come I didn't. I'm in LA. I could have. I went to upper middle class white schools. I could have moved out to to the suburbs with white folks. I can get along with them. How come I don't? Because I don't want to. Because I know what's behind the mask. But the thing is that I've been saying that, man, for like 25 years, man. Um, people complain about white folks and in the black community. And so, where you send your kids to school? Okay, well, we send them to the public school system. Who's in charge of the public school system? White folks. Okay, was 83% of the teachers are white women. What do you expect? Okay,
Mhm.
you know, who think the thing is, I always tell black people, go back and study the Prussian school system and why it was implemented. It's the best brainwashing system ever created by man. Okay, it's used all over the world. Even the Chinese use the same shit. Okay,
Mhm.
there's a reason for that. So
Yeah.
you
Now,
go ahead.
a lot of it also has to do with normalizing the behavior from a very young age. They know psychology wise that the programming of a human being happens very, 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 very early on, and if you normalize the way the school system kind of indoctrinates
Hmm.
behavior,
Yeah.
history, historical facts, what you believe to be accurate, what you believe to be true,
Hmm.
and you don't test none of these things out, that will actually become pretty much part of the program. And so it'll be easier to kind of put you into that kind of mix of, okay,
Uh,
this is what it is, and this is what you're going to deem it to be true. And then you just fall in line with it because consciously everybody else is falling in line with it. You just
Why,
follow along and follow the rules.
why do you think that the feminists targeted 1972 targeted the educational system? There's a
Yeah,
reason for that.
that's what I'm saying, for the children.
It was for
Absolutely.
children. And so by the time, by 5 generations, I don't, everybody's got feminist thinking. I've been online for 15 years. I hear it all the time. I
Yeah,
can actually identify it when I hear it.
me and Paradox grew up.
I'm,
We
I'm
came up
definitely
in
a
that.
feminist.
Came up.
Yeah,
We
I mean,
came up. We
it's
came up
you got
in that whole paradigm where the shift
yeah.
happened. Yeah.
Gen X was the Gen X was the first test case. I mean, boomers were
Yeah.
kind of, it's kind of so. But the thing is, Gen X is the first fully feminist generation. Thing is, if you look back to the
I don't even
1830s,
know how not to be a feminist at this point.
you can't because you've been indoctrinated.
Yeah.
Why you think white people are white? Okay, that just happened by happenstance. Okay, they brought in this. They saw what the Germans did because the Germans were not Germans. Okay, they were tribes. Okay, different hamlets and kingdoms, stuff like that. The Prussians forged the Germany together by educating the children. Okay, what do you think Hitler did when he first came? What did he target? Targeted the children.
Yeah, we're very familiar with the history, BGS. We know it.
Yeah.
What
Yes.
what 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 my what my thing is, as far as
Mm-hmm.
this is concerned, is
Mm-hmm.
when you get black people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Black people talking to other black people, and you provide them with facts or with the actual information,
Yeah.
and the fact that they're so anti against what that is. That's the problem that I have. I
It's
don't
war.
I hold on. I
Okay.
understand all of it.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the school system. I was in the school system, public
Mm-hmm.
school system at that. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? The programming did not take. It doesn't take everybody. You see what
No,
I'm saying?
but
It
most
doesn't.
people.
Yeah,
Most
no,
people.
no, it does. It
Mm-hmm.
does. But there's, and I think Paradox asked me this a long time ago. How did I get to this point of being kind of like uh, anti to a degree, but not anti to the
And
point where I would,
anti-American.
right,
Yeah. Yeah.
not to disturbing it, but understanding what it is and not being overindulgent in my anti-ness, if you want to say that. Like, I can sit in it and be around other people that are basically indoctrinated and not have to speak on what is going on in the room. Sometimes I lose form. I can't help it. I get triggered. You know what I'm saying? It's a weakness of mine. But my overall point, as far as when you're providing people with information, because
Mm-hmm.
if that's the case, right? If everything is just the school system, this and that other, we can't do anything about it, then everybody just need to just basically, especially people that are anti-blackness, are basically anti trying to kind of keep people in line as far as what they know to be true, then
Mm-hmm.
we just need to just basically pack up and go home and not even drop a video, not even try to put out information. My contingency is that, look, you can believe what you want to believe. If we can come up and have this discussion, which I
Mm-hmm.
wonder why these guys never even come over here. You do, but everybody else tend to avoid us having this discussion with them. I've been
Mm-hmm.
blocked on these guys' channel. Why am I being blocked? I don't talk about these dudes in a derogatory way. You see what
Because
I'm
because you mess with their worldview, they don't want to hear it.
saying? They're all about the smoke, though. They're all about the
No,
smoke.
no,
They're
they're
all
not.
about, well, that's what they say. That's what
I,
I'm
I,
saying.
I sat right there in the middle of them, of these guys, okay, and challenged because most of these cats that think they know what they know and think they believe what they believe actually don't have no clue about where the shit actually comes from. We start challenging that and challenging the bedrock of what they think they believe, man. They fold. They fold like a little, cheap burrito, like a frozen dollar burrito. Just fold because they have no clue about what they're talking about. They don't. They think they do. And that's when you come in and you start laying, you start at you don't hit at the surface, you hit at the bedrock of what they believe. They can't deal with that because you're messing with their worldview. They can't deal with that. They can't because that shatters the psyche. Okay, when you start messing with white folks and their whiteness, right? The bedrock that it's been built on, which is what's happening now all over the world. Okay, that shatters their worldview. They can't handle that shit, man. Why I can't get white folks to talk to me and challenge me on something, right? Because I'm gonna shatter their worldview. They can't take me. Okay, they avoid me like the plague. And I've been in sitting in rooms with white folks and start talking. Man, they start moonwalking backwards, man, because they can't handle it. They can't handle it. So that's why you're blocked. They can't handle that stuff. I don't bother them that much, man, because I always tell them the same thing. Okay, that if you don't believe in color and you're so accepting, how come you're in this space? Go over there with them because that's where you want to be. But they
Yes,
they know they can't.
exactly.
They can't. They know
But
they
I'm
can't.
saying deep down they know they can't do it. That's what
Yeah.
I mean. That's my point.
Mm-hmm. So they're lying, and I know they're lying.
And getting paid for it at that, making a good living.
You know what? I told ABL.
Uh,
ABL used to come in our spaces all the time, right? With that rhetoric, man. I said, man. I said, you know what, man? I told him straight up, man. I said, if you're gonna be a coon, be a good one, because good coons get paid. Okay. And you're not a good coon. I said you need to get into the books and learn this rhetoric and learn as you start reading and be a good coon so you can get paid. So I understand that's where you're headed. And I have no problem with you being a coon, okay? But thing is, what I don't have problems with coons. I had problems with bad coons, okay? I have problems with broke coons because if you're a good coon, you're supposed to have money. If you ain't got no money, then what are you doing it for?
m- my confusion is that why do they talk about Thomas Sowell like he's some kind of historian? He's an economist.
And, and,
So you don't talk about
An
Lerone Bennett, yeah,
economist.
economist. You don't
and
talk
he's a
about
li-
Lerone
and he
Bennett Jr. wrote a
and
whole
he's
history book about his
mhm.
books are basically taught in college courses. I took his course. I
He's a
mean,
liar. And
but
that's why I
that
don't
but not
like him.
it's just that's what I mean. It's just so anti what they
The
present
Heritage
BGS.
Foundation loves
And,
them.
and I read his book on on the housing crash. And first, white guy, Jewish guy, gave it to me. He said, "Read this. You ever turn to Thomas Sowell?" I said, "Heard him, never read him." So he gave me this book about the housing crash. I read because I'm into I used to do this kind of stuff, man. I'm intimate with the details, right? So I started reading stuff, and like the first 10 pages said, "Motherfucker's a liar." Threw the book back at him.
And not only
He's
that,
lying. Go ahead.
anybody that knows any inkling of what took place with black people would basically be able to shut him down. And that's why it just seems so anti. Like, why is he the only one that you referencing for the historical record? Before the Mayflower, that's
We,
Lerone Bennett Jr. book. It goes from basically from the beginning of what took place here in this country to
mhm.
already what took place up into the 90s.
Yeah,
A
yeah,
historical record.
yeah.
W.E.B. Du Bois, the same thing. Like this so-called it's just too easily to be debunked if you have any kind of working knowledge about black history, American black history as
Mhm.
a whole.
We're debating what a woman is, okay? So we're in bizarro land, okay? We're debating what a woman is. So something that happened 150 years ago that's easily debatable because we're so far along, this path of just anything that we want to believe we can believe, and nobody wants to believe the truth. The truth is one thing that people don't even want to accept anymore because it like I said, alternative facts. We're in a world of alternative facts. That's where we are right now. I just look at people and said, he said, where do you get this shit from? And why do you believe what you believe? And
Yeah, well,
you start throwing facts. That's like I got with these philosophers like Gigi and Curry and even Dr. Neal, right? Down to philosophy. Teach me the lineage of where this thought comes from, and they have. So when I start attacking it, they have no clue because they don't even know.
Do you think the what is a woman is connected to anything black?
No, it
And what I mean is that
oh,
stream of what
oh,
you just said
oh,
of where they're
okay.
pushing out what is a woman, what
Oh,
is this, what is that, but then somehow it seems like black people, specifically black men, are somehow mixed into that because it'll start.
yeah.
It's a lot of times it'll start out with something black, or it'll start out with something what is a woman, but they seem to be mixing and mingling those two things. Am I
Oh,
not? Am I
okay.
missing that?
No, and who's the most masculine figure on the planet? If you just think of one. Black American male. Okay,
The
if you
Rock.
with The Rock, Michael Jordan,
Hmm.
Magic Johnson. In other words, whatever your image of masculinity, okay, around the world is a black male. A black American male is the staunch
At
image
the
of
pinnacle.
masculinity.
Yeah, at
Okay,
the
yeah, the
pinnacle.
pinnacle of masculinity. Right. If
Right.
you can turn him feminine, everybody else will get in line.
That's interesting.
No, when you start at the top, right?
Oh no, no, I'm not pushing back. I'm just processing.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
like
I
I just
mean,
like how you put that together. I'm just
yeah,
thinking
yeah.
through it now.
If you can
Because
feminize
Asian
him,
men,
yeah.
yeah, thinking
Go
about
ahead.
it. I'm just thinking through different groups of people real quick. That's all.
Hmm.
Not known to be masculine at all. No, not
No,
looked
no.
upon as being extra
Who
masculine. Yeah.
Even
Intellectual, but not masculine.
even your white man, you don't get that goes on. The biggest blow was Jesse Owens back in the 1930s, right when Jesse Owens came and
Right.
dominated the Nazis, the
Yeah,
pinnacle of white manhood, right, with the Aryan Nazis, right, and Jesse
yeah,
Owens and the black folks came in and devastated them, right.
yeah,
And
Hmm.
and then Joe Lewis right after that, right? Okay, and then
yeah.
all these athletes coming on the field of battle, which we call
Jack Johnson
war
before them, actually.
before
Jack
them, right?
Johnson was
Basically. So
the first of
basically,
it. Yeah.
regardless of what they would like to think, right? Black men are the pinnacle of masculinity, which is why you're hated, which is why nobody wants you around their women.
Which
Nobody
back to
wants a black man around.
dehumanization. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they
Hmm.
have to. They have to bring you down, right? No, nobody, any a white man or a Latin man or Arab man can go all over the world and bang any woman he wants, except a black man. Why? Because a black man is a threat. Because because in your mind, every woman wants a black man sexually. If a black man had money, basically it'd be a wrap. Okay, that's why you have to keep him oppressed.
Oh, well, we get an argument here on that.
So so that's
Uh, we're
but that
living
is
proof of that.
I was saying, but that's also a myth that they have been putting on black men forever. So so now that myth is propagated all over the world. Okay, with myth, some fact myth, that depends on how you want to view it. Okay, a black American male is the pinnacle of masculinity on the planet.
Yeah,
And so if you go ahead.
it's like a false representation of it. But yeah, you're right.
so when we
As
so
far
we
as
would so when we
representation of it on the
consider
podcast, yeah, true. It's just presented
so
that.
would you consider George Washington masculine though? Would we consider people like George Washington or like I don't know Daniel Boone or some what's the guys who traveled through America back in the day?
Lewis and Clark.
Yeah, would you are we looking or like trappers? Do we or Vikings for that matter?
Okay.
Are people tapping into? Are some Europeans tapping into?
No, they might have at one time, but thing is those times are past.
Yeah,
They
it's
might
not
Okay,
have at one time.
it's not
Um,
consistently
ev-
either.
e-
John
e-
Wayne was probably the last bastion of white male masculinity.
yeah,
After that, it turned into the black athlete. So that is
yeah, yeah,
true.
yeah. And if you look at
is
the
that
man,
from feminism? Is that from where men were quote unquote men were men? You know, the lumberjacks, and then we had a transition period in this country, specifically in America, but even maybe I guess even in Europe for that matter. Did
uh,
we start to see a transition somewhere?
oh, okay. Basically, you started to see a transition in 1804 when uh,
Okay,
the machines came in, the factories came in, and took the women and children out of the homes. Okay, the transition started
yeah,
there. In fact, me and Green Gorilla actually looked at this paper, talk about the end of the I think end of the king of the house of the father, when patriarchy started to die.
Right.
So that's when feminism actually started then. Okay, feminism is not a cause, it's actually an effect. Okay, it's an effect of the environment, because how you organize people is always dependent on the environment that you're in. Okay, and then they needed women and children outside of home in the factory, so they separated the father from the children. And then after that, women had independence. I don't need you as a father. I want to get a divorce, all that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
And the children don't belong to you anymore. So they legally, socially, and not ideologically separated the woman and children from the man, from the father.
Yeah, they wore it to the state, basically. Yeah.
The wards of the state. Children are wards of the state. That's like you have parental rights. Okay, you are deemed guardian
Yeah.
by the state.
And
Okay. In
it's
fact,
hard for people to believe that, but that you've been assigned as their guardian or their
yes,
parent basically
yeah,
at birth.
yeah.
But if you put them in danger, the state can take your child away. That's why they have child
They
protective services. That's what
they
CPS is all about.
they can take
They can pull your card anytime.
they can take that baby out of the arms of the mother right after birth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. If
yeah.
there's any kind of undue harm, now there are some rights that are in place for the parents, of course, but yeah, absolutely.
Ask the immigrants coming over about them being separated from
Absolutely.
their children. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, legally it can be done.
You
No
know,
doubt
illegally
about it.
can be done because it's been that was actually established in 1839 under the
Oh, we've stole about a million immigrant kids, at
yeah,
least.
well
I
more
think
than
about
that,
it over the
way
last
more than that.
7 or 8 years.
I would say it's probably more than that. Yeah.
That's actually a UN mandate.
Yeah, I think it's more than that.
2005, 2006 UN
Mhm.
mandate that immigrants, children of immigrants are actually in a separate system than the adults. Okay,
Yeah,
Adults.
when
Yeah.
what's that actress name? I don't even think all her kids are legal adopting from the other
Angelina,
people.
Angelina Jolie.
Yeah, perfect
uh,
example of it. Yeah, I
yeah,
doubt very seriously that
yeah,
paperwork is legal in both countries. Some of those kids may more than likely. This is just my opinion, by the way.
mhm,
More than likely, probably
yeah,
got kidnapped or
yeah,
taken
Yeah,
away
those
yeah.
from their
stories are going
I,
to
parents.
come out in another
I,
10 years. I think you'll
yeah.
start hearing about that come out.
Because it doesn't just happen here; it also happens in Europe. But I have
Yeah,
to go back and pull the paperwork because actually it's a UN mandate that they use where what they call it unaccompanied, yeah, unaccompanied children, right? In other
mhm,
words, when immigrants, illegal immigrants cross into a country, basically the children are actually deemed unaccompanied, so they can actually put them in a separate system than the adults.
yep.
They can take those children from those immigrants, put them in a separate system, and then assign them parents.
Yeah, which is another demand to get them up here. It's another demand for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what the thing you know I stay in enough trouble, so I talk about it, I'll mention it, and I'll move on because I stay in enough trouble as it is. Because you know that's something people don't want to be known. So you see a whole camp of 40,000 kids. How did they get there?
Hmm.
They
Right.
just walked across by themselves? No, they didn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like always been like a big facade. Like now you worried about so-called illegal illegal aliens in Texas and El Paso of all. Come on, get out of here, man.
And now after
Get out
100,
of here,
and
dude.
now after more than 100 years,
Yeah,
all of a
get out
sudden
of
now
here, man.
they talk about child labor being legal again. Okay.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
stop it, man. Just stop
so
it for
so
real. Like this is just full of it, dude.
I
I
just
didn't.
laugh.
Is he stuck in a wheelchair? By the way, is that Greg Abbott? Is he stuck in a wheelchair?
Greg Abbott
Is it Greg Abbott? What's the name of the governor
in
in
Texas.
Texas? Yes.
Oh yeah, I think it is Abbott.
Yeah,
Is it?
Abbott. This Abbott.
Okay, okay. But he's in a wheelchair, right? He
I
doesn't
Yeah.
don't
walk.
know. I don't
No, he
know.
doesn't walk. No, he doesn't walk. No,
I don't
he's in
think
a
he can
wheelchair.
walk anymore.
Permanently.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
he's in a wheelchair. Like I looked
okay.
up, like
Yeah.
man, that's
Oh,
crazy.
we had a president in a wheelchair. It's no big
Yeah,
deal.
of course. But every time I see him, because of the way they show him, I always
Yeah.
thought I thought he was just there temporarily. I remember when he first got there,
No.
I thought he was there temporarily, that he was walking after that. But
Shout
no,
out to FBR.
yeah, FDR, yeah, Eleanor too, because Eleanor basically ran the
Yeah.
country for a good 4 to 5 years of the of the presidency,
Yeah.
especially towards the end, no doubt
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah. It is what it
Yeah,
is, man. Yeah, that's so I I talk a little bit and I kind of mention it, you kind of throw a key out here or there and I go on because if I go on a campaign, man, I know my ass is in grass already. So
yeah,
so I try to stay low key, okay? I try to stay out of this stuff. Like the coons, let the coons be the coons, man. You know.
yeah. I mean, it's to the point now where it's doing damage. I think now because of how dangerous it is to have somebody that's a known white nationalist that's been banned by other white people, by the way. They didn't take them, they took them off social media. They basically wiped them away. And for you to give this
What
person a platform and to give him
what why are they trying to reform him? Because this is coordinated.
I
The Pearl
I
and
want you
now
to be able,
Obsidian and it's
you
gonna
should be able, you should know what is that?
I,
What are
I,
they
would-
doing?
what I'm saying is that I Why him? I don't know. Because I really haven't really followed him
But BGS,
that much. Yeah.
think about this. This
Hmm.
man is like as off-white as can get. He has an Italian mother and a Mexican father, an immigrant Mexican father. What
Guess
the
what? Well,
and talking about whiteness? Are you
no,
kidding me? And he's Catholic? Get out of here.
what is the biggest
Get out of here,
demographic,
bro.
growing demographic in the United States right now?
Yeah, Hispanic.
People of color.
Yeah, but I'm saying specifically Hispanics, a part
Yeah,
of that particular
yeah.
grid is
And
in
they
them.
want it. They
Yeah.
want it. And guess what's happening to this called the white population, the Anglo-Saxon Protestant? It is dying. Okay,
No,
quickly.
dude. I'm saying I'm not talking about that part of it. I'm
Mhm.
talking about the fact that he can go play white in front of us and not get called out on him basically saying because he goes in and out of that so-called dual classification that he
Mhm.
has. He'll
Mhm.
he'll he'll go some places because I have heard him and say, well, I'm mixed. I'm not all the way white. My dad is Mexican, my mom is Italian.
Mhm.
But then
Mhm.
he gets there, I'm pretty much all white, and it's just playing games, word games,
Yeah.
and just
Yeah.
playing with
What
people,
Yeah.
what do you
in
think?
and out of
Do you think
Why
that
they trying to
he
why they trying to rehabilitate him? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What is about him?
but
They're
not
trying
only
to
that, but like he has any kind of authority on whiteness too, and then to speak about slavery, he
Mhm.
has the gall to speak about slavery to you guys that are descendants of
what do you,
slavery. Come on now.
do you think
He's not really speaking to us. He's really basically because we're not going to really accept it like that. Who's he really speaking to? Right? Where he's trying to get his bones at? He's speaking to
are
white
they look
people.
He
are
had
they
other
looking
people.
for vulnerable points?
He had other
Is it,
black people supporting him though. BJ is what I'm
He,
saying.
he he does, but the thing is, if black people accept him as white or something like that, white people probably more, okay, but he's not really for, but he's really willing to go to black spaces and speak what he thinks is the truth, right? That they, in other words, they think that takes balls to actually do that. It'll be just like they actually rehabilitated Pearl like that. Okay, she's acceptable now to white people. In fact, I see white people defending her now.
Yeah, I think she's leaned out. She's leaned out of the black space. You can sort of
Yeah,
tell. There's a
yeah,
difference.
but there's
She's
a shelf
basically
life. You know that, right?
she moved out.
she
She's
moved out.
into the
Yeah,
white
yeah,
space now.
yeah. She's moving out of it.
There's a shelf life for being in our space anyway.
I
Yeah,
They,
guess
run,
so. Yeah, I
they
guess
tend to,
that's
they tend certain whites run through our space
yeah,
to
yeah,
get
yeah.
legitimacy all the time.
mhm.
Yeah. But basically, her manager actually told the truth because Ben Shapiro's manager, whatever his name is, right, um, basically said there's a Kevin Samuels, regardless of what you think about it, he left a vacuum all over the world. Okay, it's got to be filled by somebody. Who do you pick to fill it? They tried Andrew Tate, but he wouldn't take the money. So who do you pick to fill it?
How do you think these people see him? Do you think they even see him as black mixed or just just Andrew Tate? He's just an individual.
Just like
what is your opinion on that? I'm asking BGS this. I'm curious to see what he says.
I was saying I was saying they see him more like I see this like Andrew Tate is mixed, right? He's
Yeah.
half black, guess what? The white boys, especially around the world, rally behind him. Okay,
I
so,
understand that, but what do you think they see him as? Because
uh,
Kevin didn't get to that kind of
oh,
acceptance as far
oh,
as
no,
how he
what you see is how they saw Kevin.
No, I'm saying there's clearly a difference because Kevin was saying some of the same tenets, of course, and had a
Okay,
different kind of spiel.
okay,
He was more grounded into the so-called black space, even though he was outside of the black space too, to a
okay,
degree, but he
okay,
still kind of influenced their thought patterns a little. They
okay.
knew who
Oh,
he was, but
I'm trying.
clearly they clearly look at him differently,
I'm trying.
Kevin, than they do
Okay,
Andrew
I'm
Tate.
trying to. You talking about Andrew Tate? You talking about Nick Fuentes? You talking about Kevin? Which
I'm
one you
talking about
talking about?
Andrew Tate and Kevin now, but I was talking about. I asked you specifically, what do you think they classify him as? Mixed, white, or black person?
Oh, you talking about Andrew Tate?
Yes.
Mixed?
So you think they actually don't classify him as black at all?
No,
Okay. So why
no.
do you believe that? Why do you believe that?
Oh, because he was at several debates, right? And they didn't believe that he was black, and he had to tell them, oh, pull up a picture of my father.
Yeah, I
They don't
remember
see him.
that.
They don't see him as a black man. They see him as a mixed person slash white person. Okay, that's the way they see Andrew Tate. They still do.
And it's because of how he presents, right?
It's how he
Presents himself.
presents. Yeah, yeah.
So he presents white first
He's-
instead of black first.
Instead of black first, and he had to actually prove that he is black. You know.
Yeah. I got you. I'm just trying to think
Yeah.
about. I'm thinking because I know that orients him in a different way because of how the power, the hierarchy, of how people view things and who it's coming from, and how respectable they deem it to be. Because clearly, when they saw Kevin, they saw him as a black man, other outside of their group,
He-
other, which makes him his voice kind of like it becomes threatening all of a sudden, and he's also he says this and this and that, or you get these white girls in line, they feel like it's almost like an automatic threat to them and to their dominance. And that
Okay.
so-called,
If you're gonna make the perfect masculine man, okay, in this climate, right? What would you combine?
nah, I wouldn't say that. I got what you're saying though.
In other words, physical masculinity, sexual masculinity of a black man with the money and power of a white man, right?
Yeah, I got you.
And you bring those two together. Who does that represent? Andrew Tate.
Tate.
Yeah, I gotta get
You
some.
can
I gotta
disagree.
get
What
some
I'm
more.
saying is,
I gotta get some more evidence on that one.
no,
Yeah, that one,
I mean,
yeah.
it's just a theory. It's not a fact. It's just theory. Okay.
Yeah. I got you.
If you're gonna make a Frankenstein that people will actually gravitate to, right? Okay. What elements would you combine to make that person?
Yeah, it's almost like the same thing with the Obama effect too. It's the same situation.
Almost, right? Almost. Except
Yeah, very
Obama
similar.
presented as black, so
He
Andrew
did
Tate
present as
doesn't.
black.
Yeah,
That's
Andrew
the
Tate
that's
doesn't.
the difference. It's a perfect example where you can segue over. And
Yeah, but
the paradox. Now you trigger paradox. So see,
I'm
I'm
asking. No, Paradox agrees with me. I can tell.
Yeah.
No, I think he triggered off the presenting Barack being presented as black.
He's from Chicago. He sings blues.
Okay.
His wife is a sister. She ain't just black. She's a sister, right, from Chicago.
Yeah.
He
And Bill
presents
Clinton
as
plays the
black.
saxophone. Right.
Yeah. He presents as black.
Party off, right?
No, I'm a Paradox. Does he present as black?
Paradox?
Does
question.
Obama present as black?
You asking DC that?
No,
I'm
he
asking
asking
you.
I mean, I guess so.
I'm not saying what he is. I'm saying what does he present as to the world?
Because that's all that matters at the end of the day. That's all that matters is how he presents, not how you feel, not what you want it to be, not what you wish it to be, not what it should be.
How does he present?
To the world.
To the world. Because I know how he presents. I was on the continent when he got elected, right? I know how he presents to the world. Okay, what do you think?
I mean, I would just say, I mean, he made a choice.
That's not the question.
And so
that's a good way of getting out of it. But no,
yeah, he's trying to duck out of it.
You know, hey, no, seriously though, because yeah.
No, I'm saying he made a choice, and
he did. Yeah.
He pretended, and and people took hold of it. But I mean, he could have came at it another way.
I mean, he could have went to
the same as Andrew Tate.
No, he could have went to Harold Ford route, right?
No, you can't let him out of this, BJS. How does he present?
How does he present to the world?
I'm saying he made some choices.
It's not about him. He, her, they. How does he present?
No, he made choices no different than Andrew Tate made choices.
On, man.
No different than a lot of people made choices.
That's not answering the question.
Because when you say present, you are talking about. I'm guessing you're talking about like black culture, American culture.
Your
see,
image,
you getting too. See, you going. See, no. See, you can't let him get. See, you can't let him get.
Hold up.
I'm talking about his image.
You can't go there. We're not getting to that.
Right,
we're talking about. How does the world?
That's not a fair question.
Okay, Halle Berry. How does the world see Halle Berry? You know this now. You know. Don't obfuscate on this one. You know what it is.
Right.
How do they see her?
Without limited information, she was presented as black.
'Cause I tell people all the time that how many
With a
people that
whole white mama. Okay.
how many black women has Barack Obama ever dated?
Oh,
They
man.
Zero.
guess only one, the one he married.
Michelle. That's it.
That's it.
Yep.
Most people don't know that. Okay, so it's an obvious choice. He wanted to present as black. Okay,
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
I think he made that choice. I think he. I don't know if he
oh,
had
oh,
to make that choice.
I think it was made. I do believe it was made for him.
That's
Yeah, yeah, I'll give you that part of it. I'm
Yeah.
just not saying it that way.
Yeah.
That's all. But
That's
I
I mean, but
definitely give you that.
you
But
guys are better at this kind of stuff than I am. So I believe it was made for him. But you guys know how this stuff works better than I do.
no,
mm,
I just said that way for a reason. But
Okay.
him making that choice, and then the way the system sort of wrapped around him. It was an interesting process because they could have chose to disrupt the race conversation, but it would have
right.
distracted from his
It's all
from his run.
it's almost like it refreshed the one drop classification rule
Yeah,
right in front of our
yeah,
face. It just did it
yeah,
right. It did it normally, but
yeah.
I think it goes deeper to what BGS is saying. Like if they don't know if you could pass, you could pass. Like it's like, almost like if and everybody would know that maybe be something off with Andrew a little bit. Looking at him, if you look at him
Yeah.
too long, maybe you
Yeah.
start to ask questions. But
Yeah.
they formally would accept him as white. But
Well,
Barack,
cool. Whoa,
I'm saying
hold on.
Barack
Say that.
walk
No,
in,
no, no.
it
That's
won't
not
happen.
true. That's
It
not
won't
true.
happen. It won't
But
happen
but
when Barack
I don't think
runs
we'll have
up
with
in the
Barack.
room.
Yeah. Yeah.
It won't happen. I don't care. This dude, light skinned with a fro, he looks like people we know. You know this. Just admit it, man. It's just you gotta concede the point, brother. I know he don't like doing this. BGS. You gotta
no,
concede.
no,
You gotta
no.
concede.
Tate. Well, yeah, but Tate doesn't.
You
Tate.
gotta give up the
With
pawn.
I don't think.
Gotta give up that pawn, man.
I don't think Tate. I don't think Tate would pass either, though. To be honest with you.
To us, I'm saying, but in these
Oh,
where
to
he talk,
blacks.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
to
to where
blacks. Yeah.
where he talks to white people,
Yeah.
and he was, I gotta admit, he was accepted damn near
Yeah.
white first, and then everything else second. Like it was
Oh, yeah.
secondary.
Yeah, but
Barack,
so
Barack
you
is
choose. So
not.
you choose not to have a whole conversation. I'm gonna let you just keep going in.
See, no.
That's cool.
No, no. Don't do
I don't want this to be an Andrew Tate conversation. We can talk about something else.
no.
But
Oh,
He
the thing is,
presentation is everything.
Andrew
You
Tate
know
has
that.
never denied that he was black ever.
That's a fact. That's a fact, Paradox. It's true.
I actually did a video about this maybe 6 years ago called "The Rise of the Mulatto Superman." Right? Okay.
But even before you go into that, do
Okay.
you remember there was an interview? There was some girls talking, and these girls were talking about, well, you're just part of the white They actually said this to him, like you're part
Yeah, I
of the
remember
white
that. Yeah.
patriarchy,
Yeah. Yeah.
and you're just part of the whole kind of power structure. And Andrew just looked at her like, oh, you know what you're talking about. And she just kept he wanted to push forward. She kept on. Well, you're just part of the. He's like, look, pull on my dad and see what.
Yeah.
He want to see what my father.
Yeah, my father is. Pull up a picture.
I am not white. He declared
he's
it right.
something else. Yeah.
He said it to her, but he presents the way
Yeah.
he presents is like that.
He's got a British accent.
Because you got people like Nikki Fuentes,
Yes.
it looks like he basically is in the group In Sync back in the
he's
day.
a dirty mutt.
He might be.
He really is. He's such a young. I don't even think is Nick even. How old is he? Is he even 25?
20,
25, something like that.
He's
uh,
and then say he ain't slept with nobody. Like this man is an incel. Like it's just unbelievable how the internet can just make people into things that it's unqualified.
You know what Nick
It's
Fuentes
unbelievable.
is? He's
It's
Charlie
unbelievable.
Sheen. He's Charlie Sheen. Okay. That's who Nick Fuentes
Ooh,
is.
maybe he's Martin Sheen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's the beginning of their whiteness for them. Yeah. So yeah. Martin.
Yeah.
Martin had to change because his real last name is Estevez.
Yeah.
Martin Estevez is his name. And if you see him grow out his hair, he looks like he knows want to show America.
Yeah. Nick
That
Fuentes
motherfucker passed for like 50 years.
yeah, but Nick Fuentes doesn't carry the masculinity that athletic masculinity that Tate does.
You know, I used to think that Emilio and Charlie had uh, different parents. It was till later that I found out that he just wanted to go by their real family name instead of just going by the name that they made up.
Jewish name. Yeah. I think Shane is Jewish. I think.
Cut. Oh, I
Emilio
thought I was cut for a second. I
Estevez.
said, I thought they got me
Oh
for a
man,
second.
you get cut, we gonna get cut too. We gonna all going down together in this one. We all burning down on this
Hey,
together.
we're not telling too many dirty secrets. It's just this is just
Oh man.
general talk. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're talking about, but you know, it's more layers to the. And I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not even gonna bring all of it up, but you know,
No,
it's more
we can't.
layers to
We
the tea.
cannot bring it all of it up. Okay, we just stay on the surface here, sir. I'm not
Because
trying to
I want to give it to people as far as behavior, but I'm gonna leave it alone for now because it's funny, just because of what it is. Anyway.
the thing is, it's actually Andrew Tate is actually a master stroke, man. It's probably an accident. Okay?
Absolutely.
And
Yeah,
you
I already know.
like
I'm
like
a huge
like
fan.
think about it, like the rise of mulatto Superman, right? Look at all your new stars in football and baseball and basketball. They're all mixed, right? They're all
Yep.
mulattoes. Okay,
Yep.
these alpha mulattoes. Okay, that white boys actually getting behind because white boys are getting their ass kicked. Okay, we need somebody. We need a new champion. Okay, so the mulattoes are the new champion. Okay, they have enough white in them.
How divided do you think the white class is?
Oh, extremely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
as far as how to manage
they're
the
fractured.
future, I think that
Meaning
They're
that
I think
they're trying to reform. You got about 20 or 30 million white passing Hispanics that's
Mhm.
coming from South America and Mexico and the
Agreed.
Caribbeans that are
Agreed.
here,
No doubt.
trying to marry them to Polish women and things of that nature to
Yeah,
produce this
a
new
new,
whatever you want to call it in the next.
a new white class. Yeah,
Right.
And
they
I
have.
wonder when they're trying to find masculinity, when they're dealing with the white side of them, they're dealing with the feminine stuff and the sexual behaviors and things. You know what I mean? Like it seems like people aren't spending enough time, at least non-whites aren't spending enough time to really trying to understand that. Am I wrong about that? Is that
No,
something people are putting energy into?
all groups of people need heroes, right? You need some kind of
Yeah.
masculine heroes, right? And the thing is, they're not
Yeah.
the white.
It's why Trump
The,
is so great, right?
yeah, that's one of the reasons, right? But Trump also has the kind of black coolness that he got from from dealing with the rappers and stuff like this. So he has that
Yeah.
background. That's why they like him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
He,
don't know about trying to be cool and all that type of stuff.
Are you
wh-
are you a DNC operative, bro? What they
Whatever,
call you?
man.
Did they
Hey,
call
man,
you
yeah,
up?
what,
what's all this? What's
no,
all this angst, man? Every time I
no,
start questioning Trump, all this angst come out of me, man. What's all that about?
what was
What's all
what
that
was Trump,
about, Paradox?
what was
I
Trump
don't
doing?
know, man.
What happened? Go ahead. Go ahead.
With the rappers, okay? He's got that kind of cachet.
I know. I'm just like I just sometimes it just bothered me how we worship this man low key for real though. It's just and I get it. I get it.
It's
You know what I mean?
worshiping this
We've
person.
always,
Yeah,
we've
man.
always
How are you
we
reading it
worship
that way?
Trump, man. Come on now.
It,
Man.
How are
it,
you
it,
reading it like that? I don't understand. How are you
it
reading
was
it like what am I missing?
it was John F. Kennedy back in the '60s. He was the
Uh-huh.
yeah. He was
Yeah,
the
him
What?
too.
anti-establishment.
Tell me.
Same thing with him too.
No.
Man.
Tell me, DC.
Same
What am I
thing.
missing? What am I
Ronald
missing?
Reagan was the
Well,
so-called
exactly. Ronald was
anti-establishment.
another one,
No,
supposedly.
Ronald didn't get worshipped as much as Donald
Oh,
does.
hold on. Where have you been? Okay.
Yeah, not as much
Oh,
as not. Hey, man,
man. Oh,
it was
please.
a lot of black people that was against Ronald Reagan.
No,
Man.
that's just black people. White people worship Ronald Reagan.
Oh
like a
yeah.
god,
Oh, of course. Yeah.
like
Oh,
a god.
absolutely. Oh, you talk about white people. I thought we were
Yeah,
talking
like
about
a
black.
god.
I'm
No,
talking about black
people.
people.
No.
Yeah. I'm talking about our fascination for the fascination with Trump is on another level. Is what I'm saying.
Because he's anti-establishment, and black people love anti-establishment.
Okay, so me and Paradox were having this discussion earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Paradox was saying that Trump is like any other regular white guy that's out there in politics. And
I don't think
so
I didn't say in politics. I said just regular Americans. Is what I said.
okay.
I don't think so.
He's not Ted Cruz and Ron DeSantis
no.
and these other idiots that's been sort of like produced.
You're talking about
That's all I
producing.
said.
You
What I
producing
said is
new.
that
Hold
Trump.
on.
What I
You're talking
said is
about
that
producing new white people. That's
yeah, but
there's something different though. That is
Yeah,
not what we talked about. That's
right,
not
but
what we talked about, by the way.
I think
You
Trump is a.
changing up the discussion, Paradox. That's not what we discussed.
I think Trump is a
You know it.
mixture
That's
of
tricky.
old aristocracy from his lineage, and then this new jack hipster culture that came out of New York. So I think it's a blend of the two.
Absolutely. The bravado, leaning
Bravado.
into it, just
Yeah,
leaning into the debauchery.
yeah.
You know what you are. You know what you are.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
a political operative.
I'm a
He
I'm a
be-
coke snorting rich hoe. That's
but
what I am,
but
just like
don't.
the rappers are.
Okay, so how much can I express? Okay, don't
I
we
don't know.
fantasize? Don't we
I'm not.
fantasize?
Hey, that
Don't we
we who?
fantasize to be this?
Who's we?
E-
We who?
Hey, take it. Hey, whoever want to
I'm
take
Everybody,
that.
asking who's we?
everybody does. We're rebel without a cause, right?
Yeah, I want to. I'm trying to be honest.
Entertainment.
DC is playing. He's playing a narrative. I want to be vulnerable here and
Don't
honest.
call me a
Don't we? Don't. Isn't this
speaking
what
out.
we fantasize to be?
I
Isn't
think
this what America is? Isn't this at the end of the day? Isn't this really what it is? I know you got maybe your church folks and your farmers and your cattle ranchers, but mainstream America, especially men and
uh,
boys,
uh,
isn't this the aspiration here? Not necessarily even being
I,
necessarily like this person per se, but just the ability to flex,
Yeah,
to
okay,
express,
okay.
to capitalize. Isn't that the
yeah,
hope to bang against things?
yeah,
No,
Isn't that what it is?
no,
yeah.
no, it's not. It's
Oh,
not
okay.
be bored in America. America's bored, man. They are. It's too easy.
Oh, we're
They're
rich. I
bored.
mean, we
Yeah.
were
And I
well,
mean, if
supposed
you
to
take
be
you
rich.
taking all the
You,
all you basically taking all the strife out of life in America. Okay,
so
Yes.
it's bored.
paradox. I'm gonna go behind the wall for a minute. What do you need before you walk into any government building? What do you need?
I mean, what do you mean? You're not getting in?
I mean, but
Clarence.
what do you need? What?
You need clearances.
Right, and there are certain security clearances, right? There's certain levels to it,
Yes,
right? So
absolutely.
that is, think of it this way: when Trump speaks, he kind of he kind of flies all the way through clearances, like it doesn't.
It doesn't exist, huh?
Yeah, he talk because you never know what he's gonna say. That's the fear.
Yeah.
You have a fear of when he goes up and says something, he may even agree to say something, and he doesn't end up saying it. It's just the way he is. So that's why
Yeah.
I say he's a little bit different than
Yeah, that's why I
everybody else.
said he's.
That was
That's
my
why I
whole.
said he. Well, I was just saying he's special because I feel like, and I could, like I said, I could be totally off.
Mhm.
I just feel like we're getting. This is the first time that we're getting really kind of full access to individualism, to also showing how systems operate and how important having systems are and how
Yeah.
it does respond to individuals and how it you know what I'm saying, how it sort of processes them. That's why I thought it's like you can't it doesn't get better than this in my opinion.
Which makes
Because
him
if it,
very unique, though, right? Wouldn't that
Yeah.
make him different than everybody else?
Well,
but what it's doing is showing how the individual is managed is what I'm trying to
Yeah,
say.
I agree with you, but
You
doesn't that
can't
make
see it
him
without him is what I'm trying to say.
okay?
what
Okay, but I'm saying,
think,
doesn't that make it different though?
think about what's been going on over the past 30
Paradox,
years
come on, man.
with reality shows, right?
You ain't gonna give it up.
Okay, Trump is the epitome of a reality show, live and living color in the White House, right? He's a he's a walking reality show.
You know the
Yeah.
song. You can do what you wanna do,
See, let him finish his,
and live in
let him finish his
color.
thought out, DC. Come on now.
You know, I can't. You know I'm a troll.
Like Ronald Reagan was an actor, okay?
And live in color. But you know what Ronald Reagan was good at?
What?
Keeping motherfucking secrets. Ronald was mass. Now, you know what's so
Well,
funny
Ronald
about
was
Ronald?
compliant, correct? I mean, we
But
was
that's what I
young,
mean.
we
But
was
Ronald
kids,
was
but
even more
you can
compliant
tell us
because he
that.
had all kinds of,
No, what I mean is that what he was still listed as a statesman. Y'all
Yeah.
correct me where I'm wrong
Absolutely.
here.
Yes.
Even though he was,
Yes.
I guess, sort of an outsider, he was governor or whatever,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
and he
And
was a Hollywood person.
that's what made him so. That's why they
Yeah.
kind of ingratiated themselves to him, because he kept secrets above secrets. In fact,
He
who had
was
the best? Who had the best spy games during the time of the 80s? Come on now. Ronald Reagan had that shit on lock, man. From 80 to 88, during the so-called you know what we about to talk about. the Iran Contra hearings.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And guess who was
The
guess who was
military,
vice,
the
guess
military
who,
man was the one to snitch, not him. It was
who
the
was his
military man.
who was his vice president though?
I is
Who was
George
his
was he
Bush,
vice
run,
the
president?
head of the
well,
CIA.
was
Yeah,
he
CIA.
it was back then? Could y'all tell me? I guess BGS really w- were people questioning? I know it's probably I guess different with information a little bit maybe, but were people questioning was he running anything and he was more of a figurehead, or he had to
Yeah,
maybe negotiate? But there was other
there,
machines sort of
there was
was sort of
there was always that question whether he's actually acting or was he actually running things.
Right.
okay. That's what I okay, yeah.
There's
Yeah.
always there's always that thing. Is it him or is it the people behind him?
Yeah.
He's
That's
just
why they
Because
being
wanted
did
to
a
have
prompter.
to.
because did America feel that it was obviously it was layers of
Yeah,
multiple threats
yeah,
that people in America, Congress and other people who
yeah,
have access to power
yeah.
felt like there was threats in place.
Yeah, yeah, it was. But the thing, what it found out, he was. The thing is, he was a lot more of of what he was as a president. Okay, he was
Yeah.
good at acting like he wasn't. But the thing is, that's who he really was. So once you get behind the layers, okay,
Yeah, he was a
Ronald Reagan was
politician
something
without even knowing that he was a politician until he got older. Yeah, he
until he
was.
got older. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
because
So
You got to
how
remember, he
because
was a
guess
unionist. He was a
because
unionist
guess
before he was actually
exactly.
president. Yeah,
But guess what? Guess what politics is mostly about anyway?
yeah,
Most of it is about acting and being who
acting.
you're not
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
It's about putting up a front, and he was good at doing it.
He doing that. Yeah,
He was very good. The compassionate, the way he show his compassion to people and stuff like
yeah,
that. And then
yeah,
it was a cold threat, a cold-blooded
yeah,
internationalist.
yeah,
Cold-blooded, bruh.
yeah,
Cold-blooded globalists.
yeah,
Very cold.
yeah. He's connected. Yeah.
So I mean, it's Reagan was a mother, man. Reagan is a mother.
Yeah.
Yeah, very
no,
much.
I know we're getting a little bit off topic, I guess, but I just so you start saying Reagan, man, I just be thinking about just the transition in America from just the debt, the military,
Yep.
just sort of the trend that window of time, man. It just seems such a radical change to like that
Yeah,
2000 era, like right around
Yeah.
that 2000-ish time frame.
yeah,
And you never get enough people, even writers, just to really explain sort of like what was this place trying to accomplish at a very high level as an empire, I guess. And then you know what I'm
okay.
saying? You know what I'm saying? It's sort of matching up against other
Yeah.
nations and then
Have
dealing with the
you
citizens.
have you ever read Tragedy and Hope by Quigley?
No.
Read it.
Yeah.
It's a Bible.
Oh no, I have read Tragedy.
Yeah, I know you. I know you tell me about it all the time.
The first 7 chapters will tell you exactly where we're
Yeah.
on right now and what they were trying to accomplish, even with PNAC. Okay.
Yeah, all going all the way back to the secret societies of Europe, back to
Yeah.
to basically how it basically kind of formed itself
Yeah.
here in America, stuff like that, to the very
Yeah.
beginnings of what the CIA became and the
Yeah.
FBI and all the
Yeah.
special
But
services and intelligence that they have now.
the thing is the whole from 1989 to I would say even up to now, right? It's still going on, right? What they're trying to accomplish, right? They're trying to accomplish something, right? That's what they're trying to accomplish. Read Quigley and read the PNAC document. They expressly tell you what they're trying to accomplish in a nutshell, even up to now. Okay, even the administration right now is trying to accomplish the same thing. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm not-
without consequence though. You got to remember there's a consequence to it all, also though, BJS.
Yeah, we're living through the consequence right
Well,
now.
no, I'm talking about the other consequence that Quigley talks about.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if you read Fukuyama and a few others, right? They're trying to disprove what Quigley had actually espoused. Like,
Yeah,
in
of
the 60s,
course,
right?
of course.
But
That's
guess what? They can't prove him wrong.
well, it kind of generated the reason why. I guess you could put it.
Don't go too far into it, but yeah.
Well, I mean, it's part of what's happening now with with Asia and Russia and all this type of stuff as far as positioning around the world.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, to me, it's not a peaceful transition. What does that look like? I don't know what it looks like at the end of the day.
It never is.
Yeah, so the consequences of what would take place
Yeah.
may not be something that people are ready
Yeah,
to
yeah,
really
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
delve
yeah, yeah,
into and
yeah,
talk
yeah, yeah.
about.
Yeah, but between 19 I would say 1970 and 1983, that was a consequence of the Bretton Woods system falling apart. Okay, and the United States had to figure out a way. In fact, what's his name? Michael Hudson actually wrote the plan for the petrodollar. Actually talks about it. Right? They had to figure out a way to actually stay in charge, keep their position after the fall of the Bretton Woods system. They actually formulated a Bretton Woods too. Okay.
Yeah, I would even say that the deep state that Trump talks about on a regular basis, I would say is probably um, Reagan really leaned into that. The
Yeah.
secrets that they have from really, especially from like I say from 79 during the crisis of the Olympics
Yeah.
into basically 92, 93.
Yeah.
Man, and there was a lot of damage
It's
that
a
was
lot.
done. There
Yeah.
was a
Yeah.
lot of damage that was done
Yeah.
as far
Well,
as the way the world looks now.
certain
Very much
things that
so.
certain people had to be sacrificed
Very much
for
so. Yeah,
so-called
absolutely.
the greater good, right?
Absolutely.
Hmm.
Paradox, how much longer you want to go, man? I got to
Yeah.
jump out around 4.
Okay.
Oh,
You want to drop the link again, or you want to?
Yeah, I drop it again.
Let me ask you a question about this. I guess we can kind of pivot and to talk about sort of like this Ebony K. Williams thing.
Hmm. See how you go from
okay.
those good
Okay.
delicious topics about 1989, and then boom, we go
Well,
right back down
he's
into
trying
the
to pivot.
bowels of America.
He's trying to pivot.
That ain't no pivot. That's a dive.
They don't
I,
want
I,
to hear they don't
I
want to hear the
oh,
truth,
oh,
man.
oh,
So they
this,
don't
this,
want to hear they
Well,
don't want to hear none
tell
of
me
that
this
stuff,
though.
man.
there's two
Can you
tracks.
connect?
There's two
Can
tracks.
you
But go ahead.
connect that? Can you connect those two things? 'Cause I know you have
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can.
domestic and
I can.
you
I
have
can.
yes.
It's really
That's my
international.
point, really. Yeah.
What's a simplistic way to understand where those two things are connected?
okay. Okay.
My simply hold on.
Go
Let
ahead.
me just say this first. Let me
Go ahead.
before because I don't know
Because
if we
you're
jumped
running
over.
the Ebony Case. Did she respond
Yeah.
again or
This
something
this no this
No.
I mean she's been I think she did I think she did respond again
for
but
a
here's
third
my
time?
here's my thing.
Mm,
I think that for black men in particular, right? Because
mm,
this is
mm,
where the focus tends to kind of go when somebody talks like this, even though it's all kinds of different conversations that could have took
mm.
place.
Uh-huh.
It talks about basically us not being able to achieve a certain thing.
Mm.
Black men need to free
Oh, that's
themselves of
stupid.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Black men need
stupid
to free
talk.
themselves of that is what I'm saying. Like
That's true.
at the end of the day, a lot of this stuff is going to even Steven itself very shortly here. That doesn't need to be the conversation per se. Like a lot of people that got titles or got this certain kind of status or whatever the case may be,
Uh-huh.
if you're not protected on a certain level, I don't know if she's in that particular group, but if you're not protected on a certain level, then that's not going to really matter anyway. People are going to basically be on a certain level, and then there's going to be other people that's going to be protected, but it's going to be very, very prevalent. It's not going to be something that's going to be even earned at the end of the day. But black men in particular, because of the way we have been formatted, need to free themselves of that obligation to try to prove themselves, especially when you're dealing with um, women in general. Be who you are, do what you do. And if you want to talk to a woman like that, talk to a woman like that. Just operate on a certain level. Know that she's full of it and you got to do what you got to do. But if you get all totally enthralled into that kind of dynamic, you got to prove yourself, you got to be this way, you got to be that way, kind of prove yourself to her, and John Henry yourself up out of here because you're dealing with a whole system. That's on you, man. That's where I'm at with it. Go ahead. What were you about to say, BGS?
In other words, basically, it's two different separate tracks, right? Okay. First of all, what Iana Van Zandt is telling her in a kind way that feminists have been trying to tell all women in a kind way, right? Okay. The system has been set up to where it has to be 50-50. And someone are actually going to have to take poor guys. The system is actually set up that way. You cannot take spots of breadwinners like 40-50%, take those spots and expect the same results like somebody that's actually going to take care of you. Doesn't work that way because this is a system that you rode for, that was built, and now this is what it is. Now you have to do your job. Take that bus driver, okay? Take that construction worker. Take that guy that works at Walmart to make a family because you have his job. You have to do the job that he would have done. That's what she's trying to tell. Basically, I did this to a few people. How many single black men actually earn over $50,000 a year as a percentage?
Oh, very low. Yeah, I think that's probably like around maybe percentage wise. Ooh.
Yeah.
If I was giving it a percentage wise, you said over 50,000 a year?
Fifty
You said?
thousand a year. Yeah.
Maybe 25, 30%.
Okay. And compare that down to single black men available.
Lower than that. Yeah.
16%.
Yeah, lower than that. Yeah.
As far as 100K, how many single black men earn over $100,000 a year?
Oh, that's less than 5%, I would say. Yeah.
2%.
Yeah. Yeah, very low.
2%. Okay. You cannot raise 98% of the black men actually up to this level that she wants. It's impossible. Can't even do that with white men. It's impossible. The median earnings of all Americans is $33,000 a year.
Hold
Okay?
on, BJS, do you think that the only men that she deal with is the men that's in her tax bracket?
I would hope so.
I
I mean, I hope as far as public wise, I hope
yeah,
so.
publicly, yeah. But I mean, do you think that the only men that she's ever been with has been men that's
No.
basically
No,
okay?
no.
Yeah, that's my whole point to it
She
too.
got her concubines from 12 to 5, just like every other 92.
Yeah, whatever, man. That's a bullshit.
You know it. Hey, it is what it is, right?
Man, see, because see, it's just it's different. Like, don't be saying that.
we all have sinned to fall short. Okay.
Oh man, that is nothing to even brag about. What you think about that, Undo? Paradox about what BJ just said. Hello,
You there?
I don't know if he's there.
But the second thing,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying which part.
About I guess
About
about the
Ebony?
percentages. Yeah, about the percentages of
Oh man, I can't. I mean,
or how they will have to go ahead and start taking men to basically make or earn less than they do,
Unless, yeah.
and then
Yeah.
make it more acceptable that they're doing that and not be so hard line against doing that in public. You know, like making it where it's feasible to have a real relationship that way, where they're not shaming men financially all the time. You think that's something that's doable?
I don't know.
You know my
I don't want. I don't.
Other groups don't talk like this though. They don't talk like that.
No, because there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing.
But
There's nothing black
Spanish
men can do
women,
about it.
it's not like Spanish women don't date men that are so-called broke or don't have money.
Yeah.
You know, within their group, or even the ones that's educated. It's like it's more of a
Why the question would be like, why are we maybe so agitated by it? Why is it such a hot conversation?
Because we follow
from Ebony's side or just in general.
We follow the clues of our women. That's why.
I don't know. I mean, are we just having to be emotional, more emotional than others? Maybe I don't know.
Where are you learning from? Okay, where are we learning from? This is a gynocracy. We take our cues from our women. Same talking points. I won't settle. Okay, don't. Most white guy would say, "Don't settle." You know.
I'm not fighting it. DC wants me to fight it.
There's nothing black men can do about it. Okay?
I'm not fighting it.
You can't do nothing about it. Okay, if they want to go for the 100K guy, find them. Okay, fine.
No. What I'm saying is that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just so many ways you can approach it, but individually, it's hilarious. But I guess as a,
I think she's capping for real. So I don't think she.
Well, obviously she's capping. That's obvious.
I think she's on that.
She got all kind of issues.
And she's a liar. Okay, she's
exactly.
She's a liar. I've been engaged. I've been engaged to a white man that's rich for 4 years. There's only one picture of you and him together. Okay, one, right? And there ain't no ring on your finger. Being engaged.
Oh, so you don't think she's engaged? You don't think she was engaged?
No.
Oh, I think she's engaged to him.
Let me ask you this, man. Okay, you guys know 92 is better than I do, right? What 92 octane chick like her that's bougie and so-called sedity is gonna walk around saying she's engaged without a ring?
One of the things she can do better. One of the things she can do better.
And what I'm saying,
Hmm.
what I'm saying is with a
I
top
got you.
flight master of the universe white guy.
I
Okay.
wouldn't call them masters of the universe. I don't think she looked at him like that.
What
I think she looked at him as as a trick, really. Be honest with you.
what he might have been. The thing is, he's an officer with warburg
Yeah, his
pincers, man.
positioning. Yeah, he had the position that she wanted. I don't know the way she is oriented. She thinks that she can have it all, so she probably want Tupac with a degree. Shout out to SWP,
Eh,
like a kind of guy that has this same kind of title that he has, but has the attractiveness that she basically desires also at the same time. I
Has
don't
he
know
ever
if she was really attracted to that man.
claimed her?
Oh, that's something else, man. I mean, white
No.
men really don't really do that as much as
So
professing love for their black mates.
he
I don't
don't
see
claim
black men do that too often. Period.
he don't claim her. You haven't seen him out in public. She ain't got no ring. Who's the only one saying that she
That
was
doesn't
engaged to
mean
him?
that they wasn't engaged though,
Oh,
BJ.
who's the only one saying that she was engaged, that they
She
were
was,
engaged?
but that doesn't mean that
It doesn't
they
mean.
wasn't
What I'm saying
engaged.
is, okay, preponderance of evidence, sir.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, you could lead to that conclusion. I could see that. Yeah, but
I mean,
still,
I mean,
still
I mean,
doesn't mean that they wasn't engaged though. I want to make sure. I want to make that clear.
the only person that's saying that she was engaged was her.
Well, he didn't deny it. She says it all the time, and people broadcast that. Wouldn't you think that he would come out and be like, "I wasn't
So
engaged to this woman"? Why would he? Why would he allow that to
so
happen?
so where's the proof that they're
Especially if they
engaged?
wasn't.
Where's the proof?
I'm saying the proof is in the actual press release that was out there. Not only that, but like he's still living, BGS. He can say, "Look,
For,
I
for,
never got on one knee, and we never
so
talked about marriage.
so
I don't know what she's talking
how
about.
come
I
they've never
never
been
gave
out?
her a ring,
She
whatever the
was
case."
famous. Out no public pictures. Where's the public pictures?
But that's conjecture though. That's conjecture at this point. We're
What I'm
the
saying
proof.
is,
You know, I'm saying the
I
proof to
believe she
me.
lying.
Hold on.
She lying.
You may be right, but the proof to me is that the fact that this white man didn't he go back to his wife, if I'm not mistaken?
And his kids, yeah.
Right. So he went back to his family. It would help
That's a whole situation right there, boy.
If I was him and I never did, babe, all we did was just go to Pound Town a couple of times. We never got to that serious kind of conversation talking about marriage. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. Press release, it would have been leaked somehow that look, we never were formally engaged. Period.
Well, what I'm
So
saying is,
obviously, because you know how she is, she's standing on this. I think she's a liar in orientation. I don't think that she's lying about this. In fact, I think
she's
that was
lying.
true.
I think she's
Nah,
lying.
I don't think so.
I
Yeah,
think she's lying.
because
Where's
she has way too much pride to stand. She
Where's her
stands on that.
ring?
She
Where's her
talks about
ring?
it too
Where's
much.
her ring?
BGS.
Where's
I
her
don't.
ring?
The ring. I know plenty of people that's married that don't wear rings. BGS.
I know
Plenty of people.
Not people like
Paradox.
her.
Don't you know people that are married that don't wear that don't wear rings at all? I know a lot of people that.
If a woman gets engaged to a high profile dude, she gonna wear a ring.
That's not true. That's not.
Okay,
That's just
all
not
right.
true.
I don't
BGS.
believe her. I don't believe her.
Yeah,
I think she's lying.
there are popular people that are like, we know that they're married. They say that they're married,
I'm talking to
and
engaged.
they don't wear rings a lot of times.
Engaged. Okay.
Yeah.
They
I
floss the
get your
ring.
BGS. I get your point. I
Mhm.
just think that it's conjecture to just go that far to just say she wasn't engaged to the man. Like I said,
I
he
think he's lying.
has all the leverage in the world, especially going back to your whole white family, to say I never was engaged to this woman. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think he's Mr. Cartwright. Okay, that's what I think.
Okay.
She
Okay.
thought, she thought that they were engaged. She said that they might be engaged. She thought he might have said they
So
were
they just
one day
had
we were gonna marry.
conversation.
Yeah, that's
She got it
conversation.
misconstrued.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
couple pillow talk, but hey,
yeah,
baby,
yeah,
I'm gonna marry you.
yeah.
You know,
how we
man,
are.
we're
You
gonna
know
get
how we
married.
are.
We're
You know
gonna
how
get
we are.
married.
Yeah, we're gonna get married. Yeah.
Doesn't
Yeah,
sound like
as soon as he say that, it's like we're engaged now.
right.
Well, we're
Doesn't
engaged
sound
now.
like
He's just said it.
right.
Yeah.
And she probably recorded his ass too, knowing her,
Right,
knowing
yeah,
how
yeah,
scandalous
yeah,
she is. I got proof because
yeah. I got
she's the type. She's
Produce
the
it.
type that she'll somebody would challenge that and be like, oh, you don't think she would probably call this man and probably punk him into basically saying,
Mhm.
hey, were we engaged or not engaged? Oh yeah, we was
Yeah,
engaged.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
okay,
What
just
is
leave me
it called?
alone. Just
What they
please
call
leave us
it?
alone.
The legal term: produce the body, produce the evidence. Where's it at?
if the man said that he was engaged to her, then he was engaged to her, right?
Did
I
he
don't
didn't say
know.
he didn't say it. He did not say it.
I'm just saying if he ever says it, he's engaged to it, regardless of whatever we believe to be the facts. That's what it is.
Yeah, yeah, and we know. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
she's a liar. She knows better. Where your
yeah,
ring at, baby?
but he hasn't denied it either.
You a side chick. That's what you are.
If you're not engaged to this woman, and then you go back to your whole white family, wouldn't it make sense, logically speaking? Because we're doing logic now. Logically speaking, wouldn't it make sense for you to come out into public? And she keeps saying this. People keep saying it all the time. She was basically engaged to this so CFO, blah 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 blah. And they introduce her that way. And this man went to his whole family. It would make sense, logically speaking, for his particular family brand and his children and everybody else that's connected to him to say, look,
his children
we
said
were
we
never
didn't even know who she was for the most part.
Hold on. We were never officially engaged. You can easily put that out in press release. Easily done, boom, boom. And they will run that story concurrent with each other and let the facts kind of, let the politics and the facts work itself out as they may. She would come back with her counter argument. He would basically either he could leave it alone, but he can make that statement and let it stand. He hasn't made that statement, BGS. He hasn't come out and said that he wasn't engaged to her either.
I see one picture of them in public. Where are the rest of them?
BGS, I get what you're trying to go, but you're using conjecture. It's not enough evidence to get your case through.
There's no evidence that she's even engaged. Okay,
it is. I'm saying it is because, like I said, it is. BGS. You know why? Because
they even dating?
Huh?
I don't know. I don't even know if they're dating.
Said, were they even dating?
What? Listen. I know that this woman put out every time. She basically puts it out in everything that she does. It's like
because she definitely might be a propagandist at this point.
Yes, she is. That's my opinion.
What
do you think, Paradox?
I should have known you was going to lead
Paradox.
it.
Am I off on this? Am I off? Am I crazy?
He gonna sneak a lick in.
Paradox. Am I off?
Don't do it, Paradox.
No.
You already know. Oh my God.
No. Listen to me. Listen. What I'm saying is this, though. What I'm saying is the thing about her is there's so much deception. We just don't know because she got everybody debating a lot of things. But I'm like, well, right. So what is this calculated is my whole point, What are you really up to? What are you really doing? So that's why I was questioning, kind of got to question everything with her. We don't know what's reality.
I'm asked the question again. If you go back to your whole white family, to the whole white side of the tracks.
That alone says a lot, by the way.
Right.
That does say a lot.
To your whole white wife, the embarrassment of that, right? To go back to her, wouldn't it make, if it's not true, right? This woman keeps saying that she was engaged to you. You told me that wasn't the case. He probably told her that we wasn't engaged, baby. And trying to get back to it. If that is the case, you need to go public. Now logic says if there's a reason why he can't go public with this, there must be something that Ebony has over him that's basically saying contrary to that, right?
Could be, yeah.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. There may be some other thing. It may not even be that. It may be something else. There's something.
That's heavy, though. It's heavy to be supposedly be with somebody for that long to get engaged and then go back to your wife. That's some heavy.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's heavy, man.
I never got engaged to this woman. What you talking about?
We know women. Okay,
that's
we know
a mess, boy.
You never brought her out in public amongst your friends. Where's the corroboration? Right? Where's it at? Pictures. Pictures, events, something. You're engaged to the man,
especially at that level.
At that level, yeah.
That elitist social page 6 people.
When they talk about her, what do they say? She was on the New York. She was on the New York Housewives, right? Engaged to
Bachelorette.
They did. Hold on. In fact, they did a whole. BGS. No, it's not. Yeah, they did a whole show. BGS. No,
they had to go find him. They didn't know who he was.
They did a whole show. No, I can't. Yeah,
I just went back and read the stuff. They had to dig him up.
I get it, but no, it's still, yeah, they did a whole show. This
was not public. It's still not public. She had to bring it out.
Well, okay. Like I said, even at the end, because this has happened on some of these shows where they say, "Oh, our relationship wasn't real." I think it happened with Kendra, her situations, right?
It happened with a lot of them.
Our situation wasn't real. That still came out. Like I said, I don't know. He could have moved on from it. I'm not saying what you're saying is not necessarily true. I'm leaning towards that she was actually engaged. I think there are other things that she's not being honest about. I don't think she's being honest about the kind of man that she likes or that the man that she dates. I think that she likes a certain kind of man, the way he looks more so than anything
He
else.
might, maybe.
She may want him to make a certain amount of money, but I think
Keep
she
saying
cares
she
about
don't even want
titles.
to. She only knows she
I,
really want a guy
I,
at the end of the day.
I
Honestly,
think she cares about titles first and
He does.
foremost. And then secondary, I think she cares about what a man looks like. I don't think that she was probably really attracted to the so-called white man. I think that's what I'm saying. That's conjecture on my part, though. I know that.
So why you
That's
pull him
not
out?
facts.
Why you pull? If that's not the
That's
kind of
not
guy you like,
facts.
why you
I'm
pull him
just
out?
pulling conjecture at this point because I'm
Yeah.
making a hypothesis on what I do know to be or what I do see as far as the facts and things of that nature, and making my own kind of determination of what I think it is. But I don't know that for sure.
What? Especially.
But like I said, they did come out with press releases saying that they were this, and she keeps saying it all
She
the
did.
time.
She did.
Because she's in the public eye, but she
Well,
leads with this all the time.
Did he corroborate it?
I don't know. I don't know.
He didn't. He never did.
I haven't looked it up to that point to see if he actually talked about their engagement. I'm pretty sure if you search the annals, not unless
I
it's been
did.
wiped from the internet.
it looks worse for
It
her talking about the engagement. I would give you that though.
Yeah.
I agree.
It would make sense of her not saying she was ever engaged.
Especially since he went back to his family.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree.
Right. her holding on to that engagement is interesting.
It is very much so.
An engagement is normally public. Okay. That's
You
why
know.
you get engaged. It's public. Where's the public
But it
record
is.
of this stuff?
They had a whole press. That's what I'm saying. So
No,
so
they didn't.
they had a whole press release about them being engaged. But
Afterward.
Yeah, but I'm saying nobody knew about what their life was beforehand.
Exactly.
But that's what I mean. So it's not like trying to create this kind of false narrative about it. They said they was engaged. Okay, cool.
No. She said they didn't say shit.
But I'm saying it's not just.
Did they help her for her show for the show?
She can't just generate. She just can't generate out of nowhere and just say she was engaged to this man. It has to be some things in place to actually make
connected. That wasn't connected to the Housewives of New York.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. Yes.
Well, DC. I mean.
What?
I mean, you hear what you're saying then? No, yes. I thought it was before the show.
No,
that's a part of. That sounds like it's more a part of the show then, right? Like they do a bunch of other people.
No, they dated before the show. Supposedly,
supposedly,
but we don't know that. BJ, it's not like they met on the show.
We don't. I'm saying it. What I'm saying is there is no proof that they were engaged. None.
Man, you're gonna make me do my research.
Go back and watch all the shows.
This is not what it is, BJ. I think this is not because, like I said, if he agrees and he says if you watching the program and they have episodes where this man is talking about them being married or talking about being engaged, this and that other, then that's what I'm saying. So that's what I mean. I don't know all because I didn't look it all up. I just don't think that she will lie to that level.
What was it? She claimed that she was married before. Okay, I've heard her say that, and she never was. I don't believe her.
I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know.
She was never married before. She said it to one of her shows.
She don't even talk about that as much as she talk about this phantom man.
She was never married.
She don't talk about that at all. Really.
She was.
When did she talk about that?
She was never married
before. But
yeah, she did.
You said she talked about it before, right?
She talked to Iyanna. She actually said she was married before to a artsy guy. Yeah.
I thought she said she talked to the artsy guy.
No.
I got to go back and watch that. I didn't know that she was married to him. Maybe this is before
she said she was married to somebody else when she was younger. But there's no record of it. A lot of stuff there's no record of.
Yeah, I mean, that. Listen, man.
And then she tried to claim that he was her husband. Okay, for a second. So she's all over the place. I don't believe her. It's just me.
Yeah, I mean she's deceptive. Listen. I'm not trying to obfuscate her and this and that other. I'm not trying to say that she's not as deceptive as she is.
Because she's showing herself. She's showing it too. She's exposing herself.
She's a public person. She's like being out in public. If she was engaged, there would be a freaking ring on her finger.
No doubt about that.
In my opinion, okay, she ain't one of those.
But
kind of people.
I just want to make sure that we understand that. Yeah, that's still your opinion. It doesn't make it true. right?
I didn't
And
say
she
it
is
was.
playing,
I
and she
didn't say
is
it
playing,
was.
and she is
Okay, I
playing
just want to make sure that
a
we
role.
get that understood. That's all. Like that's not
And,
actually
and,
just because she don't wear a ring don't mean that they wasn't engaged all the
in
time.
other words,
All right?
it's an opinion that they were actually engaged. Okay, it's an opinion.
Okay,
But she is
that I
playing a
can get with.
role of
I think she was. You don't think she was. So I mean,
I
that
don't
is what
think she
it is.
was. Personally.
Okay.
But just her being on just her being on the Housewives show, the whole thing was promoting marriage and engagement and showing the ring off and showing how much it costs and how much wasn't that that was
Now
the
hold
whole
on. Now
idea of those shows,
I want to
wasn't it?
make it clear. I want to make it clear. I didn't watch that show. I don't know nothing about
I
that
watched
show.
the show. I watched it.
So you remember when she was
I
on there?
watched the show.
So did you see
No,
that?
she came. No. She came on. I think she came on later, and I think she wasn't even on there for long.
Okay. I don't know, man. So
Yeah, she did. She wasn't. She wasn't originally on the show. So I don't know what season they brought her in. After some years went
Yeah,
by.
but the thing is, the whole thing about it, people missed the point that Iyanla was trying to make to her. It wasn't really about her per se. It's about the whole black collective,
Yeah.
even the whole collective about men and women, about where we are in this economic point. Okay, they've set a system up of equity, and so that women like her cannot marry up anymore. You're gonna have to start taking guys of lesser economic means for different reasons. Okay,
she can make any choice that she want to make. BJ, I do not care.
I understand. It's not about her. It's not about her.
Well, I'm saying as an avatar for what the decisions are that so-called women make, they should be able to make the decisions that they want to make and be held accountable as it is.
And
That's
how
it.
many women is it? At least from a black
It's not-
perspective,
it's not
100,000,
many.
50,000.
What I'm saying is this it's trickling down to to everybody. It's not just her per se. Okay,
But
not
isn't
just
that
her.
delusion? Isn't that people being delusional? Because every
Uh,
time I hear this conversation from people, I'm like, we're talking about a small element of black. I mean, the legal profession is 5% black, and that's being genuine.
mhm.
Like that's
That's
how
being
small.
very genuine.
It's probably less than 1%.
5%?
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
Yeah,
like
probably like
in
a
the
half a
city or
percent.
overall?
No, overall, 5%.
We talking about we talking about lawyers, or we talking about law enforcement? Period.
no lawyers, just lawyers. Period. It's
Oh,
like
yeah, I
roughly
think it's less
5%
than
of
that.
black.
I think it's less than that. Renaissance, yeah, but it's Renaissance man, right?
Yeah, this me.
Yeah. What's up? What's going on?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I think it's less than. I think it's less than that. I have to look it up. I don't know what the number is, but I think it's less than 5. But you being liberal with the go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. What were you about to say?
No, you're good. No, all I was just saying was when people, have these arguments or these discussions, I'm like, this is, the top 3% of Black America, having the discussion. And then, to BJS's point, it does seep down in the lower levels, but I'm like, people got to know where they fit in and all this. Like,
Right.
most of these
So,
women.
so you telling me if I work at McDonald's
still think
making
it's
making $8 an hour and she's making $12 an hour, that mindset is still going to be there, is what you're saying?
It shouldn't be there. It may trickle down to some who are delusional and think like that, but I mean, it shouldn't be there. And it does exist, because I mean, I've heard some of these women, chat, and I'm just like, a man has to make X. I make, I make 130, so he needs to bring that or more, and I'm just like,
I'm telling you, it's cap though, Renaissance man. They don't care at the end of the day.
They don't care, man.
I swear they don't care. It's not as serious. That's why they're gaslighting everybody. They gaslighting the guys that they making. You should get excellence on your own, because that's what you want to do.
Agree.
Not for
But
no
the men and the
woman.
women
They're being motivated the wrong. Guys are being motivated the wrong way. Go ahead,
on
Marty.
this too.
Go ahead.
It's like the men and the women are playing both sides of this. You got the men who are trying to gaslight the actual dudes who ain't got their shit together, and they're thinking that they're worth being with some type of woman. You got that going on within the manosphere, and then you got the other end of it, which is the women who couldn't handle infinite choice, who's still on the market. So how do you win this argument? You up your own level of choices. She's just exercising her level of choice within the question. She can do whatever she wants to, and given how she looks, she's in the upper echelon of looks just because of the way the women have taken care of themselves since the 80s. So she's going to go to the highest bidder.
Nobody wants her though.
Well,
That's the funny part about the conversation. She's not wanted.
Okay, Tawana Brooke got a ring. I'm talking about the Me
Ooh,
Too chick who
jeez.
looked like KRS-One. She got a ring from somebody. That woman looks nowhere near the point of that. You mean to
Who's the
tell me that she
guy?
can't get a ring out here?
Yeah,
Come on,
yeah.
man.
It doesn't matter though,
Well, I'm
BJ.
not. We're
It
not. Well,
Who's
we're
the
doesn't
not.
matter
guy?
who the
We're
guy
not.
Who's the
is.
But we're
guy?
not speaking.
No, it
We're
doesn't
not
matter.
speaking in. I'm not speaking in theory. Nobody wants her. That's it.
Wait. When you say
Nobody
In the
wants
nobody,
her.
manosphere? They,
I
they wouldn't be
disagree.
gaslit if she wasn't a real option. They wouldn't be gaslit. They wouldn't be upset at her not wanting to choose a bus route. What she's actually saying is how I actually came into the manosphere is that she didn't want a broke ass dude. She
Yeah.
want a dude who's an owner who actually runs shit. And most people in the manosphere don't run shit.
Now,
That's
don't,
that.
don't forget about this piece that she's attracted to.
But
That's what she
Yeah,
wants.
yeah.
but she was speaking for all black women. She wasn't just speaking for herself.
Yeah, that's
No,
yeah. I
I mean,
think
no,
that's
she was.
yeah.
No, she was speaking
That's
for
the
her
thing.
situation,
No.
but
She was
I can
speaking
see
for
how
all
it could
black
be
women.
cascaded across the whole entire.
Wait,
No, no,
BJ,
no,
why do you
no.
say she wasn't?
She was speaking for all black women. She didn't say upper class black women. Come
No,
on.
I mean, but she was. I mean, but the question was asked to her, not all
Yeah.
black women across the landscape. It's like we take this one issue and we try to cascade it across the landscape.
But
Maybe
no,
you're the type of dude
Yeah.
who actually want to gaslight dudes into thinking that they're worth her.
no. Go back and look at the whole interview. She framed it as all black women as queens in their crowns, right? Okay, she framed
Dude,
it that way. That's why she.
but nobody
That
cares about what these women think,
I
though.
understand.
Like,
Yes, they do. We're talking about it. Yes, they do.
no,
We're
no, no,
talking
no,
about it for
no, no, no,
like 3 weeks.
no, no. No,
Yeah, it's different
it's like
angles, BJS, because
it's,
I'm definitely not in that group. I'm
yeah,
definitely
me
not
neither,
in
man.
that
Like
group. I'm
nobody who
not.
has their shit together is worried about this woman's choices.
It-
All
it-
men who don't
D-
have their
D-
shit together are deeply concerned
it-
about what this
And
woman
D-
thinks.
don't say
D-
what
D-
you're about to say.
No,
Don't
no,
say
no,
what
no,
you're
no,
about
no.
to say.
Let
Don't.
me say what I got. No,
Oh, come
DC,
on,
you
man.
brought her up. I didn't bring her up. You
I
brought her
know.
up.
Yeah. What I'm
So,
saying is,
so that it is on your mind. People are still talking about this stuff. Okay, I know what Van Zant was saying when she said it. Should have been over. Should have been obvious. Okay,
you know why I brought her up. To be honest
why?
with you, it's
To start
because
conflict.
no. I think that when people talk about that, they should talk about it from experience. That's really that type of woman, not
Uh-huh.
her in general. That type of woman is literally all I ever dated.
Okay.
Like seriously, in my adult years,
Uh-huh.
women like that, not just as an avatar, not her specifically,
Uh-huh.
just women, highly professional, may have made way more money than me, or you know what I'm saying, never under me. You know what I'm saying, as far as
Uh-huh.
money is concerned,
Okay.
educational wise and both monetarily. And I'm telling you that is a big ass cap when it comes down to the choices that they're making and the things that they want. They want things to be a certain way, but it doesn't have anything to do with what's going on the ground. I'm just trying to offer
Yeah,
a
but what
perspective.
But
It's
but
not
what
they're
can we
everybody don't have it
what
the
can
same
we
way.
but
what
they're
can we
selling it.
prove?
They're
What
selling
can
to
we
everybody
what
else.
can we prove? What
See,
can we
come
prove?
on,
Are they getting married?
come on now.
Can
No,
we
I mean,
prove that? Can we prove the math, how much money who they're marrying, how much they're making? Don't we have real numbers on that though?
but Paradise, you know what I'm
Not just
talking about.
speculation.
But Paradise, you know what I'm saying. I'm not trying. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to bring myself into it. I'm just saying. I was just trying to kind of reiterate the point that at the end of the day, a lot of what these women be doing, they're gaslighting. They don't really care at the end of the day.
But
Some
you
of the stuff that
Care
they're saying
about what?
about
Care about what?
all this, you know, if he runs the bus, if he's doing this type of stuff, like I think a lot of
Yeah, it
this,
doesn't matter. It
yeah, I
doesn't
think a
matter.
lot of this is just
Nicki
about
Minaj and
what
the dude
circles
she
you're in.
picked, she could
but
have had whatever she
If you're in
wanted
the
to,
same
and look who
circles
she
as
picked.
she in, and
Yeah.
she's attracted to you, then she's going. You know, this man to man, woman to woman. I mean, shit, you
but
around her,
No,
you're around the same
it's not.
circles.
It's not
but
about
Now.
having
DC, do
sex.
you
It's about marriage. It's about marriage and that kind of stuff. That's what
no
we're talking about.
no? But I was
It's
gonna
about
say,
ma-
but
it's
D,
about
I'm talking
it's about
about that.
making
Yeah,
family. It's about making
I'm
families.
talking about that to a degree too, because most men are not going to choose to be with her because she has a certain orientation as far as how she presents. And what I was
But she's an asshole.
arguing
Not
about
attractive in general.
Ayana was basically telling her how to present herself in a more feminine way, even if she doesn't believe it, to get what she wants. Because when she said the bus driver, right? When she brought the bus driver, she did that as an avatar to see how she was going to answer, to see how far off track she is. And when she just went like, nope, if he owns the bus, so it's all cap,
I
you
mean,
know.
man,
wait,
but
wait.
she's so
No,
she's a social
Iana,
climber maximizer. It's okay. it's
Iyanna's
okay
trying to
that she
pull
thinks
her
that.
back into the past. She needs to go forward and push harder against everything. That's her problem anyway.
But DC,
She needs to engage her behavior. She needs to accept it. Be that person. Not listen to Iyanna tell her to go back in time though.
no, but DC, you don't. To your point, you don't even fit the archetype of what she was talking about, though. Like you're a professional black man,
Still,
so I mean, those chicks aren't really dating down that you had to date, were they? I mean, maybe.
I mean, someone would consider that dated
No,
down.
But
I
he's
mean,
still in her, he's still in her
I
class.
mean,
That's
for
what
her
they are.
at that level, she's just a social
Because
climber
I mean,
maximizer.
if I date,
She
hold
don't
on,
want
let
to
me ask
start
you
over. She don't want to date a dude that she think is quote unquote beneath.
facts.
I totally
Facts.
got what she was talking about. And no, I wasn't offended because guess what? She ain't on my radar anyway. Doesn't matter.
Exactly. But let me ask you a question. So if you date a woman, right? Y'all could even be in the same field. Y'all could be doing the same thing. There are women that make damn near $250,000.
Yes.
$250,000. You know, not just six figures. I'm saying they make upwards of another 150 more than you or 100,000 more than you, clearing you. This is a
Correct.
woman that you're dating. Yeah, she's, you know, people are going to look at that and that could be considered to be uneven to a lot of people. But what I'm saying is that's capped to a degree because she's
Yeah, but
not
why don't
going,
she?
you know.
But why isn't she take? Why isn't people telling her like Ayanna take on the man's role? I don't understand why you're trying to push her into a place that don't
that's
exist no more.
that's where I'm at with
It's
it
the
too.
wrong conversation that they're having. I
Yeah,
thought.
because you're trying to shame guys that she don't want anyway. Like that doesn't
That's
make
what I'm
sense to
saying.
me.
But
You're
why
shaming
would? But
guys
why
that you
would
don't want.
she? But why would she? She's
But I'm
telling you
saying,
what she's telling you what she wants to be, and you made her be that way, and then she's trying to now convert back to something that don't even exist anymore.
I agree
And we're
with
all
you.
fighting over it. I'm like, well,
That's what I'm
she's
saying.
right. I got you. Yeah, I got you.
That's what I'm
But I
saying.
mean,
I'm like, she has provision and she has provision and protection. She's been able to provide for herself. She makes upwards. She is in the top 2% of all earners in the country now. As far as what she got, like
1%.
Well,
she
she
is
makes.
not about to give all that away unless it's a super genetics dude.
But that, but
See what I'm saying? It's still that same outdated. It's outdated. And so I don't get it.
But DC, to the scenario you laid out, that's like, I mean, the scenario could very easily be you have a woman who's a surgeon and she dates, someone who's a general counsel of a Fortune 500 company.
Right.
That's not a date down. I don't know. I mean, unless you're going to think you're going to find another surgeon.
Iyanna was just telling her what she. So back to what BGS. I give you this, BGS. What she was telling her was about family. At the end of the day, look, she telling her, look, you don't have to present different. You don't have to present differently. If you want a certain man to kind of be able to open your horizons to different men, right? That may be a better advice. That may be a better fit for you. I'm saying to her, because the way she is,
Iyanna was speaking to everybody.
There are a lot of men that just they're not gonna do. They're not going, man. A lot of men are not gonna go for that. Bus driver or otherwise, it don't matter.
But what advice would you give?
That's it.
But what advice would you give her, DC?
I don't buy that.
Huh?
What percentage do you think are not going?
What advice would you give her?
Give Ebony?
Yeah, specifically that one individual. Like, what advice at her age and her behavior, her mindset? Would you break? I'm assuming you would break the old system apart. You wouldn't even give her any kind of so-called relationship advice.
Yeah, you got. I would tell
that
her.
Whole
I would tell her
concept
to
have to go away.
I would tell her to eliminate the provision and protection thing because she provides that for herself at this moment. She done the work for that. If you're looking for somebody to match you evenly to that standard, then I know that's how you feel about him attractive wise. Because I know that you would not feel that way if you're that attracted to him and he's close to your rank. Like if he makes like what Renaissance was saying, if he makes like 150, 200,000, if you like deadly attracted to him, she makes more money than this guy, but she's going to fall in line and try to be with him because that's who she wants to be with. But she's going to kind of shit on him too if it don't work out, saying, "Well, I settled for him."
Yeah, but she can marry and date a feminine man. Is what I'm trying to say, and let her play the masculine role and teach her how to do that and train her in that and controlling that energy within herself.
That's not what she wants, though. She don't want that. You know what they want normally. That's not it. We know, you know what I'm saying? Like, we go to Biz Chili Bowl.
I'm telling you, I'm trying to ignore that. completely. I'm just trying. I just want to ignore that whole
Well, no,
reality. I know
but
the real, but
we're
I'm just trying to
talking in
ignore
public
all
to
of
an
that and
audience
saying,
where we deal
right,
with these
but
women on a regular. We see them, we know who they are, we talk to them, we
I've
know
given
these
the
women.
advice, but I'm just saying you need to play. It's just funny that
I'm
that's
trying to
not what
take
people want to
myself out.
hear. Is that you need to get you're not getting you right. You're
I'm
out
taking
of that. You're
I'm
not
taking
don't
myself
even
out of the equation. Yeah, absolutely.
right. But she's banging her head against the wall. A lot of them
No.
are banging their head against the wall instead of someone trying to reorient them, saying, "Get over your feelings, get over your emotions." You're not even going to get access to that no more. You need
Yeah,
to play this role now because
you
this
got
is
to
what you've
present differently.
accepted.
Yeah,
That's
you
all
got
I'm
to
saying.
present differently. I agree.
Wait,
Yeah, and I know that
that's
that
what
is
she
an
needs to do.
extreme. Obviously, that's an extreme concept at this point, of course. But
Yeah, she need to get over herself, pretty
wait.
much.
So
yeah,
DC, then what percentage of men do you think are turning her down in her current state? Because I still think a majority of black men are saying. And let me be clear. You talking about marriage? Or are you talking about just knocking boots? What's
Well, I think
she's
that's her
40 and
way to try to
single. I mean,
get into a
nobody
serious.
wants her. It's obvious.
Right. I think it's pretty obvious in the circles that she's in. Most of the guys probably don't make as much money as she does, right? But in the circles that she in, the guys that she's attracted to, the guys that she wants to talk to, that can kind of meet her minimum requirement or got some kind of status, they're not really checking for her like that because they can get better choices and
correct? That's a
She's
small pool of men.
washed.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. As far as rejecting her, I think it's at 100%. I think it's at 100%, dude.
Yeah.
I think she's been
You don't
desperate. I
qualify
think
for
she's
those
been
guys.
desperate.
No,
Yeah, I
no,
think
I'm
she's
not
been
talking about
desperate.
those guys. I'm talking about men, black men across the board.
It's about class. Okay, she's talking
Yeah,
about people.
but that's what we're saying. Like the spaces that she be in, it's a class structure within that. But
Oh,
if you're
okay.
talking
No, I
outside,
thought.
if you're
No,
talking outside of the spaces that she's
Yeah,
in,
exactly.
dealing with
Yeah.
so-called guys that are so-called blue
Yeah.
collar that don't be in these certain spaces,
yeah.
what their rejection rate would be once they deal with her, I just think they wouldn't fuck with her, man,
I
because they don't
think
have
they would.
to.
I think
Get her
they
for
would.
some money, maybe.
I think they would.
Why would y'all think
I mean,
that
but
they
they
would?
have.
I don't
Yeah,
understand.
I
I get them brothers. I get them brothers way more. I get them brothers
see it.
way more credit than
I
that.
see it. I see it all day, every day, man. I'm sorry. I see it all day, every day.
Any man at that income level in that social circle has far younger, more compliant
Yeah,
options than somebody than her.
yeah,
That's
No,
all
no,
it
exactly.
is.
no.
I mean,
We're talking about MOT. We're talking about outside of it.
He said
I'm saying
outside
that
the circle.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
Someone making
outside the
70.
circle.
Somebody's making 70 grand a year who's
yeah.
a supervisor somewhere.
If a man is making like 75,000 and he talks to her and she operates the way she's operating, like I'm
He
better
out.
than you, I don't think so.
nobody is going.
It ain't
to
happening.
I don't
I
think
mean,
it's gonna
it's
work. I don't think
Like
it's
I
gonna
said,
work.
I mean, for
it's
her,
plenty of
if
feminine men that would probably deal with her though, if she's
yes,
going to
I
go
mean,
that
but that's
route.
what she like. Listen, like it's not going to work for her. What she
Yeah,
wants has been passed up, has been over for at least 15
yeah.
years for her,
She's at a
and that's what
definite
happens
She
when
can
you
she
stay
can
out on
find
the
a
market.
bisexual man easily. She can find a gay man. She'll be fine.
Yeah, but
That's
she
where that's the
won't
route she should be going.
something that's not available. So
Yeah,
her only option is gaslighting the dudes that clearly don't qualify for her.
exactly.
That's all she got left. Is putting
She
in the
tried
dude's
to try
face
to
who
shame the rest of the men that
correct.
basically would fit into her class to kind of
Yeah,
come and get her.
she on
They ain't
attack.
doing
She
it.
in
They're
attack
not doing
mode.
it.
Did she divorce her husband or he divorced her?
Well,
She was
compared,
never married,
yeah,
supposedly,
No,
right?
she married the white dude that they met in law school. I thought, right?
I mean, these guys are saying that she ain't married, she wasn't engaged. I mean, I think she was engaged to the so-called white man. They saying that she was.
Well, he
I
said
thought
she
she
was
was
married in
too.
college. I didn't hear about that either. That's news to me.
I didn't
No,
know.
I
I
thought
didn't know about that. I didn't know whether she was married or not. I
No,
didn't
I'm
know
about to
whether she
look.
was
I thought
married.
someone was telling me that they met in law school.
Huh. And they got divorced and then she got engaged to another guy later on. Is what you're saying?
Or I thought she just got divorced from him. I honestly never didn't know much
Oh
about
no,
her.
she was engaged. She was
What?
engaged. No, she was engaged to a guy for a few years, and they broke it off supposedly. That's the story anyway in the media.
I mean, but you could be perpetually single and claim that you're engaged. Like that's shit that I don't get and
Okay.
don't understand about these 6, 7 year,
But at,
3,
but at
4,
the end,
5 year engagement thing.
but then that's not even none of that stuff's important. But that was just BGS and DC having fun. At the end of the day, she's single with no kids and she's 40. That's all it is.
That's
at the end of the
a
day.
fact. That is a
Yeah.
hard.
And she is on a
Too late
war
for
path.
her.
She's on a war path as
They-
well. I think.
yeah, because she thought that there was gonna be.
Hello,
Yeah, we're here. He dropped off, I think, or something.
MOT, come back on. You either you
No, I'm
dropped
still
off.
here.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello.
What were you saying?
All
You
right,
fell off
so-
at towards the end. Go ahead.
Sorry about that, but this is her fault. for staying on the market too long. This should be a punishment to every
Absolutely.
woman who think
Agreed.
that they can come back at 40 something years old and she still does look good. But at the end of the day, you're 40 and you look like this. And they thought that they were just going to be able to loop back around and try to reloop their 20s, and it don't work that way. And may her ass suffer the consequences for staying
He
out there.
said loop back around.
It's true. He's right.
It's called settle.
Oh, it's just funny when you think about it.
You're gonna have to settle. You can't
gotta
have it
settle.
all. Yeah, you
gotta
can't have
settle.
exactly. I agree. Melissa Ford. Do you see Melissa Ford talking crazy like this? Same situation. Melissa don't talk crazy like she do.
No, she's still playing her role. It's kind of funny.
Melissa
Actually,
still wait. She hoping. Like,
she
I'm
want to
not
do
gonna-
it though. No. No.
You know she
had
want
a
to.
very bad
Absolutely.
life in Canada, but
Absolutely.
she want to do it. But she sort of, I guess she still got that check inside of her that
That's what I mean by presenting.
tries to play that role a little bit.
Yeah, she's presenting differently.
You
Yeah,
got a very small pool of men
very
that
small.
qualify for what she wants. Okay, very small pool of men, and once you get past 30, that pool shrinks to almost nothing. This
But
is
I'm
called the
curious.
last bust.
I just
curious
don't
though,
know why
BJ,
nobody's
why do you-
writing books telling them to change over and become
They-
a man.
they do
become
write-
a
they do-
man.
they-
become
well-
masculine. Go get you a gay dude, or go get you a bisexual
They
dude.
do. They
You
do
got the
right.
whole
They do.
LGBTQIA
do.
plus community to do
They
all
do.
this. Plenty of people out here.
They
There's
do.
7 billion people on the
Yeah,
planet.
but
It's ridiculous. Like, it doesn't make any sense. when
what
you
will
think
they
about
settle?
it. It's
What
like,
will they
God
settle
damn.
for? What will they settle for?
You
That's the
got to
problem.
train it and teach it the same way you train
Yeah,
and teach their thoughts that they have now. They're not thinking for themselves.
What are they?
They're programmed.
What is feminism teaching these women? Okay, if I have this, I got this. I can get a
Right.
man.
And feminism needs to solve it. I don't need to solve it. DC don't need to solve it, right? They have a system in place. That system can solve that problem for them. And I just gave them an answer. Be a man, date gay men, which they're doing it anyway. Go down to Atlanta. You got tons of so-called feminine, aggressive women. They're married to gay dudes right now in Atlanta. It's a common thing down there. So that might be the answer already. She
No,
just don't know about it yet.
Paradox. There are plenty of guys that they've trained to accept those roles, right? Those women don't want those guys. That's the problem.
That's on them, man. A lot of
Well,
things
that
I
is
don't
on-
want, but you got to do what you got to do.
But the
Be
thing
a man.
that is
Grow
the
up,
crisis.
suck it up.
That's the crisis of feminism right now, right?
But that ain't our problem at the end of the day. They ain't
Sure
even
is
the crisis.
paradox.
Sure is.
Listen
Right.
to me for a second.
If you
Paradox.
produce a litany of men that are feminine, that are submissive, that want a woman to take care of them. We have a whole litany of them in all races.
Listen to me for a second, right? I got 5 books that say the exact same thing. They set up the system to take provider roles from men and give them to women. Okay, they did that on purpose. These women have to accept guys that are not providers. Okay, that's what they're supposed to do. But guess what? Their biology said, I don't want to do this shit. That's where the crisis is right now. Ebony K.
I
Williams.
feel like that last part that part got left out of the teaching in the classroom.
No.
That last part got left out. Like, we got to do work too. Oh shoot! Damn, I didn't know that part. That ain't the fun part.
In other words,
being the man is not the fun part.
In other words,
being the man, you put your life on the line.
In
being the man, you have to take risks. Being the man, you got to suck it up.
Exactly.
Being the man ain't about being fun. It ain't about getting what you want. It's about being a man. You got to take it the way it is.
Exactly. But how do women take it though? They take the same information. I don't want to do that, right?
It even goes beyond.
But I'm hearing people like Iyanla Vanzant. Is she considered a feminist?
Hold on. They think they deserve. They think they deserve.
Oh, no.
Deserve.
Is
Yeah.
Oprah
Deserve
considered
don't got
feminist?
anything to do with it.
What did Iyanla Vanzant? I will take the bus driver, right?
Yeah. She presented.
She's a
I mean,
liar.
she'll
She's a
take it
fraud.
down. She'll take it down.
Even if she wouldn't, guess what? She's speaking the talk, right?
She's a bigger liar than ever.
She might be, but
No,
but
it
guess
ain't no
what she
might too.
did?
I followed her over the years. She is
I
an
know.
absolute con artist.
She might be, but thing is,
What's that lady from back in the day, the Jamaican woman? He said, "Call me now."
yeah.
Cleo.
That's who she is. She's Cleo.
Yeah, Miss Cleo, man.
Her, Oprah, all them buffoons.
In other words, for
Dionne Warwick. Yeah.
Yeah, Dionne Warwick. Yeah, all of them.
For this feminist system not to implode the whole society, they're gonna have to get these chicks in line. They're gonna have to.
But BGS,
Okay, so how do you do
Ayala's
that?
saying this when she's 70, though. That's the
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But she's still a thought
That
leader.
shit is
She still
wild.
has to present the information. She's got to get to
But
these
she's
chicks.
presenting it as if it's a likely likelihood for her as if she's on the market.
It
She's
it does
not. She's
the
just a
thing.
presenter.
The thing she's influencing
She also
these
said
women.
she also said I gotta have my prenup and I'm gonna have my money.
Exactly, just like a man. Yeah, just like a man. But you have to take these guys. You have to. Otherwise, it's going to implode. It's already imploding. It's already coming apart. They
I
they
mean,
ha- they have they have to because they tried to do with the guy on the guy's part, right? They have to convince the women to actually accept these roles. Otherwise, shit's going to come apart.
Yeah, we're
Which is
just
already
going
doing.
through
them,
it. I think we're just going
them,
through a
and
change at this
No,
moment.
It's this is a crisis all over the world, man. It's not a thing, okay? Look, read the Brookings Institute. I read this shit every day, man. It's a crisis all over the world. It's not just here.
Yeah, I don't know about.
yeah. But here's the problem.
As far as that is concerned, I don't know if it's like that.
It's
Hold
like
on,
that. It's
hold
like
on.
that.
All right.
I think it has more to do with the way the men and women relate to each other is going to be forever changed, and we're just going through the hard times of it changing right now at this particular moment. It's just changing. The traditional view of how women viewed themselves and men view themselves, it's just changed, and we're just going to have to make that hard pivot.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Well, we should be helping them though. We're not helping them go in the right direction. That they should
Because
be
they
doing
want to
now.
hold on to
We
it.
keep-
They
we
want to
keep
hold
pulling
on to it.
We
I'm
keep
trying to
pulling
tell
them
you to
back
hold
saying,
on to it.
come back and be traditional. Come back and be submissive. No, don't be
Okay,
traditional. Don't be submissive. No, keep going in that direction that you're going in.
Stop that, man.
What feminism did is to throw aside biology,
It's like
right?
we're trying to still protect women. I don't
In other
understand.
words,
It's confusing.
men and women are exactly the same.
Let
Biology
them go.
doesn't make a difference, right? Until you get 40 years later, guess what? It still does. Biology
Can
is
you
still
touch
there.
on the? You said the global. Can you touch on the global part? The DC kind of cut you off on that. Part.
Well,
basically, I like that.
Korea. I'll give you one. I'll give you one prime.
I know what he's talking about. So I just want him to go with, like, you know.
One
I like
prime
that.
example. One prime example. In 60 years, feminism has actually collapsed. Definitely collapsed in South Korea. Right? Went from a birth rate of 6 kids per woman, and marriage rate of like 95% to less than 50% marriage rate and 0.77 fertility rate. Okay, in 60
But is that
years,
feminism or is that the
it is feminism. It is
95%.
basically feminism in post-industrial technological.
No, that's
it's economic
globalization.
development.
Yeah, that's
Hold
globalization.
on. What was that?
No, hold on. Let me say this.
Go ahead. All right.
It's going to be because this is where this goes too far. Look. No. Listen. To be honest with you, I get it. Technology is going to move in a certain way to where they're going to take some of the sexual component out of our hands. It's already moving that way. You already know that, BGS.
Yeah.
By the time the population, which is what they want to curb the population anyway. That's not something that they don't want to do. How many people is on the planet now? How many?
8 billion.
Yeah,
We're
people already say that the planet is overcrowded, right? Hold on.
We're going to 10. It's going to drop to 5, and I'm thinking about 20 years.
Right. That's something that they want to do.
It's about to go down.
Their estimates are off. It's actually reducing a lot faster than they thought.
That's fine, but I'm saying this is something that they want to do, correct?
Not this fast because the system.
Yes.
They do
come on.
Yes, you have people.
I'm serious.
What I'm saying is, if technology in the next 30 years, we're going to have people that's going to basically be born outside of the womb.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Right.
It's already happening now.
If that is the case, then what we're talking about, you're going to have people that's being born on purpose. So it's going to be something purposely done.
It's going to be. They'll have. Okay.
Hold on. This is what I'm trying to say, because I don't want to sell nobody no dream about doomsday when it comes down to this. I think of it in a different way. No, I'm just saying, because the fear thing about all of us getting together and that's going to be, it's not like all of a sudden this is going to crash and burn into modernization and then we're going to just automatically go back to traditional homes and getting married and have 5 kids in the house and a dog. That ain't going to happen.
Let me ask you a question based on
what you said. That ain't going to happen.
No.
Let me ask you a question based on what you said.
A lot closer than you think. A lot closer than you think.
To what?
To collapse.
Traditionally?
No, to collapse, to societal collapse.
But in a different way, BGS. It's not going to happen because of so-called feminism and it collapsing in the family structure. That's been burned down a long time ago. It's always been an illusion.
What I'm saying is the agreement between men and women is collapsing. Guys are not.
That was always a false doctrine.
DC, can I speak? Is it okay if I speak?
Let me say.
Okay. I mean, you asked the question.
I'm I'm gonna let y'all go.
Oh,
I'm gonna
oh,
speak,
oh,
but
oh,
let me just say
okay.
this because I can see where this is going. I see there's a certain track.
Okay,
There's a
okay.
storyline. There's a
All right,
script.
all right. Go ahead,
So
man.
let me
Go
let
ahead.
me put mine
Finish
out
up.
there. Since we all into theories right now, this is what I'm saying. Right? Listen hard. In the future,
Mm-hmm.
there are going to be the wombs and people being born are going to be on purpose.
Yep.
I know.
Not
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Not
I
something.
know. I know.
Okay.
I know.
So take the family out of it. Whoop.
Okay.
Family
Okay.
out. Okay.
Okay.
What we talking about as far as the agreement, as far as women and men getting together, this and that, I'm saying there's going to be a different mindset around it altogether. That's why you
Okay.
got all this gender neutrality, feminine. I mean, not just
I
femininity, but
know.
just people being
I
trans,
know.
not trans. What's the transsexual, pansexual, I'm
Yeah.
sexual,
Yeah.
asexual, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
What's the more popular one? Oh, I'm a sapiosexual. All women say this now. I'm
Yeah.
sapiosexual. I
That
Yeah.
that
I
that
mean,
has become very popular.
get
Well,
out of here. You
Okay.
ain't
I mean, they only say that
All
sapiosexual.
shit
right.
because they want a smart
Anyway,
man to retire.
All right.
I mean,
anyway,
I
I'm
don't believe it.
gonna leave it alone.
Big
I'm gonna
Jess,
All right.
please,
let
let me get this out, Big Jess.
you can
Okay.
get back
Go
to
ahead.
Big Jess.
the
Go
traditional
ahead.
job
Go
and
ahead.
go
Go
back
ahead.
to
Go
the
ahead.
Flintstones.
Go ahead. I've been interrupted like 5 times. Go ahead. I'm gonna
Okay,
mute up.
so
You should,
so
DC, you should let our guest speak, though. You know, it is
D-
your show.
I'm done.
DC. So
I
this is
mean,
what I'm saying.
it's his show.
I'm done.
No.
Oh,
Go
We
ahead.
share the
okay. So
program,
this is
man. We
what I'm
don't do
saying.
that. We don't do that. Go ahead.
So DC, what I think that you're saying, and what I can't wait for, rather than being a population retraction, there's going to be a population explosion because it's going to be done on purpose because you're not going to lose any resources based on the family that you choose with the artificial womb type situation. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay, that's exactly what
More
I'm
efficient.
saying as well. Is that I see that right now the population retraction is based on people not losing their shit. The moment that people can have a family and not lose their shit, the people with money is going to explode their clan like you wouldn't believe, and the people who cannot afford to have kids are going to have less kids. That's what I think is going to happen. I think it's going to drop off, and I think the population explosion is going to happen between people who got money and they shit together, which is
Oh,
the way
oh.
it should have been in the first place.
Well, I was going to say you're gonna have the aid of technology. I mean, robotics, the things that people are going to be able to help, like raise a family, things like you said, it's not going back to that. People being born outside of a womb, all those things are just going to facilitate that. Like that's where the world is going, and a lot of it is technological development. That's the raising educational level. That's going to lower that. Traditionally, that has lowered your birth rates. If you can get the resources back to people where it's not as much of a burden on either wealthier households to have children, yeah, it'll reverse itself.
Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. First, you have to get there first, right? This stuff is not going to come online until 30 years. That's a long time in this day and age. We're actually on the cusp of actually collapsing. Okay. We have a long supply chain, complex environment that's actually coming apart as we speak. If guys don't participate in the society, it's actually going to implode on itself. It's going to implode.
Why do you say that?
In other words, if guys stop participating, men that figure they don't have a place, stop participating, it's actually going to come apart at the seams.
Okay, Big Jess, I have a question.
It's already doing. It's already doing.
I have a question. Do you think society is going to collapse before they get the shit online?
Do I think? I hope not. But thing is, it looks like it. Okay, it's already starting to come apart.
Okay.
You have this very complex supply chain that feeds people, right? That feeds 8 billion people. Okay, banking, money, population, people, not enough workers. Okay, all this stuff that keeps this whole complex machine going is starting to come apart. It doesn't take that long.
But BGS,
it could happen. It could happen tomorrow in the financial section. Okay, tomorrow, shit can come to a halt tomorrow. Okay. You've been on this razor's edge for the last 12 years. It can come apart tomorrow. That's how close we are.
But BGS, why do you think men not participating is going to destroy the system? Where the system, when the system is it is structured now where men are less needed in the sense of to maintain the system. I mean, I'll never forget. My car had a flat tire, and I had to call a tow truck, and a woman showed up. Black woman showed up.
Okay.
That's how the society has evolved and trained its people to be able to, men and women can now maintain it.
Okay, where does your minerals come from? Do they come from women digging stuff out of the ground?
You have machines.
Yeah.
The-
Yeah, in those villages in Africa, yeah.
No,
Yeah,
no,
you get
those
like
are
a lot
little
of
Those are
boys.
men. Those are all
Those are
men.
little boys. Those are all men.
Boys.
Okay,
Yeah.
those are all men. The oil, the
Those are
natural
kids.
resource.
You got boys and girls doing that.
Those are males. You see any girls out there?
And the
No.
kids that they
Nope,
lead,
not
No,
that I've
yes.
seen.
they're all boys. They're all men.
Yeah, boys.
Okay.
Yeah.
But when it
The
comes to the skilled labor piece, like yes, it obviously becomes women. Like I just got tires put
Yeah,
on this trailer.
sweatshops you may see
the
more
Go to
females,
it.
but
Yeah.
the men, the people that make your steel, make your
yeah, it's
component
men.
parts, they dig up your plastic, dig up your oil, those are all men. If men
Yeah.
don't participate in the
But
system, then it will collapse. People keep your infrastructure going. Those are all men. Okay, you
I,
don't have enough people to actually take these men's places all over the world. If they don't participate, it's going to be over pretty quickly.
They do
I
have
just
enough
got I
men
just got a
in, in,
question
in
though.
those environments.
Yeah,
And and
I just got a
if
They
question.
always have enough men in those environments.
no, the thing is, look at your ports when they backed up, right? Remember the L.A. City, the L.A.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the industry, so yeah, I know
And
all about it.
in other words, if those men don't get there, actually unload those containers all over the world, guess what happens to commerce all over the world
I
if
mean,
they
but they
stop
have
participating?
technology to actually supplement that.
they
Like
have
like you
machines.
went to CSX, if you went to CSX, Northrop Grumman, they have women who operate
Eh,
those big,
eh,
big ass lift that pick
eh,
up things off the
eh,
point and shit
What,
now.
what I'm saying is, saying what a percentage of women actually work those things?
No,
What's the
but
12%.
percentage?
At
I,
this
I
point,
think
probably 12%.
In other,
we're veering off. We're veering off. I'm gonna shut up, but I just want to go back to the component of where women and men. No, I'm
see
saying women
paradox,
and
see
men dating
paradox.
each other. No. I want to keep you there. Men and women dating each other and how that changed, how we get
All
along has
connected.
anything to do with no,
It's,
because
how is it not connected? Okay,
here's
oh,
okay. Can I say something?
okay, if you okay, okay, it's your show, DC. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
No,
You're
no,
right.
no. It's your show.
I just wanted to put that question. I want to talk about the
Okay.
relationship part.
I'm
Go ahead.
in other words, why are boys and men 60% of them not participating? Don't want to participate in the system? Why is that? They don't have a family. They don't have kids. They don't have
Don't have
women.
enough money.
They
Yeah,
don't need the
yeah.
money. They don't need
Yes,
the
you
money.
what, dude?
Yes, they do to
Oh,
live.
BGS, come on now.
listen. Okay, listen to me, right? Okay, how much does a man need to take care of family?
A
Like
family he don't have, he don't really
no, no,
doesn't need that much.
a family that he wants to have. How much does it take? Takes a lot more than by himself, right? Okay. Without a family, how much does he need?
Not as
Not
much.
that much.
How
Right.
much do you
Really not.
actually need to work? Does he need to work 60 hours a week?
No.
Nope.
Probably like 30.
Like
Probably
30.
30 or
So
less.
what you have is 30 or less. Uh, in China they call it lying flat or let it rot. Right in China, right now they're having this problem. Right, guys, I don't see a
Mm-hmm.
future. I don't see a future in family or woman or nothing like that.
But
I don't need to work.
But those type of
Six,
jobs are
Yep.
just being eliminated anyway. That's why I said it's globalization. That's why I
can
was
I
saying that.
finish?
exactly.
Can I
Go
finish?
ahead.
Can I finish? Can I
Yeah,
finish? Can I
you got.
finish?
I mean, but the
Okay.
labor is shifting though.
No, no.
My
Can
bad.
I finish?
My
Okay.
bad. My bad.
Thank you.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay. Okay. That's why it's a problem. Okay. These guys are not participating in the system. Okay. You won't get to this advanced system fast enough. Okay. They're trying to change it over. They cannot get to the system fast enough. There's not enough infrastructure built in place to actually shift to this system yet. Okay. You got to get there first, which is about 10 years. Okay. You might not get there. Okay. If you can't solve this problem.
I think they're going to get there anyway. I mean, I think the labor is just going to shift and the work is still going to get done.
Yeah.
Regardless
Well,
of
yeah.
who's actually doing the work, they're just going to keep dipping off in the labor pools of immigration and anything else. I don't think that the men who's not participating in society don't have any leverage to make people come back to the table. I just don't think that's
And at some point, right? How do you make an economy work if people aren't buying?
Yeah. There's some to that. I think that there may be like some kind of artificial intelligence credits that they may delve into. These guys love
Y'all
fantasy
reaching a
land.
little bit on that.
I
They are
am.
reaching.
I am, but
Just a little bit.
Okay.
check
wait a
this
minute.
out.
So
There are
where are
some
we off
people.
base? I mean,
What,
in life,
There are some
what,
people already buying into the metaverse right now. That's a fact.
what,
They
what's your
believe in this kind of stuff.
what's your time? Because the last conversion from agrarian to industrial man took 100 years. Okay.
I
This
agree,
is
but it's going to happen a lot faster though.
Exactly.
Yes.
way
will,
faster.
will it? Okay. How fast?
Look,
extremely
No,
fast.
no, 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 no,
Look,
no, no, no.
okay.
Give me a time
If
frame.
I'm saying if
Dude.
it needs to be pressed, we can get off oil tomorrow.
No, we
Everybody
can't.
knows
No,
this.
no, no,
Oh,
no, we can't.
absolutely.
No,
Yes,
no,
we
we
can.
If
Yes,
we
we
want
can.
it,
If we
Don't
want
yeah,
it.
don't say that out loud.
Hold on,
we
no,
can't.
no.
If
I'm not trying to
we
get
want
anybody in trouble. Listen what I'm saying though, BGS.
Okay.
If what you're talking about collapse, right? The dependency of it is what I'm trying to say, right? The dependency part. What is needed? If you need to cut costs and do other things to get on solar, to get on actual wind turbines, we have the technology already to
Hey,
move forward to
look,
other things.
Go,
You
go,
know, I don't think you hear what I'm saying.
No,
go
no,
look
look at
hold on a second. Go look at the arguments that's going on right now in Europe with the.
I understand that. That is an
Listen,
economic. That's economies.
Listen what I'm saying, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Go listen to their argument. They just said there's no way we can actually do this.
like that.
They just said this like maybe 6 months ago. There is no way to do this.
BGS, but look at Chat GPT and the AI conversation. You have major leaders coming out.
That's a different conversation.
They're coming out and saying we need to slow it down. Y'all are developing too quick.
That's a different conversation than what I'm talking about, right? You're conflating two different things. Energy and AI are two different things, right? Two different things.
No, it's sort of in the same vein because it's
No,
going
it's
to be a
not.
part. Hold on,
No, it's
hold on,
not.
hold on.
Okay.
Can I explain?
Go ahead.
So it's going to be sort of in the same vein. But what I'm saying to you though, BGS, it's a not a one shop fit all. So you have a lot of different things that are happening all at once that are converging on itself.
Mhm.
Technology is already moving so fast. We could have been off oil.
Yeah, but nothing moves without oil.
No,
You think you can, but you can't. Environmentalist DC.
Hold on,
No.
hold on. About you
can't.
Tree hugging DC.
Here we go.
You're wrong for that. Hold
Here we
on.
go.
You got to remember what he said. He said collapse, economic collapse. Ain't that what you said, BGS?
Yeah.
If we're forced to, that's the word. If we're forced to go to alternatives, they are already there. It's not going to fall
now
away.
Now conflating.
That is not conflating.
Listen
That
to
is
what I'm
that is
saying.
changing. That is changing the energy source. You're right. At this moment,
I don't think this world exists without oil.
do you know why oil is still
they've tried.
Do you know why it's still used though, and why it's so profitable? Number one, it's a finite resource and it's basically renewable. So everybody still wants to suck on that tit until it runs dry, but it's not going to be forever. You can't use it forever.
I didn't say it forever.
Hold on, but we're talking about technology, right? So let's move to the technology point.
Okay,
what I'm saying is innovation. When innovation is forced on the human species, there are going to be a lot of people that may die off. That's a given, right? I'm incorporating that, but I'm saying if need be, if things need to change. The technology is here for that.
Where?
And like I just brought it up. Renewable energies. So
there
are whole houses that run off. So dude, it's the truth. There are whole houses that do not run off oil and electricity.
I went down that hill.
In Bethesda, Maryland, right now.
It's not enough.
You're asking me if it's doable. I'm telling you that it is doable.
It's not.
It is.
Okay. All right.
Dude, you got 3D printed homes.
All right, BGS.
You got 3D printed homes. You got new technology. You got. I mean,
Hold on.
I don't know how this connected to the whole relationship piece either.
You're going to be on solar vehicles by 2030. That's literally they're pushing
solar vehicles by 2030.
That's not even possible.
I'm sorry, EV vehicles. I'm sorry, EV.
Yeah,
that's
none of that's real.
It's not even possible.
Yeah, it's all.
This
is all left-wing propaganda talk. Do y'all work for the on this call?
Here we go.
Oh, these progressives come from. What are y'all talking about?
Hold on. Go back and read this stuff. That's not
Stop watching those documentaries on Netflix.
It's not even possible to do that. It's not possible to do that by 2030.
Hold on.
I'm at a completely off-grid location that doesn't even cost me $300 a month to run.
I know, but it's saying you can't run a whole population on that.
You're talking about running the whole globe, man. Y'all, what are y'all talking about?
In other words, the batteries alone is a limitation just on EV vehicles, right?
All that stuff's backed by coal and oil. I mean, what are we doing? It's not real talk. It's not a real conversation right now. That's not.
It is.
No, you got wind.
It's not how you run a whole. It's not how you run a whole planet.
It's not enough, man. I was just reading this stuff.
Pie in the sky, tree hugging ideas.
This
is pie in the sky, tree hugging, left wing, green propaganda nonsense.
Yeah, I can't handle all
You can
5
power
G's
the
It sounds like
continent of
David
Europe
Monroe.
Wait,
from Africa with
prove,
solar.
prove it to me on the whole globe on just
You
now.
can't. It's
You
a
can't.
lie. It's fake news.
It is a lie. It is a lie.
Yeah, not real.
It's not real. It is a lie. They
Now,
finally
if
admitted
you're
this
talking about nuclear, then we can have a
because
conversation.
Germany has been trying to do this for the last 20
Yeah,
years. They can't do it. It's impossible.
That's a
China,
socialist country.
they gotta have
they're
nuclear.
not
They gotta have
socialists,
natural gas. You
really.
gotta have no, they're not.
What?
They're not
I lived
socialists.
there for 3 years.
They're not socialists.
Germany is not a socialist country. Okay. All right. Well, all right.
The most of the world is socialist, really. It got so
But no,
socialist. We are.
big picture though to the relationship thing. BJS, to do your point, I think technology, but to your point, where you said the guys were laying flat in China. Part of that isn't that wage starvation? Hey, I don't make
No,
enough money.
no. Relationships.
Really, you don't
Yeah.
so you don't think wages in the current in the
No,
current where they are in this
no,
country and abroad are
no,
affecting the relationship?
no. In other words,
Oh, come on.
marriage used to be way out of poverty. It's not that way anymore. It's a
Wait a minute.
qualification now.
So you're trying to curve us back to the male-female relationship
No,
dynamic with
what,
everything that's going on here?
no. I
Yeah.
didn't bring it up. He
Yeah.
brought it up.
Yeah, but that's
He-
what
he-
no, I did.
He
No,
brought it up.
don't do that.
It's not me. It's not me. It's not me.
Keep your
It's not
bishop.
me.
Keep your bishop, sir. No, don't do it. Keep your bishop.
Did I
You
bring-
you
hey,
stand on the
Paradox,
relationship piece. You
did
said
I-
the
did I
relationship
bring
is
it up?
breaking down and everything else is breaking down. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
Relationship break down. Men don't want to do nothing, and that's going to break down. It's going to collapse everything.
That's
and
what's happening.
No.
Yeah, that's what's happening
That was
already.
your
That's
point.
not going
BJS,
to
that was your
happen.
point.
It's
BJS.
happening
That was your
already.
point.
No,
It's
BJS.
happening
That was your
already.
point.
It's
That's not going to happen
already.
because
It's
of that.
happening already.
That
It's
I said
happening
what you're
already.
talking about is globalization. No, not globalization. You're talking about feminism, control to
You
relationships.
guys conflated all this rest of stuff.
That is not
I'm talking
true.
about what's yes, you
Not
did.
true. Not true. It got conflated because we started talking about technology as basically an option for the collapse. But the reason for the collapse is what you said.
I said
due
you
to black and not black.
no, that's
female and male relations.
It's
right?
not black male.
You
and
said
females.
it's connected. No,
It's-
forget that. I'm saying male and female relationships. Period.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. Keep your bishop. That is what it is. Don't pivot off of it. We're talking about what's going to cause the collapse. You're saying it's basically connected to, and I want to make sure that we got you locked in. I got you locked in. I'm Go 13. I got you locked in. I got you on my sniper rifle, right? Boom, I got you, man. So locked in. This is what it is. Male and female dynamics breaking down is going to lead overall to the collapse, not globalization as a whole. What we're talking about, what we was having a discussion about, was globalization.
You're already globalized.
But I'm saying to another level. That's what this is about. Outside, some of these people don't even have relationships. BGS. Some of these people that we're talking about that's doing this work don't even think about having a relationship. Right or wrong? All right, man.
Talk about macro, okay? Macro.
That's what I'm talking about.
Why do you think they
a lot of these men don't even think about having relationships? They're just working.
Okay, go ahead, DC. Go ahead talk.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. If I start talking like three words, you're gonna ask you to interrupt. Go ahead.
Because you're doing that BGS thing,
No.
man. And it doesn't work over here. It's not the same.
Well, okay. You want me to yell over you?
No, I'm not talking about that. I don't yell like that. Come on now.
Well, can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Talk. If these guys don't participate in these fields, making steel, working in factories, and not participate, it's actually going to collapse, man. It will. That's why working and everybody else is actually talking about this kind of stuff, right? That's why they're doing it right now. They have to even this stuff out. Otherwise, it's going to come apart. Even here, not enough people. If guys don't participate, it's over.
Okay. I want to say this because not being fun, but I don't want you to get too I don't want you to get too deep into the rim. I know we're going far deep into the anals. MOT, did you want to say anything to that or?
No, but now we're back at the specific point of where we began, that the actual male-female dynamic relationship means that nothing's going to work, and he just did it just again.
Well, okay, if because they're human beings, okay. If human beings don't work just off of machines, okay, or just if they don't need to participate, guess what's going to happen? Okay, people have to work. People have to participate. Machines
Correct,
are no machines.
People change their priorities, then these things are just not a priority going forward. That's the only
If,
problem.
if, if, when, when will they change their priorities?
You know, they could change it now if they could
I-
stop being gaslit by people
If,
online.
if,
You
that's
got you
if. That's
gotta
if.
let him finish. BGS.
Okay, go ahead.
Let
Okay.
MOT ain't talk.
All
Go
right.
go ahead and finish your thought, BG. I mean, MOT. Go ahead.
All right. So what I'm saying is that the moment you take the male female dynamic out of the actual conversation and hold it to an individualized standard, everything makes sense the way that it's going. The way that it's going right now is going to be hyper individualistic. People are not going to be too concerned about formulating a family and all that type of other stuff because there's too many consequences associated with it right now. But in the future, they're not going to be as focused on these actual things. The problem is that we keep trying to enforce this actual bad cultural standard on the people when it's just not even needed. That's all I'm saying. All right, BJ, you can go ahead, chop my head off. Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead, BGS. Go ahead.
You want me to talk now?
Yeah, it's everybody getting the turn. So go ahead. He's done.
Now,
Go ahead. Finish.
Brookings, European Union, WEF, to say all saying the exact same things. Okay, it has to be worked out. Or you won't have families. You don't have families. You don't have a society. You at least 30 years from where you guys actually talking about. At least 30 years. What happens between then and now to society in like 3 generations, 2 generations? Okay, why are you stealing kids from other places? What has happened to Asia collapsing? Okay, Europe have to import people. Why? People still matter. You,
Abs- Go ahead.
individuals, you think is individual, but it's not. It never has been. People still have to work together. Okay, have to formulate families and actually raise children. Okay, in a society, they still have to. Brave New World hasn't happened yet. It won't happen for another 30, 40 years. In between now and then, that's a long time in this internet age. Okay, machines are not even ready yet for this kind of stuff. All right, I look at this stuff every day. I've been looking at this stuff since 1995 with Art Bell. It didn't just happen yesterday. Okay, it's they released all this stuff, trying to catch up. But thing is, they're still far behind. Okay, they're still 30 years behind from trying to change the whole society. You can implement stuff, but things society will crack. What happens when it cracks? It's going to implode. How do you actually do this without imploding the whole society globally, not
Okay, well,
just locally?
I got one addendum. Coast to
Go
Coast
ahead.
AM with Art Bell was not about population control. All right, I used to listen to the show, especially when I came back to the United States. That's not what Art Bell was talking about.
I didn't say anything
A-
about population control.
okay,
I'm talking about
Mel,
technology.
okay. Uh, Art Bell show was about extraterrestrial activity for the most part. It was not about male female dynamics. It was not about any of this stuff we're actually talking about. Actually,
I'm
listen to the show.
I'm talking about technology. I'm not talking about male female dynamics. I'm talking about technology and where it's going and how fast it's going to actually propagate. Okay, all this stuff that we're talking about now, I heard about like 20 years ago. Okay, there's books I've been reading, fuzzy logic, all that kind of stuff. 20 years old ideas, it's just not coming to fruition right now. I already seen this stuff already before. The thing is, it cannot progress this fast without cracking the whole society. How do you actually implement this stuff to be adopted in, in 8 billion people? Doesn't happen overnight. And if it implodes, then the rest is just machines doing what machines do. There's no people.
But what I'm saying is that the business is going to get done regardless of whether it's machines or people. That's my point. The
And
business
to
is going
what
to get done.
to what end?
I mean, but before we had the manufacturing age come about, it was people who was doing it. And then once the manufacturing age kind of got here, they scaled back on people. Those people had to find something else to do. That's
How
just
long?
what happened.
How long did it take from start to when it was actually fully adopted?
No, it took a while, but there was still a scaling off period as more people came on.
And how many people suffered underneath that at the time?
I don't think that even affected the business cycle at all. Those
Yes.
people who was
Oh,
fired from
yes. Oh, yes.
Walmart,
Oh, yes, it did.
hold on,
Yes,
hold
it
on, hold
did.
on. So,
Okay.
so the people who was fired from Walmart, Kmart, Sears, from the
Hmm.
ordering department, the moment things became automated, those people wasn't even primarily focused on to get them back into the job market. They just had to find something else to do, and if they didn't, they starved.
Went on disability.
Yes,
That's
just like the
socialism.
co-workers who
That's
don't want to
socialism.
code.
That's
Of
socialism.
course,
Yeah. But
socialism works when it's a, when it's a dominant population. It's not called socialism.
when it's dominant power, it's not called socialism. What?
It isn't. It really is not. It's not called socialism. Like
What?
like they don't call Medicaid in urban America. They call it the quote unquote medical card.
It's socialism.
Of course, it's socialism, but you have to realize that it's only socialism when you get it, when I get it, when they get it. It's not socialism. They don't
It's
even
still
consider it socialism.
it's still socialism.
Like okay, rural America has been ran on welfare dollars for eons. They
Hmm.
don't see it as a problem for them. The moment that you start to get it in the black community, that's when they see it as a problem.
It's still socialism. It doesn't matter. It's still socialism.
Correct, but it doesn't mean that they don't accept it.
I don't.
They don't want it happening
Yeah.
when you and I get it. That's the problem.
I don't care about that. It's still socialism.
I don't see anything wrong with socialism.
I
I
didn't.
don't.
I didn't say there was anything wrong with it. It is what it is. Okay, all over the world, socialism. Otherwise,
Yeah,
capitalism would as it imploded.
Yeah,
You had people
absolutely.
starving on the streets. Okay, women and children. Okay, that's what happened in Europe.
But here's the thing: even if you go to the whole starvation thing, I mean, you have meat being grown in labs now. You have aquaponics and farming. I mean,
Hmm.
you can now grow vegetables without even vertical farming. I mean,
Hmm.
that's why I say things are happening so quickly. Like, I don't think it's going to take nearly as long as you think.
I have a hydroponic system in the top of this trailer
At the end
that
of the
grows
day,
food.
no matter how much tech you put in, guess what? You still have to have
People.
human relationships,
No, you
right?
don't.
Really? Okay. Okay. Why do you need food then?
No. When you say, are you talking about to actually work the actual
No, no, no.
technology?
At the end of the day, what are you doing all this for?
You're trying to move humanity forward.
Okay. Humans are based on what? Are they machines, individual machines, and worker bees like the Borg, or what?
No,
Yeah,
no, no, no. That's part of it, but they're based off relationships.
yeah.
Let me kind of bridge the gap. 'Cause I guess I understand what you're saying. Let me say this.
Hmm.
I think what you're saying, be just if I understand it correctly, is that there needs to be some kind of new social agreement that's going to
Yes.
take place between men
Yes.
and women
And
into
men
the
and women.
future.
Yeah.
Right. I agree with that too. I just think that it's going to look significantly different than what it was in the past. It's not going to be what it was, um, say prior to the brand new post-industrial age where we first came out, and then there was so-called nuclear families together. It's going to have to be an accumulation of more of a communal type of effort, most likely. That's going to be basically different communities probably dealing with different types of people all around, however that looks to them. Even when it comes down to relationships as far as intimate is concerned, right? I think that that's going to be the same, but it may not be a
And
lifetime type of partnership. It may be something else that's
and
agreed upon. I'm
and,
saying for
and,
people to still kind of move forward and have motivation to do the so-called work that is needed to keep society going forward. I think that motivation is going to still be there. It's just going to look different.
you
So
have to have
that's where the
have to have an
compromise is for
agreement
me.
between men and women. You don't have that right now.
Wait,
Okay.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. We're
who-
going through the difficulty of transitioning into that. What it was, what we're still trying to go off the old. Paradox said something that was very. You got to kind of bring it up. Paradox. It's like we're going off old software, going into the new, technology environment of what's going to be into the future. It's not going to work primarily now.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Paradox. I know you said it better than I could. So How did you say it before as far as
That,
the software?
that was good enough.
Now go ahead, say it though. You got to say it because I think that will kind of bridge the gap because I'm kind of putting that I'm going to stay where the relationships are because I think that's going to change regardless.
It is going to change, but things how fast can it
But
change?
but here's the
Okay.
thing: Are we?
I
Do
think
you
it
think
already
it's
changed
affecting the
forever.
majority of men though, and
Yeah,
women?
and
That's
I
what I'm
don't
getting
think
at.
it's going
One
to
time,
cause
one time.
collapse though. I don't think it's going to cause
When
collapse.
when when you add the other factors into it, okay?
But
The other
don't you
fact,
think you're being too? I want to say like looking at the world egalitarian. I'm viewing this through the lens of hey, the ones who are going to make it are going to make it, and the ones who aren't are going to, and it's going to go
is
forward. That there's not going to be a new
you
agreement.
you have such a finely tuned, globalized infrastructure right now, right? Finely tuned. Anything can actually shake it up and actually collapse it. It's very, very finely tuned right now, and very fragile right now.
But I hear your point on this, but you do not agree that that's a very optimistic outlook that there's going to have to be a new agreement, or is it just going to be every man and woman for themselves, and the ones who
It,
survive will make
it,
will
it,
make what it is of it?
Yeah,
it,
that's the agreement though, Renaissance. It's going to
Yeah,
change.
but
It
that's
has
it's
to
going to
exactly
change.
what
change.
it is.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
going to change.
it's
No, no,
already
no.
changed
I
forever.
took it as hey, that essentially you're looking at there's a group of society you can argue across all races that are struggling, of men who are struggling.
Mhm.
What I get from BGS is hey, that group of men is going to demand a new deal and a new agreement is going to be struck.
And
I'm
that's what's
saying that's
happening.
not.
That's what's happening right now.
I'm saying I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to
It,
be a hey, every man sink or swim, and
it,
then
it,
whoever makes it to the other
no,
side, they will make the new agreement.
the globe cannot work that way. It's got to be cooperative.
It's always worked like that.
No, when? Just
They
name me a
they have
time.
all
Name
they
me a
have
time.
always let they have always let people who they've deemed as not vital to society. They've sort of thrown them to the side. That's been human history.
Okay. So what's if it's the vast majority of people?
I don't think it's going to be the vast majority.
Okay. What you have now is the vast majority of people.
I don't think it's wait. When you say you think the vast majority of people,
Yes.
you don't think this is a Western issue?
No. In China is the West. Is China's part of the West?
No, I'm talking about the
I think
dynamics between men
they
and
are.
Oh,
women.
that China's part of the West now. Okay.
No, they're not. No,
I think
no,
they
they're
are.
not.
All right. Okay.
All right,
News to me.
No,
so
I'm
overall, so what we're
One
saying,
time.
well, okay, so
China
overall,
doesn't, China doesn't think that way. But go ahead.
all right,
no,
so
I'm
overall,
tying
so
it
what
to
we're saying
your.
is,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
all right, so overall, what we're saying is that you don't have the negotiation leverage to enact a new social contract. You can't, because if that was the case, we would already have that in certain parts of the United States already.
Okay. Are you conflating things to global male female collective versus what black people? What do you
Oh,
what
no,
do
no,
you
no.
why
What I'm
what,
doing
I
is
don't
I'm
understand
taking
you.
something from a macro perspective and taking it
Uh-huh.
to a micro perspective. The
Okay.
macro perspective is you don't have any leverage. On the individual level, you still don't have any leverage. So
Okay.
the actual individual is going to have to do more and stop depending less and less on the actual government to come through and correct these for them. Like that's where we actually made this mistake in the first place by not moving on the individual level. We waited for an actual collective of the government to do something for us rather than do stuff and push it forward on our own individual level.
We always have. We always have.
We, we,
We've
we,
always
we
been a
always have
collective.
what?
Always moved as a collective.
That's not true.
When it has it not been true?
Okay, Michael Jordan playing basketball. Him winning a championship. Did everybody else win a championship? Hell
What
no. Only he
what
won a
league?
championship, and his team won a championship. There's always winners and losers in society
Yeah,
based on the people who don't compete.
who does he play?
Other people within the same environment.
The league, right? It's a collective. It's
Yes,
not an individual.
yes, yes.
Without the league, there is no Jordan or championship, is there?
Yeah, but not everybody's in the league.
Uh,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
what is a league individual or collective?
It is a collective of individuals.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's collective, right?
yes.
What is a
And that
collective?
one person's level of
No,
actual
okay.
competitiveness will
Renaissance man.
shut down a whole areas of people that never even went to the Hall of Fame
Renaissance man.
because of
What's the
the individual
collective?
action.
What's the collective?
Wait,
What's
say
the
again?
definition? What's a collective?
Just a group of people.
Group of individuals, right?
Yeah, group of individuals. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a collective.
but
Okay.
yeah, but But aren't you kind of defining the collective as all of men?
Where are there just individuals? It's just roaming around, okay, by
No.
themselves.
I'm saying you're going to have a collective of men who are going to survive, but
Uh,
that group of men that doesn't,
your
I'm
league,
not. I don't
your
see.
your league, your fans, your economy make Michael Jordan who he is, right? Okay, those are collectives of people, millions and millions of people, probably billions of people.
This is
Okay,
a very humanistic argument you're making.
I'm human, aren't you?
No, I am too, but I'm saying the
I mean,
world has not been humanist ever in human history. It's been
it's always been humanist. Okay,
no. Are you
yes, it has.
serious?
Yes,
No,
yes.
it's been ruthless.
No, humans are ruthless.
No, no. I'm talking about when you.
One tribe against another, right? It's always been a collective. Where has there not been a collective of human beings? Even
Yeah, but yeah, even if you have a group of
a
people, a
tribe.
tribe
It's a
against a tribe,
that's a
that's what I'm.
collective. That's a collective, not an
But one tribe,
individual.
what happens to the tribe that? So what happens to the tribe that does not survive? Are they still
They
part of the
die out.
collective? Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what's going to happen.
Their collective dies out. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. We're
What
arguing about
what
semantics, and that
what?
collective
No,
of
no,
men are
no.
going.
You're not in. It's always been that way. Where has it not been that way?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying it's going to be like that going forward. The collective of men that survive, yes, but there's going to be a collective that dies off. That's not going to be there. They're not.
Correct.
There's not going to be one male collective
And
that goes and
the
renegotiates new
last
contracts.
time you had this kind of stuff, you had a dark age for like what 100 to 400 years. Okay.
In certain parts of the world, yes,
Yes,
The
certain parts.
collectives have died off.
and that
Civilizations have died off, right?
yeah,
What happens when it's global instead of individual?
yeah. I mean, if you're going to make the argument that the entire globe's going to die off, then
I'm not saying die off, but I'm saying it's going to go through a dark age. It can happen easily. That's what they're afraid of.
No, I mean, so you're trying to create this false hostage of negotiate with us or else society will
No,
fail.
no, no.
Paul, I don't think that's it.
It's not a
I don't think
fault.
that's going to work.
It's not a negotiation. The thing is, it is what it is. Okay. Negotiate with
No,
who?
it is a negotiation. I mean, like,
Nego-
you don't need these people engaging in male-female relationship dynamics in order for society to survive.
if
People are.
that's what the men want, is that what they want?
That's what the men want. But what if the women don't want that?
Well, then
There's
it's
no
going to
way
come.
you can force women back to the table to make them want that.
It's going to come apart.
It's already apart.
No, it's not.
Right now, we're already apart.
No, it's not.
Why
No,
you
it's
think
not.
people have to go around socializing the idea of community-minded relations to get everybody else to take up
It's
everybody else's
they
responsibility?
they haven't given
That's
up
what
on
it
it yet.
is.
They haven't given up on it yet. They're still trying.
No, they haven't given up on trying to get their homegirls rescued. They gave up on the actual men that put them in an actual situation and circumstance in the first place. Yes, that's exactly what happened.
No. The white ones still ride for their white men. They still do. So the Asians and so do the Indians.
wait,
Okay? Black people.
Come on, man.
They
What are
still
you
do.
talking about?
Donald Trump was actually get white men back to work. White men actually voted for that. They
no, he was lying to him.
do.
He was.
It doesn't matter whether you're lying
BGS.
to him or not. Hold on.
BGS. I moved still for Donald Trump. That dude hires nothing but immigrants in all these hotel complexes.
What I'm saying,
He does.
the reason that white women voted for Donald Trump is to get their white men back to work.
Only half of them did.
Yes.
Yeah, roughly about 50% who did. Actually, I think it was more like 47% the first time. Then it got up to 53 the second time.
White women still ride for their white men. They still do, especially the poor ones.
Yeah,
Wait.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay. So how do you get black women to act as
Hey.
loyal as white
Why
women?
does the
Okay. So
white
how do you get black
manosphere
women to
exist
do
then?
that?
No. Why does the white manosphere exist then?
What is white? It's actually to get government change. Okay, that's why the white ministry actually exists.
They're not even fighting for that over there.
Yes, they are.
They're
They
not
always
fighting
have
for
been.
that.
Yes, they are.
You really think Rollo Tomasi is fighting for actual
Yes.
rule changes?
Yes.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Go back and read his blog. Go back and read his blogs, not just what he says on YouTube.
No, I'm talking about, but what type of legislation has been put forward by the white manosphere that we can actually talk about? Zero. There is no legislation. They're maintaining a broken society so that way they can
In,
stick to broken men. That's the
in
only
other
thing they're
words,
doing over there.
reversal of what abortion started, right? That's one. Okay, they're going to try to get reversal no fault
But
divorce.
they
Okay,
protected the abortion pill,
Wait.
so
Oh,
it
oh,
that takes it off the table.
in other words, it's a process. Okay, it's a process. Doesn't
no.
happen
Okay.
overnight. Nothing
With a
happens overnight.
6-3 super Supreme Court majority, they protected access to the abortion pill. It doesn't matter if you overturn abortion, but you turn around and protect access to the
It,
pill,
it
which can be sold nationwide, damn near.
In other words, it's a process. Abortion didn't it took abortion 100 years to actually be applied. Okay, almost 100
No,
years.
it did not. It took one Supreme Court decision from Mississippi, my home state, to be challenged up to the Supreme Court,
And I
which they
what
could have done during the Bush
listen
one
to what I'm
administration.
saying.
Okay, go
Okay,
ahead, sir. Go ahead.
abortion actually started almost 100 years ago before it was actually enacted in the 70s. Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Okay, it nothing happens overnight. It's a process. This is the first step. Okay, they try to come after what? No fault divorce. Okay, it's a
They're
process.
not trying to change that. Well, who's trying to change that?
Uh,
No fault
According
divorce. Who is trying to change that right now?
Texas is trying to amend no fault divorce right now. They're talking about it right now. It's another step. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold you to that.
Maryland is actually a law in Maryland is talking about a 50-50 custody right now. Okay, there's a law in
Yeah, but
Maryland.
50-50 custody was knocked down in Florida by a
Uh,
Republican
uh,
governor.
it's one step at a time. Okay, steps, one step at a
But
time.
that's a progressive thing. That's not a conservative thing.
Yeah.
The thing is, the change has to happen one step at a time. It doesn't happen all at once. It never has. Okay,
Yeah, but somebody is against that type of change, though, BJ. You
it
keep
does. We were against feminism.
obfuscating that.
It took 150 years. Okay, one step at a time.
So BGS, you really think with the ruling we just saw against Trump that white women are riding for white men?
But the ruling against Trump, talking about in court,
Yeah,
that's politics. I knew that would happen. He's not
but
supposed to
but
run again.
but the woman who charged him in the first place, Me Too movement. I mean, that's a stretch to say all white women are riding.
How come they didn't get him the first time when he was running the first time?
Wait, what? Get what?
When he ran in 2016, how come they didn't get him then?
Had a horrible candidate.
A horrible candidate. We're talking about Clinton.
Yeah.
Hillary. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you talking
In
about
other
the
words,
court
how come
case?
all this stuff didn't pop up
How
the
come the
first?
court
It's
case?
been there. Okay, stuff is old. How come it didn't pop up then?
Well, I mean, but while he was president, he was using the excuse that he was president at the
I'm
time.
talking about before he became president. This stuff is not new.
All right. So
Yeah,
so
but now
cool.
this.
I
Anyway,
see that there's some two new people that came up. Shout out to I think it's the Equalizer. Is that Equalizer?
and what's up, Sachi?
Okay, and Mr. Z. So go ahead. You guys can drop statements real quick. I gotta get up out of here in a minute.
Oh,
So
yeah.
go ahead and drop your statements about what you heard, and then Mr. Z, you can go right after, and then we'll close out.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm hearing is, the difference between the income and social class are two different things. Yes, income is part of the social class, but the vast majority of people aren't even in the elite and upper social classes to even understand how they move, to even have these types of conversations, in my opinion. Second, about Ebony, she is a high income earner, but she's not of the elite or upper class, period. So, yes, she is speaking for herself. You can say she's speaking for herself, but obviously she's on a soapbox. So, a lot of women are going to follow her. But the problem is, a lot of these women, they think that their college degrees in the
Did anybody else here fade out, or was it
He
just me?
faded out.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
faded out.
He faded. He faded.
He's probably at work. Yeah.
Okay. I guess go ahead, Mr. Z. When you get back on Equalizer, just let them know you can continue. Go ahead, Mr. Z.
Thanks for having me on Paradox and DC. So I'm gonna start with the Ebony K. Williams and then work my way to the technology and all the other good stuff. I've been listening on and off for the past few hours, so right. So I got a good idea of what you guys have been talking about for a little while. So starting with Ebony K. Williams, yes, Iyanla was trying to tell her you are in the provider role now. That's what the whole bus driver trope was about. So we had this conversation already.
Right.
talking about, I don't know if it was Man of Tomorrow that was pushing back a little bit, or Renaissance. But yes, so looked at BGS is right. I actually posted in my community chat a few hours ago, and I saw it from this morning. I'm on the East Coast. Kyle Kalinske covered it, which is, yeah, they're in Texas. They're looking at repealing no fault divorces. So yeah, that's a thing. It really is. And so there's that. What else you guys were talking about? The technology. I agree with BGS that the environment helps to create these kind of social dynamics between men and women. The new contract is, we don't know what the new contract is. So I agree with DC on this one. It's so up in the air, and I don't think we're going to go back to some of the old models of relationships. The problem is that the men and the women, I would argue, right, want kind of both and I'm that I know I went out a little bit. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know I
Okay.
went out a little
Go
bit,
ahead.
but yeah, I
Go
know the
ahead.
men and the women want both but especially the women, and so that's what you see with Ebony K. Williams, where she's in the provider role, but she doesn't want to own that, right? And that comes with the technology, by the way, that allows for her to sit in the office with AC and whatever the hell, or be in a studio with AC and whatever the hell. So that creates the environment that, fast forward from what 1804, like BGS said, and you have the Ebony K. Williams of the world tell you what they ain't gonna do, what they ain't gonna settle for, and blah blah blah. And what the other brother was saying about class and income and how there's a difference. The Ebony K. Williams of the world want to be part of that class, right? Um, and they think they can income their way into the class, and
Correct.
apparently not. And she's throwing a fit. That's what all of this is about. She's throwing a fit because she feels like she's being regulated to the men she thinks she's better than, right? And yeah, and I agree with DC earlier, which is, that doesn't mean she won't have sex with some of these guys that she thinks she's better than. Of course, looks matter. I agree with you. I put her in a younger Claudia Jordan lane, right? So if you ever saw Claudia Jordan on Corey Holcomb, she said it. She had an issue where she liked attractive men, and she would pretty much be trying to finagle something. She would buy them,
Right.
essentially, right? And so I see Ebony K. Williams like many of her class, and I will push back on the Equalizer a little bit. I don't think Ebony K. Williams was just speaking for her. I think she was speaking for her class of black women. That, and that's why I was getting on DC. Y'all give me a minute. I'm sorry about that. Let me answer this. I'm sorry about that.
All right. Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, barely.
Yeah, you kind of
Can,
faded a
can,
little
can
bit.
you hear
Go
me?
ahead.
Can you hear me
Yeah.
now?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can hear you though. You can still be here. Go ahead.
All
Finish
right.
up what you were
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah. So I mean, basically, I mean, as Mrs. E just said, yeah, that's true. They believe that they can buy themselves into into the upper and elite classes, and it's just clearly false, and it fails. They don't even run in those circles. Period. I mean, I'm not putting anybody down. It's just. I
Who you
mean, I don't.
talking about? Who you talking about exactly? Let me make sure I
No.
understand what you're talking about.
The Ebony's, the Kim Fosters, the people
Exactly.
like that.
Basically, yeah,
Yeah, she
exactly. These
wasn't. She
girls.
wasn't born. Hold on. Let me be
Hmm.
clear because when was the Civil Rights Bill signed? I'm just
Was
going to
it
make a point
64,
real quick.
65, something like that?
64. How
Yeah,
old is Ebony? How old is Ebony K. Williams?
she's
39.
40.
39.
So she,
Right.
so
She'll
So
be 40
so
in
so
September.
yeah.
so what I'm saying to you is that there wasn't that many black people that were born into the so-called classes that they're in now. So
Hmm.
I understand what you're saying. It's true. She wasn't born into the so-called black bourgeoisie.
Hmm.
I don't know if you ever came up here before and spoken to us. I don't know if you listened to our program at all. Okay. There are black people that fall in and out of that so-called class every
Yeah,
generation. Okay.
yeah.
So as far as her being around these people, she is around them. Okay. That's number one. Number two, um, I think that her frustration lies that she can't get the package that she wants. She thinks that
I
she
agree.
deserves it. And
That's
that
why I
was
brought
the
up
point
Claudia
that I was
Jordan.
initially,
Hmm.
that's the point that I'm initially, she's frustrated. She's
Hmm.
frustrated with the packaging that she's
Hmm.
getting. That's what she's
Well,
talking
yes.
about. But not
Yeah.
sex.
Hmm.
This is very important. I'm saying this for the audience, not just you. Okay.
Okay.
Do you stay in the DMV area? Do you stay in DC at all?
He
I
I
just
worked
want to
there.
make sure that
I live in Arlington. I work in Bethesda.
okay.
I also work in DC.
So let me
And
give
my
you
personal background is of the upper class elite. My
cool. So
personal.
you ought to
So
come.
I know.
Hold
Yeah,
on, hold on.
my grandfather is in books. Trust me. Like I have.
My daughter goes to school in Tacoma Park, right?
Okay.
The Montessori school over there. Just to kind of give
Okay.
you an idea of what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So if you ever want to have a drink and we can have a conversation proper, then we can
Oh,
go
that'd be
into it,
great.
okay? We talk about the
That'd be great.
peoples. We talk about the people's building. We talk about the Proctors and all that. If you're from this area, you understand where I'm coming from. That is the
Yes, sir.
born black bourgeoisie. So if you're from this area, you know
Yeah.
that people are born in and go in and out of that class all the time. PG County is a perfect example of that.
Yes. Yeah.
There are hood places in PG County. There are
Definitely.
very profitable places in PG County. People go up and down. You be like, damn, you was raised here. You'll talk to people sometime and they'll act a certain way, and it's like it doesn't fit where they come from. You see what I'm saying? Dog,
Yeah.
dude, you from Largo for real. You're not from, you know, you're not from the city like that. You know, there's a difference. That's just speaking inside jargon, but you get what I'm
Yeah.
drifting. I understand where you're coming from. There is a difference between the so-called entrenched black bourgeoisie, which is a very small group of people, by the way,
Yeah.
which is basically
Exactly.
family class. But there
Yes.
are people that go in and out of these spaces also. There are people that go in and out of these spaces. So is she around them? Yes. Was she born there? No.
No.
Correct. She's from a blue collar, which makes her statement even more egregious. Basically, to me, she should have more.
Exactly.
She should have more empathy for that group. But that just proves the
Yes.
point
But
about the delusion, right? That proves the
Yep.
point about the delusion of where she sees herself because she's chasing titles.
And she's
And
not
she
well,
alone.
Yes.
right.
here's something to
She's
think
chasing
about though,
titles.
DC.
But just really
Okay, I'm
quick,
sorry.
because
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna finish up here because this is leading back to my overall point about the so-called relationship piece. Um, even when you from here, you understand that there are a lot of people that are not going to be able to be matched up. It's just not going to work. You know what
It's
I'm saying?
impossible.
Just strictly off how people basically deal with each other on a day-to-day basis. It's not working. So what I'm thinking, this is just my kind of hypotheses about what I see, because I think that our area is a lot ahead of the curve because we have done the so-called black progressive thing. I think that's here, Atlanta, other places around the country, other pockets in the country, Baldwin Hills in Los Angeles, other places, other conclaves, I think it's DeSoto and Dallas, whatever. But there are other places around the country that have these small enclaves of black achievement, right? It doesn't stop the breakdown of the family. What I think is going to end up happening is that the new group of children that are being raised in the environment that we see now, they're going to have a different outlook about what relationships are. And even when it comes down to the so-called intimate piece, they're going to have a different motivation. Instead of building a family, maybe their motivation would be to create something, to work in a certain arena, to work in a different type of environment, to be in a certain city, to do work in this certain part of technology. Like that would be probably the primary focus. To still have relationships there as a piece, because you're going to still have to have that as motivation for people to kind of generate movement, but they're going to know that relationships are going to primarily be temporary for the most part, not long term. So the whole point of pushing marriage is not going to be so prevalent as it is now. We still dealing with that kind of angst of the last generation. She's dealing with the transition, just like how all of us are. We're dealing with the transition of going over to what the new agreement is going to be. We just don't know what it's going to be yet. I don't think this is going to collapse the so-called environment, because I think that it's going to keep pushing, because we're going to find a way to kind of deal with it. The dating apps are already finding a way to kind of deal with the dating scene already too, to a degree. The people that can make it in dating apps, they do it. They may have a dating app for the people that are not so attractive. They
The,
may
the,
create
va-
something like that.
the vast majority of men cannot date on dating apps. That's what
Yeah.
they're finding.
I,
To
I
DC's
agree, but
point,
that's what I'm
I
saying.
just want to
I
say,
think that there may be something else that's created for the people that are not so attractive, though, BGS. That's what I mean. Like,
DC,
people
I
can't
gotta
do
make
it.
the funny. I gotta make the funny.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Lower expectations, Matt TV.
Hmm.
For all of you that remember Matt TV, the little segments that they would have where they have the call-in show for all them unattractive people and be like lower expectation, and that's going exactly to what DC is saying. I wanted to kind of put this
No,
forward.
but I
Yeah,
interrupted him. I interrupted him. Go
yeah,
ahead, Equalizer. I'm sorry. Go ahead and
yeah.
finish up what you was about to say. I'm sorry about
If,
that.
if,
I
if
just wanted to make
Equalizer doesn't
sure.
mind, let me just make this one more point and I'll shut up.
Go
You
ahead.
got to you
Which
got to
is,
go, don't you, DC?
Yeah, I do. I
you
do.
know,
Like 20 minutes. Go ahead.
no, it's just when you were speaking about it, it's actually more egregious that she comes from the working class. Well, when you believe in meritocracy and you find yourself part of the professional managerial class or the petite bourgeoisie of the black community, that's even more of a reason why you speak the way you do, because it gets into that Highlanders. Why I pull myself up, right? I merited my way into my position. You can do it too, right? I wasn't born of the upper crust, but I made it here, right? You can do it too. So I think that adds a extra level of contempt coming from her to people like me, actually. And I'll pause right there.
Go ahead, Equalizer. Go ahead and finish your thought. Go ahead
Okay.
if you have it.
And last, I just wanted to give a brief breakdown of income because a lot of people don't realize, how much people actually don't have. Okay, even in America.
Hmm.
So for you to even hit the 1%, that's 548,000. Okay, and that's about roughly 1.57 million people. Okay, so we're not breaking anything down. That's just raw numbers. So for you to hit the 0.1%, that's 2.6 million, and that drops all the way to 157,000 people.
Mm.
Okay, and that's basically the income that girls of the women of that ilk. That's typically what they're talking about. That's the 0.1%, and that includes women. And
Hmm.
the fact is, the majority of those people are 55 and older. So that just virtually knocks everybody out. 0.01% income, 14.7 million. Okay, that's only 15,000. Okay, 16,000 rounding up. The 0.001 for you to enter, which is only 1,575 people in the country of over 332 million. That's 77.
Did he drop off again?
Yeah, I think he went out.
No,
I think
no,
his mic.
that's
Okay, go ahead.
77 million. That's 77 million dollars. Okay, as you can see the drop off. The vast majority of people don't have money. So when these women are talking, it's bullshit. They're completely delusional.
That's why I say it's
Because
cap. I think yeah, she's capping. She knows she dates men that's not in that bracket. She knows that.
yeah,
She
yeah.
needs to.
And,
She
and
needs to stop. She needs to stop.
if she
Yeah.
if she qualified, she would have been picked up by 25.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
really that
Exactly
simple.
right.
I
Absolutely.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree with DC that it's capped to a certain extent. But like I don't want to be too obtuse. I do think a lot of these women are friends. We're around them, right? I'm in Miami. BGS is in LA. DC's in DC. So are you. Y'all are in that DMV area, right? You got brothers in Texas. We all seen them talking this crap and piping whoever, right? Yes. But I will say, when it comes to marriage, I do think that that's a bit different, and I think that Ebony K. Williams thoughts and concepts are way more prevalent than we like to give it credit for. Number one. Number two, let's not pretend like women don't also put their boyfriends and even their husbands in the temporary man category, which is I'm with you and I may love you, but I'm not in love with you the way I am, whatever my ideal is, whether that person exists or not, or whether I've met that person or not. Right. So I just want to kind of make room for that, for the idea that the Ebony K. Williams are real. And like this does have an effect on your politics in the black community. I know we like to like kind of talk about this in a pop culture way, but I do think this affects the way these people advocate for us or don't advocate for us, right? Because of their intimate love lives or lack thereof, right? And I'll pause right there.
Yeah, I mean, but black women are a separate group of people that's not part of black men. You have to understand that. And following up behind everything that they say and do, like they're not even concerned about our opinion. They just
Mhm.
say stupid shit to gaslight us so that way we can talk about them. The moment we could just like, you know what, this bitch is on some bullshit, forget covering her, that's when things change. But there's too many men who still want to qualify for her looks wise, and that's what this shit is about. It's still trying to qualify for a woman like that. When you know damn well her dating options, choices, her actual income level that she makes, it's not going to bring her back to the table to do anything. It's just not.
I
It's
agree with that.
B,
I think.
BGS.
Go ahead.
it's a bigger disco. Go ahead, Paradox. I'm sorry.
Did you have? I know you had mentioned something earlier. I know DC got a role, but did you mention something about the new agreement? I know they were all talking about it, but you had brought it up, I think, initially about the new agreement. Did you have any ideas on what that would look like?
The new agreement.
That negotiation, or even just, I know it's at a much higher level. Of course, people are going to be making the decisions, but just
Okay.
what would that agreement look like in your view?
Talking about between men and women.
Yeah, overall, because you was elevating it past the ebony thing and kind of looking at the whole global
Oh,
the
okay.
global picture and kind of stretching out the next
Yeah,
50 or 150
eh,
years as far
eh,
as men and women and just
oh
because
no,
the
no.
negotiation has to happen.
Yeah.
No one
eh,
ever said like, well, this is the idea that I think that looks like. I didn't hear that. That's all.
like women want feminism plus patriarchy, right? Uh, the provider male,
Exactly.
the provider male. They want men that make more than them, pay all the bills, uh, play the traditional masculine role. That's what they want. But you can't have it both. Can't have both ways. You have to have a new deal.
So what
Women
does the
don't want
male
the new.
want?
The men want equity. Okay, it's going to be this way. These are the rules we're actually going to play by, not this plus. You know, I have to. If you make $40,000, I have to make 60 when you have the job. Okay,
Mhm.
the society's not built for that. Okay, some a woman that makes $60,000 a year is going to take a job from a man that makes that kind of money. Okay, you have the classes actually probably going to break up because a man will take a $30,000 a year girl or a woman that doesn't make any money.
In a
Okay,
heartbeat, yeah,
in a heartbeat. Okay, women have to do the same thing, but they don't want to do that.
exactly.
They have to do that, otherwise it's not going to work.
I agree. I agree with that, BGS, and that's what I'm saying. What does that look like? But that starts with the difficulty of going through that transition. It's not going to be an easy transition. It's going to be a lot of people that's going to be left behind, like what you're talking about. There are
Okay.
going to be a lot of upset people in that mix. But
Can
as we transition to a more, I don't even know what to call that. As we transition to whatever that's going to look like,
the
especially
egalitarian
It's
the
well,
egalitarian
egalitarianism.
I'm
Yeah.
saying it's going to be different for different classes, but especially with the women. Back to what the equalizer was talking about, to women that are making at the 0.0001%. She knows that at that mark, you know that you got to be able to, you know, kind of do what you got to do. As far, you can't look at it the same way as far as the qualifications for a mate, as far as income is concerned,
So
because
what
you're
if
at such a higher level.
what if the men say forget this system, forget this system altogether, fuck it, I'm out. I'm not going to
Yeah, but
participate
what
at
leverage
all.
do you have at that point? You're
Huh?
already not getting what you want, and she doesn't even want to be with you. Now you say that you out. You
I'm
still
talking
have no
about
leverage to make a
I'm
change.
talking as a group that the whole system will collapse.
It's
BGS,
not going to collapse. They're just
yeah,
going to
it's
use
not
the
gonna be
options
it's
that are
not gonna be a
there.
full.
If they all do it at one time, it's going to collapse. That's
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
It's
happening. That's
not
Okay,
what
so
going to
let me
collapse.
let me say this. Let me say
oh,
this. Let me say this. Okay,
let me
go
finish
ahead. Go ahead.
one
Go ahead.
second. That's what they're fucking worried about right now. Why do you think they're talking about this?
I don't
That's
think
why the
they're
Chinese
worried.
government is talking about it with the Chinese males.
The elites are talking about this right
That's why we're
now.
talking about it.
Yeah, the
No,
elites are talking about this. It's not
listen.
just us.
There
Okay,
are
it's not just
different
me.
classes of men who's worried about this. The more productive class of men who can actually move around are not worried
Yes, they
about
They are
societal
are.
worried about
collapse.
it.
They
They're worried about it on a
are.
They're
macro
not
level.
worried about
Yes,
that.
Yes,
they
they
They're not.
are.
are.
Yes, they
Yes, they
They're
are.
are.
not worried about it.
Bro,
Yes, they
have you ever heard
are.
of Richard Reeves? That's a guy that you're talking about. Have you
But
ever
the
heard
elites
of Scout Galloway? That's a guy that you're talking about. They are part of the upper crust, both educationally and with wealth, and they're
Yes.
talking about it. As a matter of fact, they're writing books about it. They're going on tours about it because they don't.
Yeah.
It's not about them individually.
They
On
are
the macro level, they
gaslighting
understand.
no, they're not.
unaccomplished
No,
men.
they're
That's what they're
not. No,
actually
they're
So,
not.
so
doing.
you're saying
No,
professors are gaslighting weak,
Of
unaccomplished men
course they are.
that they don't
Yes,
have to
they
be
are.
nowhere near. Okay,
Yes,
yeah, that's
they
it.
are. They
Okay,
okay.
are
that's the
doing that.
narrative that you
All
want
right.
to stick
All
to.
right.
Okay.
All right. All right.
Dude, at the end of the day, you get your stuff together, you be able to compete. You won't
Yeah.
have to worry about the
Yeah.
world changing
Oh,
without you actually
Yeah.
being
okay.
involved with it.
I'm sorry. I didn't understand that. I was speaking to the person that believe in alpha your way through
Oh,
systems of
come on,
oppression.
y'all.
All right. I didn't know that's what
That's
who I
not
was
what I
talking
said.
to. I'm
That's not
sorry.
what I
Anyway,
said.
all
No, no,
right,
no.
That's
DC.
not
That
what I
is
All
said.
what
right,
you said.
DC.
You
Go
just
to
It's
changed
work,
the
not what I
words.
DC.
said.
Go to
That's
work,
not what I
DC.
said.
It's gonna break down. It's gonna break down into this, man.
All
The
right,
thing
all
is,
right. So yeah,
the
everybody
I
give their
would-
final thoughts. We should get up
I,
out of here. Go ahead.
me and we read this shit every fucking day from all these elite people from all over the world saying the exact same thing. Okay, it's not the lower class people that actually are talking about it. It's the elite. Okay, talking about this stuff right now. They are worried about this stuff considerably. They're putting money behind this stuff, changing laws behind this stuff. It's the elite that are doing this. Not people at the bottom. Okay, the guys can actually vote with their feet. A pyramid does not hang. py- Pyramid actually starts from its base, not from the top. Okay, without the base, there is no pyramid. Okay, if the guys don't want to participate, there is no society at all. It breaks up.
Yeah, I agree with certain men walking away, especially from certain outcomes that don't agree with them, regardless of whatever
It's
goes.
Yeah,
I
but
agree
you
it's
with
the
can
that.
walk
major.
away.
It's the
But
majority now.
if don't nobody want to be with your ass anyway, you walking away, you still don't get
It's
anything.
the majority of men now. It's not. It's not.
Yes,
It's not
of
a small
course it is.
minority.
That means that you have to be more competitive with what's here, or find you another option, just
It's
like
no.
I did. Like,
There's
yeah,
no
that's what you have to
competition.
do.
It's a cooperative system. It's not
You
competitive.
want to
It's
stay
cooperative.
here in a bad system and hope
Yeah,
it gets better.
I, I, I think
It's
I
such a
think with
bad system.
yeah, now I think there is a little conflation here going on. I understand what both of y'all points is. I I'm just that I am under the
Yo, the guy
presumption
who was
that
just talking, what system he's in, and how can I go to that new one? Whose system you in?
Well, sir, if you was a productive dude already, you wouldn't even be having these complaints. You just
Oh,
wouldn't.
I'm not complaining. I know what you're talking about. I just asked you a question, like what system are you in? That's all I'm asking.
No. We're gonna keep you locked out. No, you are where you are. Don't worry about it.
He's in the United States, okay?
Oh, he's in America?
Yeah, he's in America. Yeah.
Of course, I'm in
Oh,
America, but
yeah.
I'm
Oh yeah,
I
yeah,
oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Oh, my bad.
I
I
also
thought. Oh,
refuse to
all
play
right.
those type of
I
games
thought he was in his
that
own
y'all are
country.
waiting on. Like I'm not waiting for the things that y'all are waiting on. I'm part
Well,
of a
good.
different group of
Don't
people
don't.
who
Okay. One
who
bank.
are actually waiting
We're
on
one
something
bank
else.
collapse away. Okay. One bank
Can
collapse
I
away.
interject?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I can tell you what BJS it says is correct because
Of
on the
course you do.
weekends when I do taxes, one of my tax partners, he works on Capitol Hill. He reports directly to Congress. They know, they discuss it. I discuss it with him. A lot of the stuff we discuss, I talk with him, and trust me, they know.
All right. So
Regardless of how anyone feels, they know.
They know.
here's the thing: if you cannot compete within society, these are your talking points. These are your leaders. For everybody else who want to actually produce and move to actual other people that you can actually deal with, just move there. Otherwise, these are the group of men that you're gonna be surrounded by.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, well, you be
It's not even that hard.
where that island is. Good luck.
I
Yeah,
know, but for the people who
they
you minister to, they're never gonna get there
And
anyway.
who are your customers? Okay. Where you get your energy from?
you,
You know,
you,
Pinkosh Mashraf has a book called Age of Anger, which is speaking right to what Man of Tomorrow is saying, where he says, "Yeah, it's cool to make fun of the losers and stick and poke for them and leave them behind and tell them get it how you live, but
Absolutely.
you never consider what happens when
I'm
they're
not
the
part of the
masses."
collective of you. I don't
Yeah,
care
yeah, yeah.
about you.
No, no.
I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
care
And
about the collective that you're part of.
yeah,
I
yeah.
do not give a
That's
damn about
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's cute. That's cute
I
until
don't
you run
care
out of
about that.
bullets. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's cute until you run out of bullets. Anyway.
That's not the
Yeah,
case. You're not
yeah,
going to
yeah,
mutiny your way into
yeah.
or out of anything.
Yeah,
That's the
And
problem.
yeah,
and
that's
you
what you're
really don't
saying.
understand what system you're living under. Then
Yeah,
you
Yes,
really
I
think
do. Yes,
you
I
well,
do.
you 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 really
I
you
have
really don't
I
understand how
have left
all
you
right,
guys
simple.
all right,
alone.
all
I
right.
have
Mhm.
married different type of women who's actually in the comment that
Good.
I'm part of, and I
Oh
don't have
wait,
to
so
worry about the
you
things that y'all
left?
have to worry about.
Oh, so
Okay.
Yeah,
you left?
You
of
left.
course I
Okay,
left.
all right.
Why
Okay,
would I?
so you're talking
Why would
crap
I stay
about
here and
you.
complain? Why
Wait,
would
wait,
I
wait,
stay here and
wait.
complain
So
like you?
wait,
Why would I
wait,
do that?
bro. I'm
Look
in a
at
All
relationship.
right,
What are you
all
talking about?
right,
I'm
all
ta- I'm
right,
talking about
all
stuff
All
on
right,
a
okay,
right.
macro
all right,
level. You're the one who's
All right,
myopic.
y'all.
Let's make sure we get
Let
that right.
all right.
let's get final thoughts here. Whoever want to go first? I
All
gotta
right,
get up out of
me,
here. Go ahead. Go ahead.
me. I'll go
Mhm.
first. Listen, if you're waiting on society to organize something for you, you're never going to win anything. You don't have any leverage right now. Even as a collective group of losers who cannot comport with society, you still have no leverage. There is no system that is better that is going to be created for you. You're going to have to be able to produce your way out of this as an individual, and those individuals are going to become the bigger and better group. We already got here because everybody stayed within the same circumstances and waited on everybody else to actually complete things for them. That system has failed. I'm glad it's failing, and these people are going to be here by themselves. You cannot gaslight anybody into actually doing the work for you. You're going to have to do it on your own. And with that said, peace out, dude. Good luck on this system that y'all waiting on to be built because I'm not going to build it for you.
Yeah, that's Ragnarok MOT, man. Classic
Dark
MOT.
side. Dark side.
All right.
Uh,
So,
so
Mr. Z, go
um
ahead, man.
you know, so because I talk about these things on a macro level, I don't only focus on the fact that I'm in a relationship and I'm happy in a loving relationship and it's looking like marriage. I already talked to her dad about it. So, I gave him the timeline and he's,
Congratulations.
I just need him not to tell her mom, right? So we just need to keep that all a secret and let me do my thing. Anyway, so but as a person who is in the top third of income earners and who is in a relationship and all of the good stuff. She has no children. She's never been married. I have no children. I've never been married. Both of our parents are married. Mine's for 36-ish. Well, it's gonna be 37 this month. What am I saying? 37 years, and her parents for 42 years. Yeah. So I'm speaking about this on a macro level, not just about me, because I know I live in a country full of 332 million people, and what affects them affects me. And I can't sequester myself off with a bunch of uplift language that sound nice but ain't real. So, um, you know, at the end of the day, I think we do have to focus on systems. I do think individuals and individual people's efforts matter, but if you don't do things with systems, then you ain't doing enough.
Okay,
And
well, I got
quite
a
frankly,
question
it
for
will
you.
crumble. Go ahead.
If you don't have
Question
systems,
for
you
you.
live in the jungle and you go against you live in nature's system. So I don't.
Okay,
Outside that, you're a
so
primitive
so
monkey.
so 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 you're actually politically organized on the ground for these type of things to happen, and if so, what party are you or organizing to get your actual point of view through?
What? I'm sorry. What party?
Yeah,
What do you mean, like Democrat, Republican Party,
yeah,
or third party?
no,
So I'm right now. I'm currently voting down ballot. So it could be Democrat or Republican. I am a registered
okay,
Democrat, but I haven't voted for president in two elections. So
but
I
why
voted
would
down
you
ballot for
want
the
to
previous
not?
two
Okay, so
elections
why would you want to participate in the process but not vote at the top and be responsible for the whole ballot? Okay, so okay,
because
so
I had a
here's a
choice
better question.
between two. No, you asked me a question. Let me answer it. Was that a
No, no, no,
rhetorical
no,
question
no,
or was that a
no,
real
no,
question?
no,
Was that a
no,
rhetorical question or
no,
was
sir.
that a real question? Was
I'm
that a
not done with my
rhetorical
question.
question or was it a
I'm
real
not.
question?
I'm not done with my question.
Okay, go
I'll
ahead.
let you know when I'm done with my question.
All right.
Tell me your actual timeline by not actually voting for the actual presidential candidate that you're actually going to get presidential things done. Now I'm done with my question. You can go ahead and tell me your actual
What
plan.
what I was saying is I wasn't going to vote for two geriatrics that actually don't mean well by black people, black men in particular.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, two racist geriatrics that have a history of anti-blackness. And I know what country I'm living in. I'm not being naive, but these people have been very overtly anti-black. So you're asking me to pick between the Strom Thurmond racist or the one with the KKK dad racist, and the one that got caught up with housing discrimination in the '70s racist, and
Those are your
the
choices, though.
Yeah,
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 and
yeah,
You got
I
yeah.
you
There are.
got to
So
weigh
decided
it
choose
up.
one.
and
So
and I
choose one.
decided
You got
and
to
I
it's a
hold them
hard
nuts
decided
choice.
and make a decision.
It's a
yeah, I
hard
Yeah,
choice.
decided
You
neither.
got to choose, though,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
That's how it is, Mr. Z. I used to be just
So he
like
chose
you.
nothing.
I
yeah,
He
used to be
yeah.
Sound
chose
like
like
he
nothing
sound
just
like
I
DC.
went I went down ballot and I was
and
gonna
chose
choose
and,
the
nothing.
and I'm
I
Not
telling
gonna
chose
you,
work, dude.
I chose neither the Strom Thurmond racist or the housing
experience
practicing racist.
it
Neither.
can. I'm gonna tell you. This is a military term that MOT knows. It can always be worse, man.
Mhm.
That's a fact. It can always be worse, Mr. Z. Just think about what I'm saying to you, man. It can
That stuff
always be
sounds great
worse.
with people who don't know how things work, but at the end of the day, dude, everything I do have trade-offs. Every single thing you do
Yeah,
have trade-offs and choices.
it's,
Everything.
it's
You
not a
still have to pick a choice.
Right. And
right. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, voting down ballot. I just never understood that because it's like
I,
you kind of like obfuscate the main vote to kind of hide in that. And
yeah,
that's my
it
opinion.
was
But I mean,
a
yeah,
vote of
I
no
get it.
confidence. A vote
I
of no confidence.
I understand. I understand what your thought pattern is,
Yeah.
and really, it is your choice at the end
Y'all
of the
gonna
day.
have to vote for Trump and all the Republicans. So just get
Yeah,
ready.
not.
Yo, that's a whole. I'm not
I
going to even
saw
get
that coming.
into
By the way, I saw that.
Y'all want
I
traditionalism.
thought MOT was gonna be the one to say it, but I saw that coming. I didn't know it was gonna be Paradox, but
I
I
mean, but
saw it
I just
coming.
wanted to be sure that we're not playing to the maximum effectiveness while everybody else is
Uh,
playing to the maximum effectiveness on their end. So
I don't know if everybody. I think we, because we're on the bottom, and which I obviously acknowledge and
we
whatnot.
are not
I
on the
think we.
bottom. That's an
What do you mean
individual.
we? Oh, you're talking about. I'm not talking individually. I don't want to like.
I'm
I
not
mean, when I
part of the group
speak.
that you're a part of.
Okay.
Things in the
all
Colorado
right,
area
y'all.
works
Okay.
fine.
All
All right.
right, all right,
All right.
What are you
all
talking
Hey,
about?
right.
it's crazy when somebody is forced to have
All
your
right.
uniform color, but they keep on saying they're not part of your team, even though
All
everybody
right,
I'm
treats
all
them like
not.
they're
right.
part of your team, even if.
I'm
Yeah,
not.
bro, you were talking to you don't need to tell me you're not part of my team.
Okay.
You don't need to go tell the white folks you ain't part of my team. You're talking to the wrong person. I don't got nothing
Okay.
to
So
do
do
with that.
you
I'm
live
not
in
the one who called you
Colorado?
black.
Just
Okay.
Right?
okay.
So
Excuse me.
MOT, let him finish. Go ahead and finish up
okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right, man.
So
You can live for now. Go ahead.
live as if I'm afraid of some mush mouth nigga.
come on, y'all. Come on, Mr. Z. Yo, come
I'm
on.
sorry.
You,
Bro.
you couldn't
MOT is
help
not a
it.
dumb dude. Wait, MOT is not a dumb dude. I've listened to MOT before. He ain't gonna be sneak dissing and then I'm not gonna say anything. What? Thank you.
Dude,
Thank
at the
you.
end of the day, man, you don't have it. You don't have it.
Okay.
But if
And
you
there
want to
you
have a
go. They're gonna sneak.
one-on-one, But if you want to have a one-on-one,
So here we go.
where you can actually argue these actual things.
MOT hasn't heard of me before, but I've heard of MOT and I've
Oh no,
listened
he
to
know
MOT
who you
before.
are. Come on,
Oh,
Sir,
okay.
like
You know who
that's
you
not
are.
what I said. Like,
Yeah.
why is it that you
No,
hear
I didn't say
something
you
that
said
I
that.
haven't?
Where did I wait? Did I say you said that? I didn't say you said that.
All right, y'all. We
Yeah,
veered off the
yeah,
course,
yeah.
man.
Yeah,
Come
yeah, we
on,
have.
let's
So
go ahead
yeah.
and
At
finish
the,
up
at the
this.
end of the day, you know, I'm somewhat in agreement with everyone, including MOT. Like I don't think this thing changes just through individuals. I tie all of this in from Ebony K. Williams to the technology to the relationship models. And yes, like BGS was saying, that Texas bill repeal of no fault divorces is up on the table. So all of that. And I'll just pause right there. There's this was a good conversation, and it was
Thing gonna
long.
get shot down
Right.
like duck hunt. By the way, go
You think that?
ahead.
Yeah. I think it's. I think I don't.
We ain't going back to that. Go ahead. Go
It's an
ahead.
interesting concept, but like you already hear people doing the whole, oh, y'all just want to have women barefoot and pregnant again type thing. So yeah, I agree with that. And even because I don't see conservative women
Right.
signing on to that, quite frankly. So if y'all
Exactly.
can even get the conservative white women, I really don't see it
Exactly.
happening.
My point is
So why
exactly. Go
brag on
ahead.
something happening in a conservative
No, but
state, though?
but the fact that this is actually a conversation means that somebody somewhere of influence and note
Yeah.
is trying to make something happen, and it's getting big enough where you actually hear it. You actually are hearing about it. I'm in Florida. Why am I hearing about this?
Yeah,
Right. So yeah.
I would discuss the grievance in my final take, but go
Yeah,
ahead.
that's it. That's
Is
it.
that
That's
it?
it for me. Yeah, that's it for me.
All
All
right,
right,
man.
y'all.
Thanks
I'm
for
out.
coming up, Mr. Z. We appreciate it.
Your
We
state
appreciate
turned
it.
down the no fault divorce because they thought it was
I know
too
it
late.
did.
I just
It
wanted
did.
to throw
He's
that
right.
in.
He's right. He's right. Yeah, it did. He's right. He's right.
God damn. All right, man. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and close it down, man. MOT, you
It
got
was a
anything else?
Republican president though. Don't forget, it was Reagan that signed
Oh,
it in. I'm just saying.
you guys can't quit, man. Yo, I
Hey,
gotta
it was
run,
their
man.
second coming to Jesus, man. Y'all know y'all worship Reagan like he's fucking
That
second
doesn't
coming
count
to Jesus.
against me. That doesn't count against me. I'm not a Republican.
It's
No.
the thing is, man. I think we can all acknowledge there is a frustration with the Force Collective. I mean, there is that. So let's go ahead and just let it be, and just it is what it is at this point. You guys said what y'all said, and let's go ahead and let it go. So anything else you guys got before we let you guys go?
No, that's
Nah,
it for
man,
me.
but
All right.
I would love to have these conversations about the ongoing throughout the year about these middle of the road guys who don't want to vote on the actual ticket, so that way we can see how this middle of the road thing works overall. Because I hear this stuff a lot, and we have to be able to track these people and have them explain it to people about how this stuff actually works. I would love to keep doing that. So that way I can keep proving it.
We
over
do
and
it.
over
We do it
again.
I
all
just
the
explained
time.
my vote of no confidence for neither one
Oh
of the
my
geriatrics.
God, you guys can't. You guys are.
I'm not voting for neither one of the 70-something-year-old geriatrics.
All right, you Negroes got to go, man. Y'all got it's a hard.
All
time,
right,
man.
DC. All right.
I got love for y'all both, man, but goddamn, man, enough is enough, bro. MOT, I'll let you round the way, man. We'll get
All right,
up,
cool, man.
All right. Yeah, so all right, Paradox, what's up? What you got, man, before we get up out of here?
Oh, that's it. It's all good.
So I mean, yeah, we had the 6 hour mark. It was a very, very, very interesting conversation. I mean, we had ours out early, so they got theirs out.
Yeah, no, it's pretty funny.
But I guess overall,
Oh, that's a good program though. Pick a side. Yeah, that'd be a good. That'd be a good.
love that special guest
Pick a
MOT.
side.
So you hear that MOT?
Special guest.
We got to invite. Yeah, he loved. That's his thing. That is his thing. Pick a side. Hell, he even called me outside of this. Like, yo, you gotta pick a side. You gotta pick a side. Like,
Gotta take it. It's a tough one.
I did.
I mean,
pick a side. But it's very interesting, man. I think that man, that goes into so many different.
Yeah.
You can go so many different ways when it comes down to that. But overall, you're gonna have to make a hard decision. It's a hard decision. It's not easy. But that,
if you vote for Bush, you support the invasion of a country. If you voted for this person, you invaded drone strikes. It's That's how I look
Exactly.
at it. Now, people may
No,
not look
it's
at it that
true.
way,
No, no,
but
no, no,
I
no,
feel
no.
like
You
we're
gotta accept it.
responsible for that. You have to
You gotta
take
be. Yeah,
all of those things.
it's a
Defunding welfare,
yeah.
whatever it is, that
And
might
you
cause pain to
are
you and your family.
a lot of times you are deciding, you know, the lesser, the lesser of the two.
Yeah,
That is a
yeah.
decision. Now I think people they 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 want to be obfuscated of that, but when you make the hard choice,
Hmm.
you're making a practical decision. At the end of the day, that's what I think of when catastrophe hits. You got to
Yeah.
get somebody else that's probably more told in the line that will be able to save more lives than to have more lives lost because of their pride. That's what it ends up being at the end of the day for me.
Yeah.
And that's how I look at it. It's not something that I even agree with to a degree, but you have to decide. I used to be on that, well, I just don't vote if I don't believe in the lesser of two evils. We do it all the time. If you really think about it, we do it
Yeah.
so much we don't even think about doing it. We make that decision all
It's
the
a little bit
time.
of power you got. Not
Yeah.
much, but a little bit.
So on that note, yeah, we discussed a whole lot of things. We hope the program have been constructive.
I hope
Everybody
so.
said what they said, and we there's no judgment over here. We're not policing people's thoughts. We're not trying to make people right or wrong when it comes down to it. Um, yeah, I think we can stand on the program right then and there, man. We see him on the next go ahead, man. Let's go ahead, close this thing on out.
All right, this is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
And this is D. Until next time, peace.